Hello, everybody. We will be starting soon, and we'll be starting soon making a starting soon sign. How meta is that? We are listening to Raylis's Chill Cat Jams. Truly a inspiration to everybody posting his music copyright free for streamers like me who don't want to have their headphones on the entire time. All right. I've been meaning to make a starting soon screen for a while. It's really annoying to constantly tune into my streams and I'm just babbling already, you know? Even if you're really quick on the ball getting here, you'll never get the whole show, right? I guess that's why people use the starting soon screens like they do. Yeah, so we're gonna make one and we're gonna be making it physically. We're gonna physically be making a starting soon screen. I wonder if I have my ribbon here. I moved all my art supplies back to my streaming studio for this and for other things. I've been trying to get stuff done on my own, by myself. Oh, I need to make sure I turn off the auto chat messages in my... There we go. All right. Okay. I'm going to be doing it physically, and then I'm going to be taking screenshots of the stream showing me making it, right? That'll be cool, perhaps. It will at least be unique. And if I'm going to go through the process of making a starting soon screen anyway, I might as well do it in a medium I'm a bit familiar with. Now, I've picked up some cheapo things for my whiteboard. I like having a whiteboard. I like to use it to make art and stuff. Just a warm-up thing, you know. But these pens are not that good. They leave a lot of residue behind, and their line thickness is not that strong, which is pretty typical of this kind of thing. So I thought perhaps we would break out the alcohol, not to drink, I mean. I am drinking, but not the same kind of alcohol, okay? I meant to use Sharpie. You know, you can use Sharpie on a whiteboard if you're gonna use alcohol to clean it off. Now, why not just use Sharpie on a piece of paper? Well, good question. I'm just not 100% confident in my artistic ability to get a good result in one go with Sharpie for the starting soon screen. So we're gonna be using Sharpie on a whiteboard and then erasing, I suppose. And if the whiteboard gets ruined doing so, well, it won't. I know how the stuff works. Look at this churl the churl. Hi, Hera. We're making a starting soon screen. And then we might play some more of that Legionary game. And then I really want to make some Plamo. Have you seen my Plamo stuff at all? People like this cedar here, made out of moldable plastic. It's moldable plastic. So you melt it and you can keep reshaping it. So I'm going to use it to make columns and background stuff for my RPG stream I'm going to do here next Wednesday. Plasmophobia. Yes, the fear of plasmic. It's this kind of stuff? No. I will quickly demonstrate. We're going to take a small glass container We're going to fill it with beads. These are little plastic beads, okay? Now, I have a heat gun, and you work them with a heat gun, and we will be using a heat gun to finish it. But you just need hot, boiling water to start with. So that is what we're going to be using to start with. Yeah. I'm really overwhelmed trying to get stuff ready for this stream I want to do this week. See, like I'm not even happy with this S already. That's why we're going to use alcohol wipes to make this starting soon screen. See, it takes the Sharpie right up. Does it? There's still quite a bit of freaking red on this board. It's like slightly pink. Oh boy. Well, might end up using a lot of alcohol in this, but... How's your relationship with alcohol going, Hera? I know you just turned 21 because you're a little baby and are giving it a try. Now that's not very strong either. That doesn't show up too well. Starting soon. This starting soon is no good. Not nearly thick enough. Okay, my water has boiled. Oh boy, that's really starting to stain. Will my whiteboard be white after all this? I do not know. Maybe I should stick to the dry erase. Alright, we got some boiling water here. Now that's not nearly enough boiling water to get that many pellets gone. We're gonna need more. The red hue is kind of nice. I agree. I like a nice red hue. It gives the background some background to itself. Now see how at the top of this, well, you can't see that clearly. It's starting to turn clear. Okay, oh, I just spilled a bunch of hot water on the screen. It's starting to turn clear. We're gonna drop this in a bigger pot of water. Cheers. It's very strange. I got some alcohols and I have no idea how to tell if it gets me drunk. I feel extra silly sometimes when drinking, but it's hard to tell. Yeah, when your liver is really good still and you're nice and young, it actually takes quite a bit to get drunk. It's actually really unfortunate. The time period in your life when you'd probably most want to be drunk, your youth, is the time when it's the most expensive. I remember I used to drink whole half gallons of vodka and be okay. Well, there's another way. If you just imbue the alcohol through a manner that does not use your liver, you can get it a lot quicker, such as ingesting it through your rectum. That is a popular party trick, is to boof yourself, as it were. I do not have any personal experience with it, but I am aware of it. I have interacted with people who have done it. Hi, Picture Point, welcome. Hi, Binya, welcome. Yeah, so you can snort it. There's powdered alcohol. Powdered alcohol used to be quite easy to get. Okay, now this has started to turn. I'm going to pour out some of this. Hi, Kotaru. Hi. Okay. So this is moldable plastic. It, at about the temperature... Oh, yeah, it's still hot. Where are my pliers? At about the temperature of boiling water, it becomes malleable. A little bit less, so you have some wiggle room. So it becomes malleable. And you can make all kinds of shapes. We'll make a flower, okay? We'll make a quick flower. I've made quite a few things of all kinds of styles. Here's my Bug Coon, Picky Channels icon. Very cute. I love Bug Coon so much. Picky, if you don't know who she is, she's the best streamer to probably ever do it. Total OG. Anyway, so I'll take this little ball of moldable plastic, I'll punch it in to be flat, and then for my leaves, I'll tear holes in it and then overlap those flaps, or not leaves, rather, petals. Then why are we watching You Know Her? Because she doesn't stream anymore. She pretty much only streams on Mondays, if she streams at all. She just does Mashu readings. Why do you think I'm in such a horrible time slot, okay? Because I know there's no one better around, huh? Well. She has not... Guru moment, yes. Right? I'm not trying to occupy Guru's time slot. Fortunately, that's not too hard to avoid these days. And I'll slap in. I'd watch you over Guru. Why? That's so nice, Binya. I don't particularly watch any of the Hollow girls. I just simply... I enjoy their more put-on productions, their songs and such. But I don't know, they're a bit too corporate, a bit too sterile, as it goes. So there's quite a nice thing to that, you know. Oh my god, I've fucked this up. I have to go, I have you up on shop laptop. I'll be in and out doing some OSHA violations. Could you pause the stream for a minute? I need to get sandwich bread. Alright, Hera, I will not do anything interesting, don't worry. Not that that's much of a risk. Alright, this is not completely melted. I'm gonna put that back in. What the hell is that emote? Okay, now I sound like Hera. Not knowing what the hell an emote is supposed to mean. Okay. So I'm making a starting soon screen, and I'm making it physically. I have been unhappy with how the dry erase markers look. So we're gonna be using Sharpie and then cleaning it off with alcohol. And the Sharpie I was just using was too small to really show up on screen for writing's sake. So we're gonna use a bigger Sharpie. I love Sharpie. We're listening to Rylas's chill music, 4-hour video here. Rylas is a cat who streams lore, which is kind of cringe, but they also make music and apps for VTubers who use YouTube, so that's very not cringe. Look at this. This is awful. Look at this awful starting soon screen. My starting soon is going to have like 20 takes of me failing at the starting soon section. So I'm going to take screenshots of the stream as it goes. Gotta shift over to the left a little bit. Well, unfortunately, I have a sort of a Nook. Oh, the writing, not necessarily the starting soon screen. So as you can see, just going in there with a wet paper towel doesn't do much. But Sharpies are alcohol based, so you can get them off with alcohol. Look at it smearing. So freaking smearing. Look at that. Beautiful. Yeah. So on Wednesday, I'm going to try to have a RPG stream where we are. Okay, nothing has happened, Hair. We've just been watching paint desaturate. Look at it, it's actually quite purple. Sharpie Black is actually just a very dark purple. I should smear it all up at once when it's done for the final product. Yeah, I probably will. That's a good idea. Maybe I should just leave this background smear here. You know, who cares? I don't need to make it perfect. Though, okay, well then I guess it's probably quite a bit of alcohol in here. Okay, well it's still hot. Hot. This is kind of good to be getting with the moldable plastic while I'm getting this set up, because doing anything with the moldable plastic takes a while, because you gotta let stuff heat, you gotta let it, oh my god, this is like permanently on there. That was a lot of alcohol I put on. Oh boy. Well, I guess I don't have much of a choice of just kind of leaving it on there. It's gonna take enough alcohol to get me drunk to clean this off. Speaking of which, I am having some seltzers, some Bud Light seltzer. Bud Light put out a black cherry. It's quite nice. Okay. All right. I should try to stick to the rules of line work. So when you're like drawing lines, there's only like a few shapes you're supposed to actually use. Okay. That is a straight line, a line with a curve, an S shape, and that's it. You should use that to make everything. You know, you should divide everything up into pieces that you can do with that. I think there might be a fourth one. But that might be blasphemy. And obviously with like letters, which you've all done 1,000 times, it's really tempting to try to do the whole thing in one motion. I guess even like a C shape like that is a little bit pushing it. I really like uppercase. I kind of don't like lowercase. Do you know where lowercase English letters originate? It's actually a pretty interesting story. Lowercase letters are called Carlogian script. King Charlemagne, his main scribe and like learned assistant guy. I forget his name. I normally know it, but I don't know it right now. It's a pretty funny name. I'll look it up. I've got my keyboard hidden back here. I think he was also his biographer. Einhard, yes, Einhard. So Charlemagne's biographer, his court scholar, had a really interesting situation on his hands. Basically, the whole world was illiterate. Hi, Void, hi, hi. Where the hell did my chat box go? So, King Charlemagne's main scholar, Einhard, had a very interesting task at hand. Basically, the whole continent was illiterate, and most of the literacy was stuck over in Ireland at the time, and Britain to a lesser extent, all boarded up in monasteries. But King Charlemagne had united a huge empire and brought together a court. Well, I guess I should call him emperor. He had decreed himself emperor at that time, which is also a interesting story. If he himself set himself up to be emperor, or if the Pope offered him the crown on his own to force Charlemagne to be emperor, so that the church would gain a powerful patron. It's not very well known. But whoever set it up, it worked out pretty well. I like the starting. The soon isn't going to work. We're going to have to redo that. We're using Sharpie on this whiteboard. So it's going to get messier and messier as we go. Every time I have to make a correction. Just more ink on the page. So Charlemagne may not have been literate. It's not quite known if he was or if he wasn't. He certainly wasn't very well literate. He was probably more literate than a modern Zoomer iPad kid, but maybe not much more. And of course, they didn't have voice to text and text to voice, but having your own personal scribes is probably just as good. Literate or no, he was a great supporter of the learned arts. And so he got together a royal court full of very distinguished writers and learned men. Yeah, people used to live without Fortnite. It's crazy. And together, they reinvented English. English before the court at... what was his court? Charlemagne's court was in... it was not in Baghdad. What are they? Aachen. Right, Charlemagne's court was Aachen. No, I'm not thinking of King James. King James may have done quite a bit for the Bible and some parts of written word. But Charlemagne changed English in a way, Latin in a way that nobody ever did. Do you like the concept of spaces? Spaces between words. And tell me if my audio has any issue. Spaces between words. Before Carlogian script, there was no spaces between letters. You just wrote. Which is one of the reasons translating older works is very difficult. You just wrote like this, all right next to each other. Can Charlemagne sing the Skibbity Toilet song? I doubt it. Runic used semicolons for spacers. That is interesting. Which runic, like the Norse script, did they use semicolons? Did they not just move to the next line of the rock? Though I guess we'd only have stuff carved into the rock. That is what you thought. Yeah, he was pretty lame, Hera, that he couldn't do the Skibbity. Man, I wanted this to be a very, the only runic script. Well, you could describe lots of things as runes if you wanted, I suppose. That is not really true, right? The only runic script. There are several languages I would probably describe as runic that were, I mean, you'd only call runes, right? But like the language of that one island that everybody died off on was very runic. What was that language? Oh, Easter Island. Easter Island had their own script. Easter Island had their own written language. This tiny little island in the middle of the sea, they had their own written language, but every single person who could speak it was taken as a slave and died. And so all we have are the records of their script. It's very interesting. It's written with like pineapple symbols and stuff like that. Anyway, it was actually probably, you wouldn't call it runic. It was a genuine language where each of the symbols meant something. It was very alphabetic. It's one of the completely lost alphabetic languages. Pretty sad. People often think islands are very defensive, but that's not true. If people know where your island is, you are vulnerable as hell. You know, because people will only show up to attack you if they think they can take you. Rongorongo was more like hieroglyphics, and we don't know if it's really readable. It's interesting, the issues with language. I'm glad that some language has survived. I'm really thankful for the Rosetta Stone and how it opened up Sumeric and Greek. Anyway, there's a lot of interesting language stuff that I wish I knew more about. I wish I knew a second language at all. I used to know Latin, but not using it makes it die. I used to know Thai. I could speak it well enough to get by when I was in Thailand, and I knew Mexican, well, I knew Spanish, Mexican Spanish, well enough to get by when I was in Mexico. But as soon as I'm not in an environment where I have to use it, I immediately lose it. Since it only appears after the advent of the Spaniards, it's possible they were just trying to copy things from them without really understanding what they were doing. Well, why was I in Thailand? I was teaching English. I was teaching English when I was in Thailand. I really enjoyed my time in Thailand. Early cargo cult culture. What? Do I know any Thai? I can still say thank you at the restaurants. Sawasdee Krap. What else Thai do I still remember? Baht was money. Oh my god, it's been so long. It's been almost 20 years. It's been like 18, 17 years. I need to go back. I'm happiest days of my life. I was up in a little temple up in the mountains. Not in the mountains. I mean, I went to lots of temples in the mountains, but I was up in a little village in the mountains. And there were lots of temples there. I'm probably older than you? Say it isn't so. An old streamer? No. I was simply teaching English there when I was like 5 or something. Don't worry about it. Let's see. How are their temples designed? They always have these really interesting dragon shingles. Yeah, right. Hera, you're not the oldest one here. The Nagas? I mean, they definitely look like dragons. At least to me. The small little village I was in had a few temples, and they had this really great staircase. I remember the staircase so well. I was probably the only one who hung out at the staircase. I will draw it to the best of my memory. There were dragon heads at the bottom. Dragons are very interesting to draw. I quite enjoy dragons. Maybe I should try to make one out of that moldable plastic. Which, how's it doing, by the way? It is fully melted. Let's take it out. I'll make sure to remind you of that, Hera, when you turn 21. Okay. So when you're making stuff out of this moldable plastic, I like to start with the head. And I like to make the head a little bit hollow, so it's easier to deform it, to push stuff in. Now a dragon has a snout, so we will be adding a snout to our hollow head here. You want to touch it? It is very fun to work with. This stuff is very fun, the moldable plastic. What just happened? Phone, why did you... I'm using my phone as a camera. I need to make sure to move that app so I can reach it when it's... ARG transition. I wish. Okay. It's temporarily zoomed in. I'll have to reset it in the frickin' program. I have a regular webcam, but the camera on the phone is a little bit better, right? Okay, we'll just make a dragon like this. I like sea serpents a bit more than dragons, if I'm being real honest with you. There's some personal connection with sea serpents. I saw a sea serpent once. Off my island. In the early morning. Have I seen VeggieTales? I've only seen it as a joke. Right? I've never properly sat down and watched VeggieTales. Ooh, I should bring down more of my bone collection. Here's a bone I have. I wonder if I can use this in this process. Do you guys like bones? I really like bones. I'm sorry I wasn't raised in a Christian household, Hera. I had real cartoons. Not that I am one of those weirdos who still watches cartoons. I totally don't constantly argue with people online about cartoons. That would be very, very cringe if I still read comics and stuff like that. You'd say VeggieTales has some episodes that rival SpongeBob. Yeah, but are those rivaling the good episodes of SpongeBob or the bad episodes of SpongeBob? Did you do a VeggieTales stream, Hera? You should do like a deep dive. Is there a VeggieTales game? We still need to have our collab happen. You did a sing-along. I think I was there for that. Maybe. Maybe I caught the VOD. Unless it was recent, because you haven't been pinging. Because you don't own your own Discord, you know. I've given this dragon a sort of hook beak. The sea serpent. Got some eye action going on. We will pinch out some eyebrows and then fold them over. It's very hard to keep things even when you're working with Plasmo. When I'm doing something like legs or arms, I will set aside a bunch of plastic and I will evenly divide it so that the legs and arms will match the appropriate sizes. And if I was working on a figure, like I do want to make a model out of this stuff at a later date, a sort of figure, right? Isn't he cute? Isn't this little dragon guy cute? Sort of. Maybe I should make one of my owl bros next. Yes, I should make my Cahoots. Is that still the name I'm going with? Hera came up with that. It is a good one. Looks like the mid-70s dragon style. Yeah. True. True. Alright, we'll set him to dry. I will draw a quick... No, like cohoots. Like cohorts, and not cahoots. Not like we're in cahoots, we're cohorts. I see. All right. I'm gonna draw a little dragon staircase over here. So the dragon staircase in this little town, it would rise up in waves, and it was quite long. Staircases are pretty hard to draw if you're not going to go out of your way and actually set up a what's a group of owls called anyway? That's a good question. A parliament? Hello, my parliamentarians. Now that's a weird one. Is everyone here a supporter of Parliament? Maybe I could rename my... I still haven't named my Discord. I could make it the Parliament. I should actually put up a link to my Discord now that I've actually set up the Rollbot and such. No, I hate the government, yeah. Hera's very anarchist. I wouldn't want to get, political. Though I am fine to discuss politics if anyone really wanted to in DMs or anything. I just don't think a stream is the best medium for political discussion. Because, I'm the only one with a voice, and I'm up here, and I'm yapping. Okay, that seems a little off there. Hey, Churl, how do you feel about 9/11? Well, Twitch specifically forbids certain discussion topics. simply because if you were to argue one way or the other, your account could get banned. And so such discussion topics obviously are unacceptable for streams, because if I were to state my opinion one way and anyone was to disagree with me, they could lose their account simply for disagreeing with me. And I obviously don't support that kind of thing, and I wouldn't want to bait anyone out into having that happen. So even some topics I feel very strongly about that I would love to defend. I think it's funny, says Hera. Well, it takes all kinds, right? So anyway, not just the space was invented in Aachen by Einhard, but also the lowercase script at all. Everything before Aachen was uppercase. And while I agree with a lot of Charlemagne's reforms, and it is true that lowercase saves ink, much as foregoing the space saved paper, or rather vellum, which was the writing material of the day. Vellum is, of course, stretched and cleaned animal stomach, which is, of course, quite expensive compared to wood pulp. Just gonna leave it at that. Gonna besmirch my image and leave the joke out. Yeah, because I would not want you to get banned. At least before our collab. Which is totally coming. Surely. Does anyone in chat have a good idea for competitive challenges that people could do on stream? Hera has to win back their Discord from me. We were gonna do Minecraft. And I guess these have to start getting smaller and smaller, the distances. Post your Discord. I want to complain to the manager. Okay. Join the Discord. Manager Chan is busy and can't come to the phone right now. Oh, here's my little dragon. Now, one good thing about the moldable plastic is it takes acrylic very well. So it's quite easy to go in and kind of flesh out, put, highlight on the eyes or whatever. Now, if I'm unhappy with it, I can take out the heat gun and reshape it, or I can simply put it over some hot steam. We're gonna show off the hot steam method here. I'll put back on my hot water. That's the first Discord link I've ever posted. If you do want to join the Discord, you have to introduce yourself in the introductions channel to get a proper role and see things. All right, we've got a little staircase over here. Fun fact, the Romans had a completely different cursive that eventually fell out of use. I did not know that. I did not know they had a second script. I forget what the leaves were like in Thailand. It was very well grown where I was, very humid. Where should our little staircase lead? We will put it on a hill. We will throw up a tree over here behind chat where you can't see it. Perfect place to put a tree. I guess we'll do it all in black. Though where is the point of doing it all in black if I'm going to be using the Sharpies instead of the dry erase? I guess, like I said, the dry erase didn't have a very good color. Didn't stand out that strong. Maybe I needed a better dry erase, but oh well. Does anyone here actually use cursive? Ever? Ever at all? I do, says Void. At least when I write in Spanish. Are you a Spanish speaker? Or do you just enjoy writing in it? Only when you curse, says Hera. I picked up some new Sharpies the other day. Oh, we have someone who speaks multiple languages in chat. I think you're a little bit too educated for us. Look at this. I fucked up my own characters, my own signatures there. I got the feather on his chest backwards. Can you believe that? Guess I gotta let that alcohol. Only to sign checks. What's everyone's check signing signature? Please post a photo of it along with your full name and bank account number to the Discord for verification. Okay, we're going to reshape that dragon guy by using some hot water and steam. So we can just reheat the part we want to shape. It's okay, I've only studied German, French, Classical Latin, Ancient Greek, and Japanese. I see. And of course, you forgot to mention English, because you're speaking it currently. I know it's easy to forget that little language. Very unimportant. So now we're able to reshape him up. You kind of go in for the general details and body shape in the first pass. Now, unfortunately, his mouth is sealed shut. Not that it was flexible enough to really... You never studied English, I see. Kotaru also speaks chat. Yes, chat is definitely not English. That's for sure. There we have some nice nostrils there. I'm going to put some more of this stuff in the other container so I can make one of my co-hoods. A parliamentarian. Now, this does consume a fair bit of water. I could probably use the same water over and over again in the water kettle, but I don't want to get like plastics in there. Supposedly, it's pretty safe stuff. All right, you all may speak that, but does anyone here... Oh, accidental enter error. Does anyone here speak that? Oh, I've been letting this guy melt. I used to communicate solely in Leet Speak online. Don't cringe too hard. I was tempted to debut as a Leet speaking streamer, but that'd be pretty cringe. Maybe I could make that my chat gimmick. Maybe I should make one of those Chatoid accounts that only speaks in gimmicks. And just make it going around and only typing in Leet. Leet's pretty fun, though. What? Feet. No. It's not feet. It's not feet at all. I would have used an up line, and then I would use an equal sign. Anyway, here we will give it some more defined horns there. Yes, yes, yes. Kind of giraffe-looking motherfucker. Any giraffe fans in chat? I'm fond of the giraffe. Strange critter. It's quite fun to make very long appendages with the plastic because it will hold them, but you do have to kind of watch it. So that'll probably not work out while I am doing all this. Burp, burp, burp. Molten plastic. Ah, it's hot. Ah, yeah, ow, ouch. Ouch, that hurt. Boiling water is hot. Leet Speak fucking sucks. I see. That so says Hera. So says Hera. See, I can read it. Based Hera, knowing how to speak in my language. I'm okay. It's just boiling water. Now, the real danger is if you use the heat gun on this stuff. I don't know what to fucking do on this thing. I guess I will continue on from this staircase. Put some ground in front of it. I should drink the molten plastic? That is such a horrible idea. It kind of is tempting, though. Honestly, the stuff is pretty kind of tasty. I mean, not tasty, but it looks appetizing. Especially if you color it at all. I could see how someone could decide to eat it. Where's my pliers? Pliers. Pliers. I have too much fucking shit around here. Oh my god, did I bump the frickin'... Oh, I adjusted it, didn't I? Oh, that's gonna throw off my whole fucking starting soon screen. This whole concept is pretty bad, right? Like, I've got the thing all covered with pens. So I guess I should start from the top. That way I don't have to... That way I can, like, move stuff off, okay? Do I need the starting soon here in the middle? I guess I can like get rid of that, you know? I guess I should wait to get rid of it. All right, we're gonna go in with a blue. We're gonna make a sky blue, or maybe we should make it be a setting sun. We'll go in with a gray around the edges. Ooh, it's kind of a brownish gray. How perfect, perfect. Ah! So grays are rather interesting. Grays are usually just a very desaturated, either red or blue. Almost never a desaturated yellow, but it can exist. But normally they're a desaturated cool or a desaturated warm color. And it's fortunate that it's warm because we're going to work our way into a sunsetty glow here up in the back. I, of course, have not thought this out at all. Let me tell you a story about a experience I had in Thailand. While I wait for this. Ah, it's so hot! I'm just gonna dump the water out so I can go in and grab it. Ah, but it's not fully. Pliers, pliers. Oh, wait a minute. Pliers are just right here. Anyway. So, I was in Thailand for a special festival. Now, all the little towns have their own kind of thing, and there's lots of different stuff going on, so it's not like it's prevalent all across Thailand or whatever, but in the small town I was at, it was a festival. It was a yearly festival where every building in town would have a string tied from the doorway to the local Buddhist temple, and it would wrap around the local statue of the Buddha, because it was a little Buddhist town, okay? Buddhism is very prevalent in rural Thailand. The people in the village I was in, every single male would spend time as a monk, and most of the women would spend time as a nun. It wasn't like your whole life or whatever, but you'd spend like a couple years finding yourself as a monk, right? It was just something you would do. It raised your status. If you didn't do it, it would lower your status. Anyway, so there was a festival, and it was a very special festival. They would make these strings out of the strings after the festival that were very important. So, it was important in that way. Now, when I got to the ceremony with everyone else, I found out that there was going to be a prayer said. And it was not just a regular kind of prayer, it would be to have a life without suffering. You know, they were going to pray to have a good and happy life, where bad things would not happen to you. At least that was how it was translated to me in English. Perhaps the real ceremony had some different meanings. But I said I would not want to do it. So everyone else in the group I was with did, in fact, partake in this festival. But I didn't want a life without suffering and with happiness. So I stayed out of the ceremony. And I met one of my, friends. He was a mentor. He was a guy who I knew about town pretty well. He had gone with me up on this walk in the middle of the night to the top of a mountain. He was a local nobility. He was local elite. He owned a chicken farm. He owned one of the town's 3 chicken farms. So he was pretty upper class as far as it goes. And he was also not in the festival. And he could speak English pretty well, and I could speak Thai well enough. So we communicated, and we talked about why I wasn't there, why I didn't go into it, and why he wouldn't go into it. So I think he was atheist, or perhaps he had his own beliefs, because he was like, why aren't you in the thing? You don't believe in stuff like that? And I was like, no, I simply don't want a life without suffering. And so that was an interesting bonding moment. I quite enjoyed the guy. We went on a couple walks, and he once brought over his gambling winnings. They gamble in that town for bananas. Gambling in Thailand at the time was very illegal. You couldn't just play cards with your buddies. That would be very illegal to do. They have a lot of very strong ethical restrictions. So we're making a hollow cohort. I guess I could kind of roll my cohort. That's kind of interesting. Anyway, yeah, he died not long after I left. They say it was an assassination, but I don't know. They say he was assassinated for political reasons. He had been trying to force the local municipality to divert a waterway to the town to bring a second growing season to the village. I think that eventually did go through, and it was a pretty big impact on the local lives. But of course, he didn't get to see it. Now, I don't know if I believe the whole assassination thing, because he died in a motorcycle crash. And crashes in Thailand are very common. It is a very dangerous place to be a driver. Yeah, it is very scary. I want to go back, but I also don't want to die in a car accident. They don't even publish the car obituary in the Bangkok newspapers because so many people die in car crashes. It would have to be its own newspaper. If you've ever seen footage of Bangkok traffic, you would know what I'm talking about. Most of the rail does not have the safest of roads. Either they're very rural, or they simply do not have the driving culture necessary to follow proper safety regulations. I mean, Americans hardly can drive, and they pretty much invented the driving. My friend in Thailand just lost her niece and nephew to a drunk driver in Bangkok. Yeah, I'm very sorry for your friend's loss. It is very much a part of living in cities and in Southeast Asia in general. Traffic, drivers, roads. Drunk driving is bad. If I'm going to get political on this channel, I will happily say that I do not support drunk driving. If you are currently driving drunk, stop. It's cool to pass out in your car. I don't know. Drivers aren't safe sober. I've got a friend and they... Never mind, I don't want to get into that on stream, but... Yeah. Lives lost all the time. We just pretend that driving is safe and that roads are safe, but there are crazy people out on the roads. I drive, goddammit, you know? You could be driving along and it could be me in the other side coming at you. And we all have those feelings, right? The feeling I should swerve into oncoming traffic. We all think it all the time. You want my truck? What the fuck, Kotaru? Because you don't have cooling? AC? I don't know if I have AC. Huh. Well, I mean, I shouldn't deny a friend something. Why don't you come get it? And you can have it. Oh yeah, you rebuilt your AC by yourself. That would have been a great stream. Too bad you didn't have the cam set up yet. Hopefully your AC goes out next summer so that you can rebuild it on stream. Why would you no, you wouldn't want to buy a truck from my state. You wouldn't want to buy a vehicle in my state. Vehicles in my state are really expensive because we have a very expensive tax when you bring a vehicle in. There isn't rust. My truck isn't rusty. Yeah, it's really expensive. If anyone lives anywhere near the border in my state, they will keep themselves registered in the other state and then go back there and pretend they always drove it there. It legitimately adds almost half the cost to a car. And the tabs here are ridiculous. Literally half the price of the car. It could be 10 grand. It could be 20 grand in taxes on your car. Yes. Yes. That's what it takes to pay for the roads here. Our roads are, next to Alaska, the worst roads in America. It is the most expensive road network to maintain outside of Alaska. And we, of course, aren't a giant oil-producing place like Alaska. Yeah, they are trying to kill poor people. Yeah, poor people drive total absolute beaters here. All right, we've got a sort of form here. All the legislation in my state is passed by the one mega city. And they, of course, have a very nice transit system. So it's very much not a good state for everyone who lives outside of the main. Your state has the worst road quality. I mean, I'm talking the cost, the actual cost. Because we have lots of freezes and thaws. It doesn't freeze all that often. And it doesn't get really cold. But it gets that point where it's freezing and thawing all the time. So the roads will constantly be damaged by that. And then it will rain a lot at the same time. So the road will wear away. All right, we've got a face here. A head for our cohort. We will wait for that to harden, and then we will affix a nose. Actually, we should do the indents for the eyes and such. And I guess we could just poke a nose out. The worst road I've ever driven on was in Nevada. No. Yeah, Nevada. Nope. Where is Denver located? Denver's not in Nevada. Denver's in Colorado. So there's a road between Colorado Springs and Denver, right? Big city and smaller upper class city. And almost everyone drives that commute every freaking day. A huge number of people drive that commute every day. So there's a lot of traffic that travels on it. So it's a very important road. And they made the app it was legitimately it was a mistake. Legitimately it was an error. But there's little they can do about it once you sign all the paperwork, right? They are doing a big road construction. Now they might be done at this point. I passed through it last during COVID still, so. But they were doing a big road construction project. And that's not that unusual, right? Big road construction projects, that's not that unusual. You have a big road, very important. It was not wide enough for the amount of traffic flow. Perfectly reasonable for the local city to the local state to renovate it, right? But what they did is, and that was legitimately, it was an error. they're working on the entire road at once. Not like a section, not like piece by piece, the entire massive length of road is being worked on all at once. Now, they might have finished parts of it, but it was like there was no turnout lane if you got in any sort of trouble for like miles, 20 miles, tons of miles. I don't know how long it was. And it was all that kind of, really narrow road construction with like just little cones in between the middle of like you're oncoming and they're oncoming. And I had a tire blow out in this area, but fortunately it was just at the end. So I was able to limp my way into Denver. And that's an interesting story in itself. Maybe I will tell that story. Okay, I've got the shape. I've got these nose and these divots here. I can affix that to a body, and I can paint in the nose and stuff, and that'll make an excellent cohort. Okay. Let's continue on with my starting screen. While I let that dry up, I'm going to keep adding in some oranges up here in the sky, behind this tree. Maybe I should put in some other stuff. We'll do a cloud over here. Or maybe I should go in after it's done to do the cloud. Go in and erase out a cloud. I'll put a cohort up here at the top of the staircase. Have them looking away. I don't know, I'll have them looking on. So, what was I doing in Denver? I was coming back from Texas. I had moved to Texas as part of my dream to become a farmer. Yes, that is right. I moved states to become a farmer. That was my dream. Didn't quite work out. Didn't quite work out. Where'd my black go? Colors. Oh, here it is. So I was coming back from Texas during the pandemic. Dreams rarely work out. Now that is pessimistic, but it's true, right? They wouldn't be dreams. They would be reasonable plans and goals. If they weren't unrealistic, right? Kind of blending this all together with our yellow. This is seriously going to take so much alcohol to get this stuff off this. You didn't Farmville? I Farmville back in the day. Oh my God, I was a Farmville player. Now, I played a ton of Farmville back in the day. I'll tell you what. I had such a good farm. I was one of those complete Farmville addicts when Facebook first, really came out. I was playing back when it first happened, and you could get special, unique stuff that you could only get at the start. But that's cringe. Farmville was an absolutely awful game, obviously. What comes after the yellow phase in the sky when it's a sunset? I don't remember. We'll just say it's blue. I've got red. I've got red there already. Anyway, so I was coming back through Denver. My tire blew. I pulled into town because my tire blew. And I called up my friend. I had a really good friend, or so I thought I had a really good friend in Denver. And I was like, hey, bro, let me crash, bro. And he was like, sorry, the roommate is really, worried about COVID, and, we're worried you might have it. And, oh, it's sorry, you can't crash. So I ended up staying at a big, giant hotel, and it was crazy. It was completely empty. It was like 4 wings. It wasn't just a like big hotel. It was like massive. Floors, wings, surrounding a giant courtyard. It was like the main spot for skiing local. And it was completely empty. I was like the only guest. There was like no one there. Which off season is really the time to visit places, in my opinion. It was crazy. It was kind of like that movie, The Grand Budapest Hotel, which I watched recently. Bunch of people in an empty place. Of course, that's only the introduction to that movie, but anyway. It was quite nice. I spent a lovely morning there, walking around a lake. Really enjoyed Denver. Anyway, that friend of mine, he died. He died, like, not that long later. So, I guess I shouldn't be too upset at him. But it would have been nice to see him one last time, I suppose. He was a good friend. I met him when he came to my area to do rehab. I live near a pretty good rehab place. Well, apparently not good enough, right? Because he relapsed plenty of times. Don't do heroin, and especially don't do heroin and cocaine at the same time. If you gotta do heroin, He was really doing good for a long time. This is a trauma dumping channel. It's okay to trauma dump here, just for the record. I went to a really great music festival with him. I showed off the pins I got the other day from the festival. We went to a Phish concert. He was a huge Phish head, as they call themselves. Maybe I should put on some Phish. I wonder how aggressive Phish is with the copyright strikes. Probably pretty. They have got a pretty big discography. Maybe the bootleg live recordings could get by a little bit easier, since they don't even have those up anywhere. I'd have to go find those now and track them down. There is like dedicated Phish, and that's Phish with a P, Phish. There are dedicated Phish clubs, fan sites for them. I quite enjoyed the show. There's a lot of live music I like that I don't necessarily enjoy the recorded versions of. And I would say I don't like Phish's, How is this calm and chill, Raylis? I don't know if I agree with his album taste sensibility entirely. This hotel, that's not really what I want over here. Where's my alcohol? I wonder if my cohort has hardened. Let's go check in with him. Alright, see, it's completely hardened up. We should make him a body. What do you think? A body? I'll have to melt some more plastic. Water's gotten cold. I should get like a plant to put outside that I can feed entirely on my plastic melted water. The dragon I ignored, of course, the ears did that thing I was saying where they would get very warped if you weren't watching it. We will have the sea with a setting sun back here. We're going to have the hillside. Oh, there's some water there. Oh, now this pen is putting out purple. Because it got ink or maybe alcohol. It got water or alcohol right on it. A lot of alcohol on this board. What did you do to Charizard? I traded Charizard away. My mother bought me a booster pack of Pokemon cards back in Gen 1. And I pulled a holo Charizard. And my friends hustled me out of it. And I've never really forgiven them. They traded me a holo Blastoise and a Harl Venusaur. But they were like from a freaking pre-built decks or whatever. I've got a Japanese holo Charizard now, so I'm not too upset about it. They were kind of dicks, my friends growing up, but I still owe them for my immense social skills that I took from them. One can't bear a grudge too long. Their entire lives is only just about long enough. I have a Ghost Rare Yu-Gi-Oh card, and that's my extended collection. I don't know, I haven't shown it on stream. I posted it in one of the Discords I'm in, but I have a collection of misprinted Magic cards. Some of the only Magic cards I still have. I used to be a pretty big Magic card player and collector, I suppose. I'm not really into collecting things that are mass-produced, you know? I don't care if it's old. Not Magikarp, misprint. Like errors. You came back from dinner. We're drawing a little sunset here. And then we're gonna draw a little ocean. I made the head of one of my fan characters, the Owl Bros. I am now going to make them a body. Now we're going to try to use as little material as possible to make the body. So we will have to push it thin. Could I put some Subway Surfers on the stream? You're right, it is kind of boring. Let's play video games for a bit. Let's play video games. Let's play that damn Legionaries game. I've been wanting to play it all week, but I haven't wanted to do it off stream. But we're gonna get this started. You're so right, Hera. It is such a boring stream. Who cares about art? So this is my little desktop here, right? We've been using my desktop. Now normally I have like a little thing that lifts that up, but I had to take that off to fit the keyboard. We're gonna play some A Legionary's Life. It's a very fun game I've been playing. I played a bit of it last time I streamed, which was forever ago at this point. Let's pause the music. What? I said pause, not go to the next track. Or is that like a complete restart? Hi Hot, 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 very hot. Still hot. Now, Legionary's life is about being a legionnaire in a Roman legion. Everybody loves the Romans, right? I'm going to have to... add a new thing to my OBS. My OBS is a complete and total shit show. Absolutely. I wish it wasn't, but it is. I never think of Rome ever. Ever? You never think of Rome. Rome's pretty popular. I would say a lot of people think of Rome. We're just going to play the audio through my speakers and into the mic. If they're so great, why are they gone? So true. So true. We're going to continue the game that we were playing. So who are we? We are... Wow, they delete the message log when you load back in? That fucking sucks. We are Churl. Our health is 49 of 49. I think it's tied to our strength or constitution anyway. We have a little bit of endurance, a little bit of quickness, but we have immense coordination and charisma. Now, our awareness is low. I wonder why our awareness is low. It was decent before. I think if you become too virtuous, your awareness goes down. You're not suspicious of others. I think that's what happened to us. We're just simply too virtuous. Now, does it let me toggle back to my webcam? It does. Okay. It does let me toggle back to the webcam. We're going to just stir this real fast. We might have to put in more hot water because there's a large quantity of these beads. Okay, we have a good coordination. Coordination is very helpful at recovering our stance in combat. We have an okay charisma and an okay intellect, but our awareness is low. We've trained up our sword skill a bit, but our javelin skill we've really invested in because javelin's tied to coordination and our coordination's very high. Yeah, we are a simple legionary, one of about 120 in our mana pool. Now we have had some success in combat. We killed 3 militiamen in our first fight and wounded another. In our second fight, we only managed to wound a infantryman. But still, that's pretty good. Now, the way this game works is there's battles, and then in between the battles, you do stuff in camp. So we're going to train ourselves in camp more. We failed a javelin roll in our last battle, so we're going to keep increasing our javelin. Oh, I received my regular pay, 37 denarii. Now, we have 74 denarii. We have bought a better sword. Yeah, we've bought a better sword and we bought a better helmet than what we started with. Or, no, we bought a better breastplate. We have no leg armor. That would be a really nice pickup. Though, I suppose people aren't going to roll for our head as long as we don't have leg armor. They're always going to be rolling for our legs. Now, we could buy and sell stuff, but you have to actually spend time looking for people to sell you things. Hopefully, we'll get another salary payment before our next battle. We're going to keep training our javelin skill here. As you train, you get exercise stress. We're not going to worry about that yet. Our javelin skill just keeps getting better. I think we will shoot for 65 javelin before the next combat. Now, we can also do some workouts in addition to that kind of training, and we can also do some leisure activities. We're going to hang around. Hanging around is just kind of chilling with your bros, and it lowers your stress, and it raises your morale. We're trying to get our morale higher, and we're trying to get the troops to like us more. By getting the troops to like us more, we'll be able to find good people to spar with. When good people want to spar with us, we'll be able to get our sword skill up. So that's why we're focusing Javelin right now. Because Javelin, you can't... Ooh. So every once in a while, we'll have random encounters. Like right now, we're having the thread of your life is spun. That's what they say when there's a random encounter. Anyway. Up here in the top right, you'll see it says equipment penalty suspended. So that is for activities that we are doing as random events where we're not wearing our armor. Because when you're wearing your armor, you'll have penalties. Anyway. There's a talented weaponsmith near the camp. He makes individualized swords for a reasonable price. Alright, we're going to pay him a visit. I don't know if we have enough money for this. He isn't hard to find. When you inquire about his prices, he explains that he works only on commission and requires 125 denarii non-negotiable. Well, we do not have that. You try to haggle, but he won't hear it. Resigned, you leave. Okay, so now we know that if we want to have access to that event, we need to maintain 125 denarii. Kind of a shit event. I hate that kind of thing. You employ a fair share of your spare time to refine your javelin throwing skills. Unfortunately, you aren't getting any better. Now, javelin skill increases based on our coordination. Our coordination is pretty good. We could try to work out to improve our coordination. Increase the odds of that going successfully. We aren't going to do that. We're just going to hang around. I think we probably can get our javelin skill up quite a bit still. Yeah, keeps going up. Our morale went down a bit. If your over-exercise stress is too high, we have a chance of losing morale every turn. And morale affects all our other rolls, and so we'd like it to be ecstatic. Wouldn't you want to be happy? Now, the reason we're not playing dice, playing board games, or having fun is all of these things do not restore as much stress as just hanging out does. Oh, we got our pay. Now, if only we'd had that event now, we would probably still not be able to afford it. Yeah. Not getting any better. Oh, we have another event. A large group of bandits is operating in the hinterland. 3 squads of 20 men each are assembled to deal with them and insert your control over the territory. You are part of this task force. You approach the bandits' territory with the assistance of some local guides, each unit set to comb through the woodland in search of the outlaws' hideout. Should I change my stream information? I guess. There must be someone out there who just desperately wants to watch a legionary's life of the 71 people following the category. Suddenly, javelins and sling bullets start falling all around you. Your quick reaction keeps you safe. So, in events and in combat and stuff, checks are rolled. So we have successfully passed a defense check, as you can see in the upper left-hand corner. Attacking from 2 sides, the bandits are upon you before you can think. All right, so we're by ourselves and we're versus 2 bandits. Okay, so on this screen, you can see a variety of details. You have in the red circles the character's health. Oh, let me move my chat box. And myself here, so that you can see the enemies as well. Oh, it looks like we can toggle who we're attacking. That's interesting. I've never been facing 2 people at once before. So, we're this guy on the left. They're those guys on the right. Okay. Simple, really. Now, the red circles are the health points. The blue circle is the poise. Your stance. Your stance is how in position you are. If it goes down, you're more easy to hit. And if you're not, it is easy for you to hit, I guess. I don't know. So it's like dungeons, but without the dragons. I mean, there might be dragons. Who knows? Yeah. Poise, Dark Souls. And in the little guy in the middle is your fatigue. That's going to build up. Now, we can also see their armor and their weapons. So, an outlaw used to violence, although he lacks proper training and discipline. So, the outlaw's stats are over here. He's fairly quick. His stats are pretty normal. He's got a club and a small shield. And his weapon actually has a bit of reach on us. Our gladiuses, our swords are not that long of reach. It's really kind of disappointing. All right, so they don't give us the option to throw a javelin at the start of the battle. Normally, when you're in some big pitched battle, you lead with a javelin. Obviously, this is bad for us. We're a javelin main. That's our whole shtick, is javelin skill. So not being able to use our javelin in this fight makes me kind of question my whole build. Round 1. They are feinting at us, and we successfully beat the feint. All of these attacks and things, they have all these little stats here. Screw explaining that, though. Anyway, the bars are a little bit more blue when I'm more likely to hit. I can adjust my own attack and defense kind of stats here. Feints give penalty to poise, but don't do any damage. If you fail an attack or a feint, you will lose some poise, so it's good to not fail. You can increase your attack skill to make it more likely that you hit, but also make it more likely that they hit. You can also get around defenses. We obviously don't need to do that because they are not wearing any armor. They do have shields, though. We also have a shield, and we can use that shield to attempt to knock them down and stuff. We cannot rest or take any sort of passive action because we have no depleted stamina or anything. We are going to go for a head hit on bandit number 1 because our odds are not much worse than 50%, and a head hit will do additional damage. Neck hits do a ton of damage, but very unlikely to hit. So we're going to go for head hit. We hit him in the head, cut his throat. I didn't cut his throat anyway. We didn't attack his neck, but we hit him in the head and he did a ton of damage. Now, they attacked us and they didn't mess up their poise at all. We're fatigued. Our fatigue went up a bit higher because we're wearing more heavy armor. So we build fatigue faster. Now, when the bar goes all the way around, we'll become the next stage of exhausted, but that doesn't mean we immediately die. When you go up to the second stage of exhausted, it's okay, but when you go up to the third stage, you're fucked. So we don't have to focus on respite right now. We're going to keep making head attempts, and we missed, and so we lost a bunch of poise. They missed and lost some poise, and this guy attacked, but he didn't miss bad enough to lose her poise. So down here we have recover and respite. Recover restores poise. Respite recovers our stamina. Now we're going to recover. Now we failed at recovering. Recover is tied to coordination, and we're a coordination maze. Oh, they hit us, but they hit us in the armor. That's the first time I've had armor block all the damage. This guy missed again, so he's really exposed, but we're going to attempt to recover. We failed. They're fainting. He's going to be able to cover very easily because he's not being attacked by me. We're failing to recover. This is bad. Now, our recover chance should be basically guaranteed at this point. It says, okay, we've recovered. He attacked us in the groin. He missed that quick feint. We resisted the quick feint. So, fortunately, the guy who we have been attacking just missed an attack. So he's going to be very vulnerable, and we're going to want to attack him because attacking him is going to keep him from recovering very easily. So we're going to keep on him. We're going to keep going for his head. A good hit in his head right now will kill him. Oh, we just got feinted really bad. Our poise is completely fucked. Our odds of hitting are way down. So we need to take some time and recover. But this bandit's going to be on us. Oh, we've successfully recovered. Very lucky. He recovered, of course, because we weren't focusing him anymore. All right, we've got back to our full recovery. They got another hit on us. Very bad. We don't want to be injured, obviously. All right, now what to do? I think we'll take a respite. Try to recover a little bit of fatigue. They succeeded at a feint, so we're going to have to recover. Okay. They're damaging us. They're recovering. Oh, fuck. So the rounds up here, combat only lasts so long, depending on what the battle's doing. Okay, we've hit him with a hit on the torso. We're going to try to just finish him off with torso hits here. Torso hits are a little bit more likely to succeed. Okay, they fainted us pretty bad. We got hit in the groin. We're at lower than half health. This is fucking going horribly. They're fucking keeping my fucking... Ooh. Alright. We're gonna go for another torso hit. Oh, we fucking missed? Oh, God. We are in a not a very good stance. We could die here. We could die against some freaking bandits. We who have killed 3 men. Alright. Let's hope we can get a hit. Okay, we killed 1. So when you kill someone, your troops and your commander's opinion of you goes up. And of course, the odds in the fight get a lot better for us because now it's 1 versus 2. Oh, I think we went up to the next fatigue level. This character is fatigued and suffers a small penalty to all checks. So that's bad, but it also means we can be quite aggressive with our fatigue now because we're not going to go all the way to the next stage and what remains of the battle. They're almost at our level of fatigue. We just need to keep on them. So we're going to do that with some torso hits. Our goal is not necessarily to kill them before this fight's over. They've kind of survived a long enough time that it's unlikely we're going to do that. But we might get them injured enough that that will give us some acclaim. You get more famous if you are killing people and stuff, right? We'll set our attitude to defending. No, we need to keep on them. We need to keep on them. They're going to attempt to recover. Ooh. We missed. Oh, they're hitting us. We need to recover. We can't take many more hits. We need to be defensive as hell. Oh, they made a miss. They made a miss. We still need to recover. We would rather survive than kill them if everything's equal, right? Okay, right now, their poise is really bad. So we're going to attempt a shield bash here. We're going to attempt to knock them over with our shield. If we pull that off, their poise will be so fucked. We failed at it. But they didn't take a turn there. So every turn, there is a quickness check to see if you take a double turn versus them. And that's based on your quickness versus their quickness. Now, we're penalized in our quickness because of our armor we're wearing. But it's still pretty okay. We have much less health than them, but we have armor. Our fatigue is better than theirs. We're going to attempt to knock. We're going to go for another shield hit. We succeeded. Their fatigue is like 0. I mean, their stance is like 0. Look at these odds of hitting. We could even go for a neck hit at this point. It's round 24. We're going to go for a head hit. Oh, we hit him in the head. One of your comments was like, no! No! Our comrade has joined the fight. We don't want to share credit with this kill. We've got the guy knocked down on the ground. We're hitting him in the head. And some dude walks up and is like, I'll help you, bro. No, fuck off. This is our fucking kill. Oh, we got a hit in. Oh, that's just so great that you got a hit in, bro. I'm so happy for you. God, we fucking stabbed this guy dead. From the vanquished, you take the following spoils. Nothing. Along with 6 denarii worth of other stuff. Restore EQ. What is that? Close. You've killed them at last. You look around. Many of your own are wounded or dead. You count 27 dead bandits. Your work is done. You prepare for the long journey back to camp. All right, let's see what our deed was. We got a bandit. We got a shared bandit. That guy took our fucking credit for that kill. We had him on the ground, dead to rights. Dude walks up, taps him in the leg, and is like, I got you, bro. Whoo! I'm pissed. I'm legitimately pissed about that. Your wounds hurt, and your recovery feels painfully slow. Your morale has decreased by 5. What? Our health actually is injured. Fuck. I can't believe we're actually in pain. I haven't had our injuries actually have a impact on the story so far. Normally, there's such a long period of time between the fights you can recover. Actually, that's not true. I've never survived a fight until this game. All my other games, I died in the first fight. So I have no idea if it's normal or not. Because I didn't even get that injured in this fight. The other games, I died. And that's obviously a pretty substantial. Alright, I'm going to have to replace the water on the body piece of this guy. Because it is not completely melted. Dying, Chad. Well, I mean, I'm not going to play super conservatively in the first fight. Start more hot water. Okay. It's stuck. Oh. Uh-oh. I got some of the plastic affixed to the table now. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I mean, in games like this, you want to be as aggressive as you possibly can at the beginning. Be as risky as you can. And hope to, like, snowball. Okay. We have not that much time left. All the previous games we've played, all the previous story areas, there's only ever been 2 events between sections. I'm not getting any better. My morale decreased by 5 again? Okay, we're gonna hang around. Your wounds and your hurt recovery feels painfully slow. I've had that happen 3 times in a row. Is that just like necessary? And what the fuck, another event? I was just saying that in all the previous games and in time periods, we've only ever had 2 events between times. So I was like, I'm feeling pretty safe. Epidus is boasting about his wrestling skills like he usually does. He asks if there's anyone who'd like to challenge him today. He is no taller than average, but he's built like a boar. I'm not strong. I'm not anything special when it comes to wrestling, and I'm currently very injured. But Mama didn't raise no coward. She didn't raise me at all, in fact. So we're going to rise to the challenge, and we will make the roll. Suetonius will act as a referee. The rules are simple. Every time your opponent falls on his back or side, steps out of the square or gives up, you score a point. If you score 3 points, you win. Punches, kicks, and bites are forbidden. You are at the center of the square, ready to start. Okay. We may push him out of the square straight away, try with a standard grip, use your speed and wits to wear him down. Now, this is interesting. They probably each check something different. I imagine pushing him out of the square straight away would require some amount of strength. I imagine using your speed and wits would require intelligence and quickness. Perhaps with a standard grip, our coordination might help us. So we're going to try with a standard grip. You grab hold of each other as you try to overturn your opponent. We've lost our strength and constitution roll. So I guess neither of those rolls are very good for us. Suddenly he attempts to lift you. You try to hold on. Okay, so that was a constitution and a coordination roll, and we failed some of that. You try to hold on, but he's too strong. The point is Epidus as he lifts you and casts you upon the ground. You have 0 points. Epidus has 1 point. And we're like fucked up from clubs. We're gonna try to push him out of the square straight away. So that's a strength and constitution check. So again, not very good for us. Your effort is in vain. He quickly gains the upper hand and pushes you out of the square. You have 0 points. Epidus has 2 points. What will you do now? Well, we're going to try to use our speed and wit to wear him down. Then we'll at least know what the rolls are in this check. Oh, so this has a quickness, coordination, and intelligence roll, and we have successfully won it. You are quick to avoid his attempts to grab you. He's growing weary, but this game of cat and mouse can't last forever. Throw him to the ground as soon as he's off balance. Epidus' reaction is quick despite his size. You find yourself on your back before you know it. You have 0 points. Epidus has 3 points. I guess he is all he claims to be. You've lost. Epidus receives the cheers from the small crowd of soldiers gathered around the square. But hey, we weren't scared of it, right? Come on. There was no contest. Some of the spectators are snickering at you. They're snickering. They're snickering at me. Your opinion troop has decreased by 3. Your morale has decreased by 1. And our morale was having issues already because of the constant pain. Yeah. Well, we're gonna... Oh, we're at full health. We're at full health. So we shouldn't have that penalty again. Okay, my javelin skills increased. What's my javelin at? My javelin's at 63. Let's go for 2 more points of javelin, and then we'll give up on training our javelin. You spend your little spare time without doing anything in particular. All right. Helped us with the troop respect. Okay. Some more javelin practice. More javelin practice. Okay, now we've got it up to 65. That seems like a good roll. As we get nearer the time when our time runs out, we're going to not care about our exercise stress as much. We want to get our last few bits of time in. Now, we could try to go buy some stuff, but judging by the prices I was seeing last time I went and I checked at prices, we're not going to have very good odds of getting any improvement to our gear with how much money we currently have. We could do something to try to raise our morale up here as the fight comes to us. Or we could try to raise some of our stats. Our reputation with the troops is not bad. We're going to try some sparring goods. We're going to try to find people to spar with. You spend a lot of time sparring with veterans and talented fighters. You are definitely getting better at it. You are well liked enough to have a good chance of success. Okay, our shield skill improved. Shield is important. We're going to attempt another sparring good. Our shield skill has improved. Okay, time is over. Move on to the next main battle as soon as you feel ready. So we can no longer train. We can't buy anything. We could sell stuff, I guess. Maybe we should have sold stuff before. Increase our odds of having a successful event with that one thing. Maybe we should sell stuff now. Maybe there'll be a chance where we have to buy stuff. I'm not going to worry about it. We're going to move on. And we'll have our first big battle of the game. Or of the stream. Let me drink some hot water. Not out of this cup. Christmas is over, so I'm going to stop my hot chocolate phase. We're going to get back to tea and coffee. Lots of coffee. So much coffee. My starting soon screen is not very far along. When your third spring in this land so far away from home comes, Rome is in control of most of eastern Hispania. Your progress has been admirable, but the war is still far from over. So we are in the Second Carthaginian War, and we have conquered New Carthage, and we have taken a hill fort. So that's pretty good. I guess the other army has been doing good stuff while we have fortified ourselves. The departure of Hasdrubal Barca and the remnants of his army brought some relief. So Hasdrubal is the great Hannibal Barca's brother. The remnants of his army brought some relief, but the Carthaginians have not been sitting around this time. According to the latest reports from the West, a new general named Hanno is raising an army, recruiting Celtiberian volunteers after bringing reinforcements from his homeland. Your legion is attached to a 10,000-strong army under the orders of M. Silanus, one of Scipio's legates, and sent west to cope with this new threat. Cope, seethe. We shall. Celtiberian and Carthaginian camps, Hispania. So this is our last little screen. It's really a spot to save and exit. None of this stuff really matters too much. You can check your virtue and stuff, but you can't really do anything. We're going to go right into the battle. Time is of the essence, and your forced march is almost beyond tolerable limits. With the invaluable help of some Celtiberian deserters, you eventually come close to the enemy position. When news of what's ahead of you starts spreading, you learn that there are 2 enemy camps, one composed of Celtiberian volunteers and the other of Carthaginians. The first one seems to be much less defended and an ideal point of attack, but Silanus wants to play it safe and is preparing more scouting teams. So I can volunteer to be on the scouting team, I believe, or I can stay behind. What do you guys think? Should I volunteer to be on the scouting team? Of course I'm going to do it. I want to see what checks there are in this game. I volunteer. Avelis, named Cavlius, and Arabellus, a Celtiberian guide, will be your scouting team. Scouts die a lot? Good. I love dying in these kind of games. I love to start over. Your opinion Centurion has raised by 3. Your opinion Proconsul has increased by 1. Was this the game where I was really rude and lost a bunch of points with the Proconsul? I don't know. Arabellus knows the ground full well and lets you approach the enemy position with minimal risk. When you are very close, you have to cross a stretch of land with poor cover in order to get a better look. Should I take the risk or settle for this mediocre observation point? We're gonna take the risk. Heart pounding. You try to move as quickly and silently as possible. Have any of you ever scouted anything? I've definitely scouted before. Snuck up on people through woods and bushes. It is pretty exhilarating. Definitely makes the monkey brain go, ooh, ooh. Okay, so we had a quickness, coordination, and awareness check. I think we failed the awareness check, which is pretty expected. Our awareness is really bad. I don't know why we have such a huge awareness penalty. I wonder if it's our gear, wearing a helmet, or perhaps it's our virtue. We're not well adjusted to being creeps. But anyway, we did pass our check. It looks like coordination is useful for these kind of things. I didn't know if it would be or not. I guess physically being able to coordinate your body and like sneak around, that is good for sneaking. You make it safely to the other side. Oh, fuck. From what you can see, you can at least corroborate in broad terms what the guide's already told you. Okay, so I failed an awareness and an intelligence check here that might have let me make more useful information out of what I see. When you are satisfied, you signal the others that you can go back. You are about 1 mile from the camps. A gentle breeze is stirring the vegetation all around you. Oh no. Oh no. A gentle breeze. For a moment, you think you heard something, but it is probably just the wind. So we failed an awareness check. That's like, failing a perception check. You kind of know that something's up. After a while, you reach the valley where the bulk of your army is hidden and report what you have learned. Everything is ready now. It's time to approach the enemy camp and get prepared for the onslaught. Now, this is interesting. It looks like we would really be able to affect this battle a lot more than in the other battles, where the other battles were very much following the historical script. It looks like in this battle, if we found the right info, we might have changed history. We have a morale score here. We have a virtue score, troop, centurion, proconsul. Judging by this proconsul rating being a little bit low, I think this is the game where we pissed off the proconsul. We almost drew swords in a diplomatic meeting. But our virtue is a little bit high. We're virtue maxing this game. Virtue is both good and bad. We can lower it and we can raise it. And sometimes having a lower virtue lets you do more. I think our next game we're going to be virtue minimizing. We're going to say fucking screw you, virtue. Anyway, let us continue on. The irregular ground offers plenty of cover as your army approaches the Celtiberian camp. You are not very distant when it finally comes into sight. The defenders must have just started pouring out of the camp. They are still too late, but you were expecting a slower reaction. The ground is very difficult here, and it's disrupting your formation. Like many others, you become separated from your mana pool while passing through a patch of undergrowth. An enemy vanguard reaches your right at this time, and many duels spark off. So we're not really in position. This looks bad. One of the Celtiberian troops is looking at you, ready to fling his spear. So I could defend myself, or I could anticipate him with my own javelin. Since we are a javelin maxing Chad, we're javelin maxing here. We're, of course, going to attempt the javelin roll. We have succeeded our throwing roll. Your attack spoils his aim. His missile falls wide off the mark. Okay, but did we not do any damage? Did we not do any damage there? Okay, this is a duel. This guy has a gladius, a scutum, a sinew cap, a pectoral plate. He's going to be a lot harder of a fight than that last thing. He doesn't have a reach advantage. Our question here is, do we burn our second javelin? We probably could have saved both our javelins for the upcoming bigger fight, but I'm going to attempt a javelin throw here. We miss. That is so... we're javelin maxing, though. How high? Like, I'm never javelin maxing again. Screw javelins. Okay, we're going to attack him, I guess. He's got pretty good defenses, and he's got armor. We could try for his legs. He doesn't have armor there. What's his odds of defending? A sinew cap. Do they not tell me his odds of defending with his armor? Okay, yeah, here we go. So that is the odds of us hitting through the armor if we hit him there. So the leg has none, the arms have none, the neck has none, the groin has none. The highest damage we can hit without being interrupted by armor by any chance is his groin. That must be why they constantly keep attacking my groin. My groin must be the same thing. Arms are fairly easy to hit. I think arm hits are supposed to do some amount of poise damage. Maybe we should go for that. I guess we'll try an arm hit. And when we hit his arm, it did not seem to mess up his poise. Okay, he missed. So his poise is down. Now would be a good time to go for a shield hit if his poise wasn't as good as it is. It's kind of really good. We're going to go for an attack. We managed to hit him before. Our odds aren't great. We're going to go for his groin. That'll show him. We miss. We lost some of our... Oh, he went for a feint. Despite his own poise being off, he still risked a feint. We're gonna attempt another groin hit. Okay, we hit him in the groin. He did not make a turn. He missed his turn. Very good. We're gonna keep going for the groin. Oh, we missed. He went for our groin and he missed. So we're gonna attempt to recover here. Or should we attempt to recover? We could try to keep him from recovering. We're going to attempt to recover. We don't want to get hurt here. We have a battle ahead of us. He only has to survive this fight. Okay, he went to recover, so we were able to recover very easily. Round 7. We want to kill this guy. We want all the credit. I guess we'll go for a respite. We failed to take a break. Okay, he went to knock us and failed. We're going to go for a feint on him. A quick feint. We managed to succeed. We lowered his fatigue, and he lost a turn? Yeah, he lost a turn. Very good. We could attempt another feint on him, or we could go for a knock. We're going to go for a knock. We got it. He's completely on the ground. Oh, he managed to recover a bit. But he's very, very much out of position. We're going to go for some groin hits. Got him. He managed to recover. We're going to go for another groin hit while he's still trying to recover. He managed to recover despite us hitting him in the groin. He managed to recover a bunch. Well, we're going to go for another groin hit. We have like a 20... Yes! We got a kill. We got unharmed. So our morale got boosted. Our reputation got boosted. And we got a freaking kill. All to ourselves. Very good. Your mana pool quickly reforms and prepares to meet a second wave. The Carthaginian light infantry is rushing to the aid of the Celtiberians, filling the gaps in their formation. Okay. So we're fighting an inexperienced Scutarius, semi-professional Hispanian heavy infantry. This particular man looks rather young and not as confident as they usually are. His coordination is very bad. We're very much going to want to beat him in the poise battle. We don't have a javelin, so we don't get to try to javelin him. He has poor coordination, so he's going to be having it a lot harder time to recover his fatigue. We will attempt a very defensive quick feint. We succeeded, even with our very low odds there. So his poise is down. That's where we want it. We're going to try to keep focusing in on that with feints. Because he's going to be very likely to fail his recovers like he just did there. Alright, now that his poise is down and he's actually quite easy to hit, he has no torso armor. He may have a head armor, but he has no torso armor. We're very likely to hit his torso. We're going to try to get in some hits and use those to lower his odds of recovery. Because every time you hit him, he's going to have worse odds of recovering. Okay, he succeeded that time. So now we're going to go for a feint. Very low amount of success, but we did lower it a bit. He might try to recover even with that little bit. Oh, we missed. I guess we should recover. He went for a head hit. He missed. He lost his poise. We have a very good odds to hit him anyway. So the odds to hit are tied to the poise, but they're not just tied to the poise. There's also a skill. And the bigger the skill difference, the less the poise matters. And since we seem to be more skilled than him, we're not as penalized for having a penalty to it. It doesn't make as big of a difference. Okay, he managed to get the first hit on us, but it looks like we're going to get a kill here. And we got another kill. Very good. 2 kills, 1 battle. That's pretty good. Oh, so it looks like we're going to get some more action going on. We have to take a respite here. And we failed a respite. Okay, we're about to get fatigued. We'd rather not get a fatigued position. There might be our own allies going to rotate in here. Ooh, but he's out of position. Do we attempt a respite right now, giving him an easy chance to recover? Or do we go in and try to take this guy out, even if it's going to fatigue us? You should get fatigued. Okay, Hera. I'll take you up on that. We're going to go for a knock on this motherfucker. Oh, we failed, but he failed his recovery. What's this guy's stats? He has the same coordination issues, but he has more endurance than the last one. We have reached our fatigue. We have taken the fatigue penalty. And we're going to go for another knock. We failed, and now we're very out of position. The situation is shifting. You won't be able to keep fighting the current enemy for much longer. Okay, that means we don't want to get hurt. We want to recover. We're not going to get this guy damaged enough in the time we have left to get the credit for this. Unless we get some kind of neck injury with a very low... Okay, we missed that. Of course we missed that. And he fainted us. Of course he fainted us. Oh, we failed to recover. Oh, come on, recover, please. I need to recover. My morale went down. Failing to recover. Okay, a brief lull in the fighting allows for it. Your Centurion gives the signal to rotate. The line behind yours moves forward, while you orderly fall back to the rear. Okay, so that'll let us recover our poise and recover some fatigue. From your current position, it's difficult to figure out what's going on ahead. One after another, the rows before you fall back at the Centurion's signal. Slowly, you find yourself once again at the front. So our poise is better, our fatigue's better. The guy who's on the enemy side is now fatigued. Not as much as we are. Yeah, not as much as we are, though. Okay. What? Oh, and we're no longer the same level of fatigue. Okay, but he just got a hit on us. First thing he does when we get back there is get hit. That's kind of fucked. We're only at like a third of our health anymore. And we probably have a bit more of a battle ahead of us. We don't have much choice but to make an attack, though. We missed. He went for a feint. Okay, we're really in a bit of trouble here. He got 2 attacks on us. So we failed our quickness check, and so we lost a turn. At any time, you could just lose 2 turns in a row and fucking die. Okay, he missed. He keeps feinting us. We can't recover. We're like, this is our like best skill is recovering. He got a second turn after his recover, so our recover wasn't as easy and undisturbed. This is so fucked right now. This guy isn't that good. Okay, he missed a groin shot. We're gonna go for a torso hit here. Yeah, okay, we hit him. He's recovering. We'll take that chance to recover. We're just going to try to get some damage on him. He lost some poise. We lost some poise. We got a hit. It wasn't that good. Okay, we've got him down. Health. We're keeping him from recovering. The situation is shifting. You won't be able to fight the current enemy for much longer. Okay, we've already got him damaged enough. We're going to get some credit for this fight. We would like to actually get a kill, though. Okay, we have no poise. We have no poise at all. We're so vulnerable, it is insane. We're going to attempt to recover. We're going to recover. We are also going to attempt to recover. We are going to attempt to kill him. Maybe a lucky groin shot could get the job done. Okay, we've got him really injured. Eventually, the enemy formation starts breaking apart. Very soon, panic spreads as their wavering turns into a rout. All right, so we got improved troop opinion. We didn't get a kill. We got a... seriously wounded. Did we get 2 kills and a seriously wounded that battle? That's pretty good. What remains of the enemy scatters before your advance. What was our deeds there? We killed an inexperienced Scrutus, we killed a Scrutarius, and we wounded an inexperienced Scrutarius. So the first fight was actually against our fiercest opponent. Now, I don't know if we're going to have another battle. If we're going to have another battle, we're not doing very good. We are fairly injured. All right, let's take a look at how our Body of an Owl is going. All right. It's pretty melted. Not completely melted. This stuff seems to melt at a higher temperature than my last batch. This time I went with like the really cheapo stuff. I mean, normally I was going for obviously not the most expensive stuff. I'm not using Warbler, which is like the name brand product. But I would be quite happy if it melts at a slightly higher temperature. But maybe just like these beads are fake. Maybe these like aren't actually the meltable plastic. You know, that's like a thing that you get stuff out of China and it's just like, oh no, those ones are just rice grains or something. I hear they sell fake rice in China. It's like plastic. Okay, so we're making the body of our owl, bro. So it needs to match up with this thing, okay? Obviously, right now it's still very wet. We can make it thinner. We can make the walls thinner by reducing the size of the entranceway and then blowing in it like a balloon, right? We've had a blowout, but also if it was actually more liquid, it would be easier. This is going to be so lumpy. We'll have to adjust it with the heat gun when the time comes. Maybe the lumps are cool though, you know, maybe they're kind of feathery look. Oh, there's no music, is there? I'll at least leave on the Legionary music. Oh, it's getting trapped together. The mouth, the opening. I guess I can just kind of work the opening to being what didn't get trapped there. Oh, it's so freaking messy. This stuff's so much fun to work with, though. I showed it to my neighbor, a Buddhist nun, and she thought it was pretty cool. I don't know what her being a Buddhist nun has to do with the story, but it's just kind of cool that I have that as a neighbor, right? Stealing nun valor. I've got some nun friends. I'm allowed to make nun jokes, I think. Anyway. I don't know any nun jokes. I'm sure there are quite a few. I don't know many jokes. One of the only jokes I know is a lady runs into one of her best friends on the street. She hasn't seen her friend in a while, and her hair is completely different. And so she says to her, "Why, whatever did you do to your hair? It looks so good it could be a wig." To which her friend replies, "It is a wig." The lady, to reassure her friend, says, "You would never be able to tell." Ha. 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 You get it? You get the joke? Do you get it? Anyway, we're gonna go back to the game. We're gonna shove this in here, and then he's got a body. Ha! Hera says, "Jokes, I got none." Sorry, what? I wasn't listening. We were telling bad jokes. Telling bad jokes. Look, the owl's getting ahead here. Void, do you have a fan character? I know Hera doesn't have a fan character. You gotta have fan characters. I think that's like half the fun of being a VTuber, is having a fan character. Yeah, you do. Fans of you, Hera. But I don't think anyone would like it. You can DM me. Okay. Feel free to do so. I have like a whole lecture on fan characters. I think that might be the subject of my first zine. So after I complete this RPG, I'm hoping to complete ever and have on stream, my next overambitious goal is to have a zine. I want to have a zine that I put out monthly. I think that's a fair amount of time to not be too ambitious. It'll only be a few pages. It will be based on the old Groupie magazine Star. It will be a zine for unhealthy, mentally ill gachikoi in the English sphere. And I want to have arts and crafts projects be part of every one of them. And I want to have letters to the editor, which will be me. So if people want to submit letters. And I want to have interviews with VTubers. What the fuck is a gachikoi, says Hera. A gachikoi is a mentally ill VTuber fan, more or less. I think it might be for regular idols as well. But I want to make a magazine that glorifies the mentally ill. There we go. Look, we've got... oh, that looks horrible. I'm going to have to flatten out his neck here. Maybe if we open this up. Hera knows. Hera's just making fun, I imagine. You can't take Hera seriously at any point. Okay, this is not big enough of a body. You know, it's interesting that I haven't heard that term in a while. Well, it's kind of a bad word. That's true. Hera only watched Coco. It is something about otaku. Yep. It's like a very dedicated otaku. Who's mentally... it's, you know, an otaku for a person. Instead of a healthier hobby. Okay, we're actually spreading this out. Yeah, Coco from Hololive was Hera's Oshi, but she's dead. Ooh, I really stretched out the body there. I shouldn't talk about other people's Oshis. But I do want to make a magazine. Lol, Coco said one of her regrets was not getting a lot of gachi. That's so sad. I would hate to have even a single gachi. I don't think I'll ever put out what my Oshi mark is, because I would hate to have anyone use it. My Oshi mark, if I were to have one, would be the Moon Viewing Festival emote. Which is like some rice and some dumplings and the moon. Very elegant, I know. There we go. Now that's a good size body for the head. We're going to have to reheat the neck here, I think, and attach them. Ooh, this would make an excellent statue. So I'm trying to make... So I'm doing an RPG, right? And I've prepared... I'm preparing like props, and I'm using real paper and colors. So like this is a bag. This will be some background flowers or whatever, right? And I wanted to make it even more multimedia than that. And have these as part of the background. Have multiple plastics. So this guy is pretty much done. I will adjust him a bit later when I break out the heat gun to get this to merge together. We're going to make some background pillars. Next, while the stream is going on, I'm going to heat up more water. And we're going to make some pillars. I want to build like a temple. My first of the RPGs is going to be loosely Greco-Roman. It will be based on the Apology of Socrates, very loosely. It will be titled The Apology, and it will be taking place in a town that is cursed because they have killed someone blessed by the gods. Yeah. All right, we're going back to the game. Okay, that wasn't the right window. Okay. There we go. Okay. Do you think we're going to live? Your army occupies the first camp and captures Hanno himself. Meanwhile, the Carthaginians have left the other base, withdrawing to the safety of their cities in the west. Oh, thank God. It may look like a small victory, but your early intervention prevented a far greater danger from arising. Your morale has increased by 5. Oh, what? I'm not invisible anymore. All right, our morale has increased by 5. Our morale is very high. We're very virtuous. Isn't the fight over? Okay. Fighting in a real battle has sharpened your skills. Your sword skill has increased by 2. Your shield skill has increased by 2. Your javelin skill has increased by 2. Bye, Void. Have a good night. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. Oh, I still haven't looked at your DM here. Let me quickly look at it before I... Oh, you have a new PFP, I see. What the... Some kind of moth? That is very interesting. That is very complex. I will look forward to hearing about that at a future time. All right. Fighting in a real battle has sharpened your skills. Your deeds have taken your skills one step further. So because we got kills, we get better stats. And once you get better stats, you get better kills, right? It all rolls together. Ooh, your battle prowess is rewarded. We got a bronze Armilia. Oh, and we won a... we got a Steam achievement for getting a bronze Armilia. And ooh, in recognition of your efforts and achievements, you've been promoted to Tesarius. I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't even know I could receive such a promotion. I wonder if that means I'll get paid more money. You are a guard commander in one of the 2 centuries of your mana pool. Okay. Heh. So I am of a higher rank in my mana pool. Okay, and I get paid more. Interesting, interesting. Right. Yes, very good. Very good. Good kills. So now we're back in camp. My javelin skill did fucking shit all. We're still gonna train it a couple more times. I would like to get to 70 now. You received your regular pay. Your wounds hurt and recovery feels painfully slow. Oh, wait, we got an event immediately? Come on, we're not even healed yet. The thread of your life is spun. Oh, we failed an intelligence check right away. Your ability to organize the guard leaves much to be desired, especially when you have to improvise and fill the gaps. So we got promoted, and we're not really smart enough for this promotion. So our commanders have kind of don't think very highly of us. Well, that sucks. And I'm not getting any better with the javelin? Huh? Okay, we've got to 70. The thread of your life is spun. That'll be as much as we ever train javelin. We've reached the point. We already got another event. This is crazy. You are having a chat with Gavius, a Samnite auxiliary of the Pentry tribe. Oh, I passed an intelligence check here. His people and yours used to be sworn enemies, with the last war ending not even a century ago. Now they are trusted allies. Gavius has been telling you about his home, so close to where the war against Hannibal is at its worst. You can't help thinking of your home. So I can become homesick, or I can be imperturbable. We're gonna allow ourselves a moment of homesickness. There's nothing wrong with feeling homesickness after spending such a long time abroad, living through so many days that could have been your last. Your morale has increased by 1. Okay, we've reached 70 javelin skill. We're gonna rely on our victories in battle to raise it from here. Our troop skill is high enough that our troop reputation is high enough. We should be able to get good sparring. All right, our shield skill increased. Our sword skill. Okay, we got another event. Well, the events are way more common this stream than last. Something is causing a stir through the camp. Actually, you are sure you've heard a cheer of jubilation. Then you find out. Big news from Rome. Hasdrubal Barca's army, which crossed the Pyrenees last year after escaping you, was finally intercepted in Italia by 2 consular armies before he could join his brother Hannibal further to the south. His army was annihilated near the river Metarius, and Hasdrubal himself died fighting alongside his men. Hannibal is isolated now, and Rome has never been so safe since he crossed the Alps. When you embarked 3 years ago, all this seemed next to impossible. The revelry goes on for a long time. Okay, finally, some good fucking news. Some good news. Another event already? This is crazy. You have to leave your marching column to answer a call of nature. Excuse me. I think I actually have to do that. I'm gonna get really into character here. You're a better Chuba than me, says Hera. I would have started making fart noises. Yeah, I don't want to attract the fart crowd. Once you get the fart crowd, that's kind of it. You got the fart crowd. Not to hate on people who enjoy farts in a respectful manner, but you know, it brings out the people who enjoy it in a bit too much. Farts are funny, don't get me wrong, but I just don't want the people who it's a fetish. Not that I'm gonna kink shame anyone, it's just not my shtick. What type of crowd are you going for? I'm going for the primetime European crowd, if I'm going to be honest. I would most like weird European board game fans. Yeah. Just simply because of the times I'm likely to be streaming and the sorts of things I intend to stream. I'm now making more hot water for my stuff. Oh, bruv, you got a license for that stream? I'm not going for the British. I'm not going for the British. Nope. Nope. Not intending for that. I know there's some fine Brits. Okay. Warily you pass through some shrubs that line the trail. I failed an awareness check. Even with the columns so close, you don't feel comfortable being here alone. Fortunately, nothing happens. You rejoin your group, trying not to think about the long distance still to go. Alright, we're done training our javelin skill. I guess we should focus on getting our sword and shield up. I received my pay. We're starting to get enough money I could probably buy better gear. We might get another payment before the next big battle, so we're gonna keep working out. Keep hanging around. Now, if we were smart or we were charismatic, we would be playing dice or playing board games. But since we're not smart and we're not charismatic, we're just going to hang out and not embarrass ourselves trying to show off. The thread of our life has spun? This is crazy. There never were this many events like any of the other times I played. This is a day of intensive drills. The Centurions and their Optunes are hard-pressed to make the Maniple execute a complex maneuver. It involves wheeling to the left, a rotation to the right to advance as a column, then wheeling to the left once more to form a battle line. Half the times you are asked to do the opposite. Since I have the promotion, I'm allowed to step in and see if I can help or leave them to their job. We're going to try to step in just to see what the check is. What kind of approach will you take? Be very harsh, be very assertive. We'll attempt to be assertive, and we have failed. We're not charismatic. We've probably ruined our... Yeah, okay, the Centurions fucking hate us. You are of no help. Eventually, your Centurion snaps. You are overstepping your authority! You can't but fall in line. The drill goes on for hours, but still the Maniple can't quite nail the maneuver down. Yeah. The Centurions do not like us. The Proconsuls do not like us. Despite us being a total badass who constantly gets kills in battle. So mean of them. Another event. This is crazy. You are put... What the... This map is totally... Plane? Movement? Cost? What? You are put in charge of a small forage party. Okay, we got a whole new minigame. We've got a whole new minigame on our hands. You are put in charge of a small forage party and sent out to collect supplies. Okay. Are they going to tell me how I move? Ah! Okay, not with... Okay. It's the arrow keys only. Where you find a brook with a good fishing spot. Okay. Fish. Okay, we're not very good at fishing. You barely managed to catch a few small fish. Your men have done a little better, but even what they caught isn't worth the time and effort. Okay. So fishing, not very good. Oh, there's a village here. Perhaps we can kill people here. Oh, settlement. Collect their food. Okay, we've collected some food from the settlement. Take that, peasants. Rome is here. Oh, we have more settlement. We'll take their shit. Thank you very much. And another... Oh, an ambush! You have walked straight into an ambush. Stones are raining down all around you. Okay, I failed my defense, quickness, coordination, awareness. Your reflexes are not enough to keep you safe. Our health has decreased by 13. As abruptly as it began, the attack ceases. The slingers have left you. All you can do is count your wounded. Okay, we will collect some more supplies. It seems like we lose some supplies the longer out we are. There's some kind of resource? Collect. The place looks like good hunting grounds. Okay, we'll attempt to hunt. Oh, we got my throwing skill. I failed the fucking everything check. Yeah, I did back there. But my throwing skill is quite good, so I'm good as a hunter. Your impressive display of skills seems to motivate the rest of your squad. In the end, you put together a fairly large amount of food. Boom, baby. We have maxed our collection. What's this? Resources. Collect. You have found enough supplies to go back to your camp. Return to the starting point before time runs out. Does anyone remember where we came from? Boom. You have completed your mission to everyone's satisfaction. The opinion of the troops and the centurion has increased. Okay. All we had to do was loot a couple villages. That's no problem. Experience sharpens your mind. Your awareness has increased. Now, is our awareness fixed yet? Why is our awareness so bad? We're taking some kind of like penalty. Is it my gear? Yeah, okay, it's an awareness penalty of 3, but my awareness should be like 50, and it's all the way down at like 30. I cannot change my shield. Interesting. Okay, this time the moldable plastic seemed to melt all the way through. I was like stirring it as it went. Or maybe it's just inconsistent product. It was like half the price of any of the other stuff I've used. Okay, time is running out. I'm hoping I get paid one more time. We're going to keep sparring. Your wounds are hurt and your recovery feels bad. Man, it sucks to be injured. Am I healed all the way? I am healed all the way. Oh, I got an achievement. As skilled as an average professional. Reach at least 50 in sword and shield. Very good. Okay, I don't know if we're going to get another payday. We're going to attempt to find someone buying and selling stuff. Search. All right, we've searched. There is someone saying selling a Gladius Hispanisch the 6th. And if we compare that to ours, they do a little bit more base damage, a little bit more on the minimum side, which would be quite nice to have a little bit more guaranteed damage. There is someone selling an Etrusco Corinthian helmet, which if we compare that to ours, this has a better neck coverage. Yeah, better neck coverage a little bit. I think they're already... Oh, we got greaves. Yeah, that's very big. We definitely want to pick up some greaves. Give ourselves some leg coverage. We will buy and equip greaves. Oh, but here's much cheaper greaves. Much cheaper greaves. So this one has 14 damage protection. And it has a quickness penalty of 3. This one has a quickness penalty of 4. Right. Each of those 1 is probably a bit of a chance for us to completely whiff a turn. So we're gonna buy the more expensive greaves. We'll buy them, and we will equip them. And maybe we should sell. I was worried that maybe maybe our stuff could get damaged, and then we would need another one of these things, but it doesn't seem to have happened yet. Maybe it will happen. Right. We could buy this very cheap cap. This very cheap cap has no awareness penalty, though it basically does not provide us much head protection. Though, you know, making checks seems pretty important too. Maybe if we were awareness maxing. Maybe if I was like totally aware of everything in this game and set myself up to be really good at that before the last battle where I had that awareness check to spy on the camp. All right, I have some of this stuff melted again. We're going to make some background props for my campaign. I was thinking pillars. But what else could I make? I could make like a gate. I could make like a shrine. I've already kind of got art for a shrine. I could make a door. Making a pretty cool door would be cool. So if I want to make a door and have it be like a gate, I'd want to split them into pretty much 2 equal halves, just like I would with limbs. And then I will want them to be about the same thickness and shape and size, and then we'll go on with some detail, I guess. I'll flatten them on the board here. So this stuff will stick to things. If there's like dirty stuff on this board, which there probably are, they'll be pretty much in there forever. Oh well. You can hide that stuff pretty well when it turns opaque. So here we have a pretty big door. I guess I could like split this thing in half, but oop, starting to harden. Oh god. Okay, let's focus on splitting this one in half and using it as a door. Now what would we want to impression into the door to make it kind of have an interesting look? What do I have around me? Well, I have this battery. That couldn't be a problem, putting in something moist like this. I guess plastic's not a very good conductor of electricity, so that should be fine. Oh, this side over here is getting some weird bubble action going on. There, we've added some little detail with that. Perhaps I will take this thingamajigger here and just kind of run it down the middle, split the door in half. Well, it's still moist enough for that. Okay, this looks horrible. Well, that's the good thing about moldable plastic. I can throw it back in. I'm quickly trying to make some kind of decorative items for the background in my game. Oh my god, now I've got plastic stuck on the table. How the hell am I going to get that stuff off? I guess I can rub this really hot water over it. Okay, I'm going to throw that back in to heat up. Let's get back to the game. All right. We have very little time left. We bought some greaves. We've gotten our sword and shield up to be pretty good. We haven't trained our attributes really much at all. And I think we're probably not going to train our attributes very much. Okay. We didn't get any better than time is over, time to move on. All right, we're moving on to the next battle. I should really get back to that starting soon screen, but actually doing art, so difficult. Playing video games is just so easy. It's so easy to play video games. It's so much fun to play video games. Gonna have to break out the heat gun next. Hasdrubal Gisco, and Mago Barca, Hannibal's youngest brother, are leading the remaining armies of Carthage in this theater. They have joined forces set on dealing with you once and for all. Scipio himself leads whatever forces he has at his disposal to face them. The legions and the Italic Alae, of course, but also a large number of native allies. You don't like the rumors you've been hearing. It seems the enemy outnumbers you by a fair margin. When you come in sight of the Punic camp near the town of Lipia, you can see for yourself the reports were not overblown. Okay, so we're going into a fight, and we are outnumbered. I expect the fight to be very long and grueling. We're going to try to survive it. Your army is busy building its camp across the broad plain that separates you from the Carthaginians. A large cavalry host comes forward from the other side, trying to take you by surprise. To their dismay, they find out that Scipio hid his own cavalry behind a hill. The sudden counterattack stalls the assailants for a while, but the fight is in the balance. Soon, your maniple is sent out to back your horsemen up. Your cavalry has been slowly taking ground thanks to your support. As yet another charge brings chaos to both sides, a Numidian rides in front of your ranks with a clear intent to provoke an attack. These horsemen are considered among the best in the world. They were key to many of Hannibal's victories in the early years of the war, and all your compatriots who have met them on the battlefield have learned to respect him. All right, I'm offered come forward and meet him in single combat, or don't leave the safety of the formation. This is such a bad idea, to come forward and meet this motherfucker in single combat. Isn't he on a horse? Where, of course, we're going to do it. A roar rises from your companions as you prepare to face the Numidians' charge. It's almost enough to cover the profanities your centurion is shouting at you for leaving your place. So, my opinion with the troops has increased a lot. My opinion with my centurion, who already doesn't like me, has decreased. Now, I'm going to use my javelin like a spear to fight this horseman, I suppose. Weapon, defense, intelligence rolls. It looks like I failed the intelligence, won the weapon, and defense rolls. For all his skill, he's still a light cavalryman. He can't charge headlong at you. You stand fast and leave no opening, then attempt a counterstrike with your improvised spear. Oh, I failed my weapon roll. He's good. He averts your attack with his shield and rides past, controlling his horse with just his legs. He acknowledges your boldness with the motion of his head and pulls away. You stare at him for a moment, then run back to the safety of your maniple. Your morale has increased by 2. All right. I'm happy to have the troops like me. I've already pretty much screwed my support with the centurion. The skirmish goes on for a long time, but in the end, the Carthaginians have to give up and ride back to their camp. Okay, so we didn't take any damage there. Nothing else relevant happens for the rest of the day. At least we were relevant in the one time the day was relevant. The troops freaking love us. I was hoping this game would let me win centurion status just simply by having the troops love me. I don't know if that's going to be true. The day has come. The voices of officers giving orders and the sound of marching feet fill the air as your column leaves the camp. All your efforts over the last 4 years are at stake today. Your maniple takes its position on the battlefield. If you fail here, this vast plain is the last place you'll ever see. The legions of Rome and the Italic ally are in the center. Your local allies' light troops on the wings. When the dust settles, you see the distant enemies. Hasdrubal Gisco adopted a similar approach. With his heavy infantry in front of you, His elephants stand like towers in front of his Hispanian allies on the wings. You wait in silence. You have to trust your fellow soldiers. If at any point they panic and break formation, then all is lost. No matter what you do, you try not to dwell on it. The wait seems to go on forever. Minutes pass, then hours. Neither general gives the signal to advance. As the sunset approaches, you see a motion ripple through the enemy front. They are not advancing, though. They are going back to their camp. Soon after, the same order is given to you. You march back with a mix of relief and frustration. The following day, the scene repeats itself. And the day after that. And so on. For several days, the Carthaginians are always deployed first. Their heavy infantry in the center, and you follow soon after, mirroring their arrangement. I failed an intelligence roll. This endless back and forth is eating your nerves. Your morale has decreased by 3. So earlier in the game, there was an intelligence roll, and if we had understood people's maneuvers, we would have been taking a morale penalty, and here again, we have the same thing happen. Now, that isn't to say intelligence is always good for morale. You can't be as happy thanks to the gods if your intelligence is too high. Anyway. Then one morning, you are all awakened sooner than usual. The order is to have breakfast and prepare to march out. Something is off with the position of your legion in the outgoing column. You'll end up on a wing rather than in the center. Your cavalry and skirmishers are harassing the Punic camp, forcing Hasbardal Gisco to respond and deploy in a hurry. Both armies are fully positioned. The dust has not settled yet. But you are quite sure you're facing the enemy light infantry now, rather than their elite heavy troops. This time, there will be no turning back. Alright, so they have very creatively deployed their skirmishers in the middle to force an engagement and put our good troops on the wings. And I wonder if we're going to attempt to pull back in the center. I guess we'll see. Onward to the battle at Lipa in Hispania. Scipio himself takes command of your wing. You wheel to the right, then turn left. Your 3 lines have become columns. Hey, this is the order they were making us practice. Your maniple loses cohesion for a moment and comes close to disarray. Not very reassuring. Your senior officers quickly regain control, though. So perhaps if we had succeeded at that earlier roll, we would have not failed here. As a column, you can advance much faster than usual. You see that the other wing on the left, also made of heavy footmen, is doing the same. The line formed by your Hispanian allies in the center is moving forward at a slower pace. Okay, so we're attempting to envelop them. You are now close enough to the Carthaginian left wing. You wheel to the right once more, then turn and face them in your usual formation. You have been too fast for them to react properly. Their elephants are being driven away by your skirmishers. At last, you are ordered to advance. Okay, very good. Thank you, Scipio. What a Chad that Scipio is. When the other side is at the right distance, you prepare to hurl your first javelin. Okay, so we don't have a choice. We have to hurl a javelin here. I was wondering if we could save them for more important battles. Right now we're going to be fighting some inexperienced bros. We've maxed our javelin, so of course we're going to go with pick off a specific target. You take aim at one of the enemy soldiers and hurl your javelin. We succeeded our throwing check. Your aim is amazing! Your missile strikes true, killing your unfortunate victim on the spot. Your troop opinion, centurion opinion, and morale has increased. Yep, there we go. That's why we did the whole throwing maxing thing, is you can just get free kills off it. As the other side gets closer and closer, you steel yourself for the incoming fight. Okay, we could throw our javelin here. We're fighting a Centurius, Hispidin light footman. His prominent expertise with the falcata makes him very dangerous in individual combat. He doesn't look that hot to me. He's not very well armored. His endurance and everything isn't that good. I could attempt the javelin throw here, but we're going to save it. We might get another chance to get one of those free kills. So we're going to close in. Oh, he went for a death feint and failed immediately. Interesting that he had the first turn. Oh, he is skilled. This guy actually is pretty skilled. We're going to go for a very safe torso hit. We miss and we take some fatigue penalty. We do not like that. But we are not going to just immediately attempt to recover. Okay. He fainted and we missed, so we definitely need to recover. We succeed. Very good. He went for a quick feint. This guy is just trying to feint us all day. His fatigue is already building up. We'll attempt a torso hit. We did hit. He went for a groin and he missed. All right, he's got the poise penalty now. We'll go for another torso hit. Okay, we missed. We're now poorly. Okay, he recovered, so that means we get a free recovery. Very good for us. And we're going to keep up the heat. And we've got him down to half health. We've almost got him injured already. His poise is the inferior poise, so we want to keep on him. Oh, we got him down to a quarter health. We might be able to just kill him here. He's almost dead. He's recovered, but he's almost dead. So we're going to go for that kill. We got to kill. We got to kill. That was really good. We're going to take a respite here. We don't need to recover any poise. The next guy is not in line for us yet. Okay, another guy comes up. Now, I don't know if we'll be able to kill this guy very quickly. Let's check out his stats. I think their stats do vary a bit. His weapon and defense skill is not good enough. He is very quick, though, compared to us. We're going to keep going for torso hits. Oh, he succeeded at a feint. Bad for us, but... Oh, we got a hit. He went for a feint and he failed. We're just going to keep attacking here. He's trying to be real fancy on us, and it is not working. Oh, the situation is shifting. We won't be able to keep facing the current enemy for much longer. We need to get a little bit more damage on him to qualify as severely wounding him. So we're definitely going to keep attacking. And we got a good hit. We might be able to kill him. If we go for a... If we get a lucky groin hit or something. Okay, he's almost dead. We just need to get a lucky body hit here. We got another kill! We got another kill! Our deeds are stacking up. Very good. As a brief lull in the fighting allows for it, your Centurion gives the signal to rotate. The line behind yours moves forward while you orderly fall back to the rear. That went about as well as you possibly could. I doubt you could get 3 kills in that time period without being an incredibly min-maxed character. Alright, so we get back into the battle. We could start here with a javelin. We could start with a javelin here. I don't know. Will there be another battle after this one? We might not get another combat, so I guess we'll throw our javelin here. We broke his shield! Oh, he has no shield. That's basically a guaranteed kill. Look, oh, our odds of hitting have gone way up. Way up. So he's got... This character is fighting within a confined space without a shield. Defense penalty. Now, does that also affect our feints? It doesn't seem to affect our feints or our knockdowns with our shields. So that means we're going to be trying to kill him. Our odds of hitting his neck are actually quite good right now. But we'll go for groin hits. Okay. Hit him in the groin. We'll go for another groin hit. Missed. We lost some poise there. We're not immediately going to go for the recover. He made a miss. So now we're going to attempt to recover. Oh, he got a big feint on us. We need to recover. Okay. He doesn't have a shield. We really got to stay on him. We want to get this kill. We don't want anyone else to come in here and get the kill on our... Oh, we got our first injury. A hit to the arm. And now we know that every injury equals a fair amount of morale penalty when we're recovering. Okay, we have no poise at all. We're very vulnerable. The situation is shifting. No, 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 no. We need to get this kill on him. We're going to go for a neck hit. And we miss. We're still going to try to kill him. We have... Okay, he's recovering. He's got way too much poise on us. Despite your efforts, the enemy formation is tenaciously holding its ground. Okay, we got a seriously wounded, though. We should have gotten a kill for that, though. Breaking a shield. Ugh, it feels bad, man. Feels bad. You have weakened them enough. Pinned down by your Hispanian allies in the center, the African infantry can't come to the aid of these Catarrati. There's no reason to expose yourselves more than necessary, so you are ordered to step back and let the princeps take over. Very soon, the wings of the Punic front start to collapse, forcing the unprotected center to follow. Ooh, very cool. Hasdrubal Gisco manages to rally what he can of his fleeing army and forms a new defensive line on the hill close to his camp. He has lost too many troops, however, and their morale must be shaky at best. Your army is waiting at the bottom of the hill when the signal to attack comes through. You fairly outnumber the Punics now. This won't take long. The enemy is weak, and there's no reason to put your life at risk. Few would notice if you held back. Nah. Fight and don't spare yourself. The enemies have the high ground. Your max stance is penalized by the adverse conditions. Okay, they have the high ground more than the last time we encountered the high ground ability. Ooh, no, these guys have armor. Uh-oh. These are not the scrubs of our last little fight. This is a professional heavy footman from Africa. They are the backbone of the Punic infantry, and they deserve their high reputation. I wish I still had my javelin now. So we're injured, and they're not, and they have a hoplon, a Thracian helmet, and a quilted linen cuirass. Okay. They don't let us see how good their enemy gear is. Oh, they also have a spear. They have the reach advantage. We're gonna try to lead with a... we're gonna go for an attack, I guess, against his... Oh, we have no chance of avoiding the linen cuirass. He doesn't have any armor on his arms, and his neck and legs are pretty vulnerable. But we'll go for an arm hit. We miss, and we take a fatigue, and he goes for armor hit, and he misses more than we do. Okay. We really need like a good roll on this guy. We're gonna try a very unlikely knock with our shield, because if we could get it, it would be what we need to actually get a kill here. And we failed, and he attempted to recover, so we're going to get a free recovery here because he went to recover. Ooh, and he lost a turn. Having all that heavy gear hasn't paid off for him right now. His quickness suffered. So now we're going to get an attempt to keep him from recovering with a feint. We succeeded, and his recover failed. Ooh, we've got him where we want him right now. We're going to go for a knock with our shield. We're going to try to really ruin his poise, but we failed. He failed his recover, though. We could get a free recover here because he was trying to recover, and so we will. And he gets a free recover. Yeah. We'll go for a feint. If we're feinting and doing all that, then at least we're not dying. This is a pretty intense fight we're at right now. We'll go for an arm hit. I would like to get an injury on him. Free recover. He recovers. He goes for my leg. He misses. What we really need is to succeed at a shield knock, even if our odds aren't great. Because that's what it's going to take to actually get a kill on him, is really take down his poise. But every time we fail, we have to recover again. This is a very annoying fight. I haven't hit him once. He hasn't hit me once. Oh, well, I hit him in the armor and he kind of missed. I slightly wounded him. I hit him in the chest. Aren't I a baller? We're going to go for another knock. We succeeded. Okay, that's what we need. Oh, but he recovered. He recovered twice. He got 2 turns in a row, and he recovered twice in a row. We got our lucky knock, our low chance knock that we've been rolling for, and he just recovers like that. I don't think we're going to get a kill on him. It's round 14. The fight's going on forever. We'll try one more knock, and we fail it. So now we got to be on the defense. He succeeded at knocking us down. We got, like, no poise. We're going to have to go on the defense. Oh, I hit in the groin. Ah! The situation is shifting. You won't be able to keep facing the current enemy for much longer. Well, we're going to try to avoid dying. Ah! We're almost dead. No, 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 no. Please, please. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. No, 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 no. Oh, he just barely missed. Come on, recover. Recover. Eventually, the enemy formation starts breaking apart. Very soon, panic spreads as their wavering turns into a rout. Okay, well, we didn't die in our fight against the elites there. So that's something, right? And we weren't a coward either. The disheartened Carthaginians give way after a brief clash, but your chase is nipped in the bud when a sudden downpour overwhelms the battlefield. There's no choice but to go back to camp. Some of the soldiers are wondering out loud why the gods are protecting the Punics. You make it back at last. You need all the rest you can get. Most of their local allies deserted the Carthaginians soon after the battle. Hasdrubal Gisco and the remainder of his army fled during the night. Scipio leads you in pursuit. Dude, I'm almost dead. They hit me in the groin. They are close to the sea when you finally entrap them. What follows is nothing more than butchery. Your maniple isn't even involved, as the outnumbering Punics are slaughtered. A few thousand evade the bloodbath. They entrench themselves on the top of the nearby hills. You lay siege to them and wait. They won't last long without water. When they surrender, there is no trace of Hasdrubal and Mago. They made their escape. But it matters little. It is over. Carthage's presence in Hispania is all but obliterated. Your morale has increased by 10. Woo! We did it. We drove out the goddamn Carthaginians out of Hispania. Your fighting in real battle has sharpened your skills. Your deeds have taken your skills one step further. We got another bronze Armilia. Good, very good. A few months later, the last fortress of Gades surrenders without a fight. When you arrived 4 years ago, 3 large armies were keeping Hispania under Carthage's thumb. Now this land is firmly in the hands of Rome. You embark once again, this time heading home. After such a long time in the army, you can't wait to see your family. And yet, your new life back home is not as you anticipated. Maybe it's your people who are different. Or maybe it's just you. What you saw, what you got used to, you can't shake the feeling that something is amiss now. Scipio is back. Many Roman citizens regard the young general as a hero after the astounding victory in Hispania, and he is elected consul. After a long debate, Scipio is allowed to carry out his plan to invade Africa, the vast land beyond the sea to the south, dominated by the city of Carthage itself. He is given command of the legions in Sicily. They are composed of the survivors of Cannae, confined to the island until the end of the war as a punishment for surviving. Oh my God. The survivors of the Battle of Cannae were confined to an island as a punishment, doomed to a long-lasting exile by someone else's ruinous blunder. The new consul is forbidden to levy any more legions, but volunteers are permitted. Okay, so we're allowed to enlist and go see the future part of the game, which probably can keep going, or we're able to say we've had enough and end this game. I kind of want to start over because it's kind of fun to do that. I'm probably never going to choose I've had enough again. God, this game is so much fun. It's so simplistic in the combat, but I really like it. What time is it? IRL. It's... Oh my God, I accidentally clicked. Well, I guess that made my decision for me. I was trying to avoid something. You travel to... I guess I'm re-enlisting, baby. You travel to Sicily by sea with Scipio himself and thousands of other volunteers. From there, the consul intends to launch the invasion of Africa. That will hopefully end this war once and for all. Your opinion by the consul has increased by 2. You join the 2 existing legions and begin the long months of training and preparations leading to the new and final departure. Okay, our sword skills, our shield skills are quite good. We have a very high opinion with the troops still. Did we not get a huge cash payment for saving frickin'... We got 2 bronze armilias. They didn't give us any wage increase. Oh my God. All right, well. We're going to keep training our sword skills. Oh, I am so well liked, you'll always be able to find a worthy sparring partner. I received my pay. I'm not getting any better, though. These guys aren't able to get me much better. Maybe I should be focusing on my endurances and my charisma and all that stuff. But when it really comes down to battle, you got to do your waiting screen. It's my starting soon screen, Hera. You're right, though. I do. We're going to save and exit. I don't want to stop playing video games, though. We're going to save and exit. You're going to strangle me. Here's my Hall of Fame with my previous stuff. I did not do very well. I died very abruptly. All right, let's put back on some music. Hey, those guys were losers. I didn't die. Is my camera still even capturing? Why did it stop capturing? Come on, you damn thing. Probably because I was not using it forever. Okay. There we go. Alright, we need to do the starting soon screen. I don't know. I kind of don't like where the other one was going. I like the concept. But maybe I should do it with paper. Or watercolor, maybe. I've got my watercolors here, but I don't have any of my really good paper. I could do it on inferior paper. So the best watercolor paper is not actually paper. The best watercolor paper is cotton. And that stuff's pretty pricey. I do have some, but I'm not really worthy of it, to be honest. We're gonna make something out of this stuff because I've got it melted up. I want to make something for a background element. We've just had a big battle over some... Maybe a wall. A wall would be kind of cool, right? We could do a wall. I've drawn up some walls, but a wall for my people to hide behind. Maybe with a gate in it. I guess the spot is pretty clean now that I've used some of the plastic there. Yeah, we'll make a gate. And then I can have like enemies on top of the gate that have to be overcome. We'll just make the general outline, and then we'll go in with the heat gun to texturize the door. Now these things here are a bit unrealistic. They're huge. I'll have to move some of this mass back. Or I guess I could remove it. Remove the mass here. This stuff is really a lot of fun to work with. I recommend anyone who enjoys crafting pick some up. It's fairly cheap. And you get a lot of reusability out of it to practice. Since you can just keep remelting it. Which is what I intend to do with these elements, is to make them and then melt them instead of keeping them around. I will just photograph them in many positions, and then I'll use the Apple app that lets you take cuttings of clips of things and instantly turn them into like transparent stickers. It's pretty cool. I've made some stickers for my Discord that way, which of course feel free to join the Discord. There's a Discord link. There you go. Okay, we've made a little gate here. I don't know what to do about the starting soon screen. I need one. I hate always starting my streams just being there. Some guy, as soon as you pop in, yapping at you, and he's already been yapping at you. People like to be able to get somewhere before the yapping begins, you know? Oh, I know, I've got this stuff still melty. I will put rivets in the walls here. To make rivets, I'm going to reheat that piece a bit. Maybe I'll use this dime to cut it, I don't know. I should actually bring out my tools and stuff. Mostly I just use toothpicks, if I'm being 100 with you. Where are my toothpicks at? My favorite crafting tool. This is sharp stick. This is pretty chill. I should like bring out my measuring. I've got rulers and stuff. Here's my animal butt ruler here. Let's see, it's about 10 inches, so about the 25 mark. There we go. I was a little off. Then maybe it's halfway through the piece, but not halfway through the door. Maybe my other measurement was a little bit more accurate. Ooh, I should cut the door loose so I can have it be open or closed. I wonder how I would do a door that could be opened or closed. I guess I could cut the doors free and make some kind of pegs for them to go in some kind of hole. Maybe I should try that. That'll be at least a fun thing to try. I quite enjoy trying new things and learning more. So we've got our two doors, and we'll be able to detail them by themselves without reheating the gate. And we'll add little pegs on the top. And maybe we should put the hole for those pegs to go in right now while it's still soft. Yeah, there we go. But we could probably do the peg just with a toothpick. That would be pretty cool. Okay. We've got our doors. Maybe I should break out the heat gun. I don't know, are you allowed to have guns on stream? Ha ha. Ha ha. I should really do that starting soon screen. Oh, I should change my category back to art. They should just let you have multiple categories at the same time. Because so many people switch back and forth through stuff. Then I guess probably people would abuse that by being in like every single category at once. I should just be in the Fortnite category. Should I become a Fortnite streamer? I enjoy Fortnite. Fortnite's pretty fun. I wonder if my Fortnite is updated. I haven't played the Lego Fortnite at all. I don't know if that's like a temporary thing. You've never played Fortnite, Hera? That's so crazy. I tried to join you for Roblox the other day. I wanted to join you, but then that one dude showed up. Z-Man. Yeah, he is the most evil man alive. That's a bit too much of a character for him, though. He's a good straight man to you, though. I don't think anyone could ever be not a straight man compared to you, though, if they're forced to interact with you. I think everyone's forced on the defensive. Did you call me gay? No comment. Alright, these doors are like stuck. I need to break out the heat gun just so I can get them off the freaking board. Uh-oh, reflections. Gotta mind that, I suppose. Though I'm so incredibly handsome, it would only help my popularity if I got doxxed. Just so handsome. I'm gonna make some more hot water before I steal that plug for the heat gun. Oh, there was another thing I wanted to do today. And that is put the enamel on some charms that I made previously. And haven't gotten around to yet. Where they are, though? Where did I put them? Oh, I think I see them. That was not them, but I did find some glitter. I got freaking glitter bombed today. That's right. I got glitter bombed. My dear sweet cousin, who I am just so nice to, sent me a frickin' gift card in the mail, and in the frickin' envelope there was a pile of glitter. Not the worst thing I could get in the mail, true. Speaking of, I do plan to set up a P.O. box so I can start sending people the little charms I do of them. I can't freaking find it. Where'd the... Oh, there it is. So I've got a fair number of charms here I did before. Ah, this thing is freaking stuck on here. That's one reason not. Ooh, I wonder if this silicone would work well for working with this, because the resin doesn't get stuck to this, so maybe nothing will. Oh my god, I moved the light to that cures the resin, and I was like, I will definitely remember where I moved this very important thing. I did not remember. I have no flippin' idea where it is. I have this whole frickin' fishing chest, tackle box full of supplies and stuff, and I took it out of here for some goddamn reason I will never know. Why did I do that? Who knows? Oh, this is good stuff to use on the moldable plastic. Just very cheap black acrylic. Looks very good. Acrylic wipes off very, very well. So you can go back in and keep doing the eyes or whatever. Like with this guy, I was able to redo his face over and over till I got this really sad look. I don't know why. It's much harder to do this stuff on stream than off stream. A lot of stuff is. Normally I take quite a bit more time with it. Oh, I found it. Hell yeah. Now, do I have a cable to charge it? It only works with USB-C plug-in. And I should have some of those. I have some short ones. Maybe it can reach my keyboard USB. Just barely. I've got a USB on the back of my keyboard, which I keep free for stuff like this. I run the mouse all the way over to my... Does it work? It works. UV light, baby. I have to remember not to have that on when I'm resining. Okay, I also need to clear this stuff off. That water's almost done, but... So what do I have in here? I have a variety of charms and things. Okay, this has already been done and it's freaking ruined. Actually, I could take the Dremel to this and repair it. Ta-da! Now, I don't know how the battery is on this thing right now. I need to recharge it, but... And I guess I don't want to do it over all this stuff, but we can go in here and we can sand this up. Though, now that I know how to cut out shapes, I'd like to redo this one with it just completely cut out, you know? Oh, well. Okay. That one is going to take some sanding, but I've got some stuff over here. Oh, here is a Chromu sitting on a... Let me get in real close there. She's sitting on a brick wall, smoking a cigarette and drinking a 40. This one is based on a dream I had where me and Chromu were on an adventure. Chromu is one of my favorite VTubers. It's not parasocial, I have dreams about VTubers, okay? Alright, hot water done. Now I can break out me gun. Now, the heat gun has quite a few settings here. It should be noted that where the stuff begins to melt at boiling point, right? The boiling temperature of water. It doesn't stop heating up. You can get this stuff way too hot. Like, you will be seriously injured. You can get this stuff to 800 degrees easy with a heat gun. This heat gun can get over 1,000 degrees. We're just trying to loosen it up enough to get it pried off right now. There we go. That got the gate off. The gate obviously needs some polish, but we can do that with the heat gun a lot easier than with the hot water. And that one came off. We're on the lowest setting with the heat gun. I should get like a spatula or something. I have one of those. I use it for flattening rebellious charms. I'm starting to melt it in places. I don't want it to actually melt. Because I don't want it to lose its shape. Use the heat gun like a hair dryer. That would damage my precious hair. Okay, I've remelted it to the table. Good job. Good job, Churl. Good freaking job. We're just gonna try to wedge it up, I guess. It's gonna be deformed, but hopefully it's just deformed on the back. Hopefully nothing we can't fix. Still more or less matches up with its brother here. Should all be good for their door purposes. Now we're going to try to round off these broken up ends. Going to try to give it more detail. We're going to go in with the toothpick and we're going to do fake stone lines, right? Okay, we're going to go in and we're going to do fake stone lines. What else should we add? And then we'll do the toothpicks in here to be the like joints. It looks like the holes that we made kind of closed off on themselves. Maybe we should get some of that going? I don't know. Silicone shouldn't melt, right? Silicone won't melt easy. Silicone's probably the perfect material for this. I'm glad this thing came with a little silicone mat. Well, let's hope it doesn't melt. I'm gonna bust it up to 2 on the settings. See how it already is quickly becoming clear on the outside? Not using hot water makes it a lot easier to heat up the outside without heating up the inside, letting you retexture it without having to worry about bending the shapes too much. Now, I don't say that you should go out and buy a heat gun before you started using this stuff. You can do quite a bit without a heat gun. I did this guy without a heat gun, but if I had brought the heat gun to it, I could have fixed this little crease in his face. And I could have smoothed out some of the stuff on the back. I'm gonna zoom in my camera here. So you can actually see what's going on. The other form worked better for the... Yeah, it does look like the silicone is a perfect mat to use with this stuff. So, Denver. Like I was talking about 6 hours ago, Denver. Beautiful town. When I went through the town the first time and my friend didn't dodge me, I went to a botanical garden. They have a beautiful botanical garden in Denver. If you're ever in Denver, check out the botanical garden. And while I was there at the botanical garden, I saw a lovely prickly pear there, a type of cactus that makes these beautiful little red fruits with these beautiful little flowers upon them. Quite a wonderful plant, one of my favorites. It was something I had dreamed about farming when I moved to Texas. I had really wanted to farm it. And as this was on the way down, I wanted to try what a fresh prickly pear would taste like. And it was snowing at the time, so it was a little bit strange to be eating a fresh fruit in snow off a cactus. But that is the wonders of a botanical garden, after all. I should not be using this. I'm going to cut the frickin' mat. But I use it anyway. Scalpels are fun. I like scalpels. They allow a degree of precision you can't get with toothpicks. Scalpels are like the upgraded form of a toothpick. Don't you agree? Maybe I could do this with just paint, but then I'd have to paint this stuff. Okay, I've put in little tiny lines there, like it was stacked layers of stone. Now I'd put in alternating points, but you would make sure you used good, perfect stones for the wall there at the gate. I don't like toothpicks. I have my issues with toothpicks too. I like them as a tool, but I broke a tooth once with a toothpick. Popped it, shattered it into dust with my vigorous picking. Maybe we could put a few marks on the wall, like it's been damaged at times over history. A little bludgeon from a bone should add a nice look. There it has a little bit of detail now. Pretty happy with that. Yeah. Now let's do the other one. Yeah, heat guns really allow a lot of finishing. If you want to get something smooth with this stuff, you really do need a heat gun. Or to go from a hollowed out position. If you inflate something from the inside, it's a lot easier to get a round shape. And a smooth skin. Anyway, prickly pear fruit look very appetizing. They in fact taste wonderful. But prickly pear fruit are actually covered in tiny thorns, which I only learned by biting into one. It stabbed all over my lips, got right into my gums and my tongue. It was pretty painful, but I'm a bit of a masochist, so I enjoyed it. And then later I had hot burritos, spicy burritos with that friend, and I could feel each of the pores of the wound. If you really enjoy spicy food, I recommend stabbing yourself all over the mouth with cactus needles. It will let you experience the sensation of spicy food much more strongly. And that is a pro tip. I wonder if I could start a trend promoting that. I wonder if I could sell prickly pear fruit specifically to spicy restaurants so that you might bite one before a meal to get the maximum effect. That would be pretty clever, I think. Okay, now we've got some articulation over there on that wall. I don't know what to do for the top of the gate. And I don't think I have to do anything because there will be enemies put up on top of here to make it more interesting. I guess I could do a flag or something, but I think I'll do that in colored whatever, right? Go in and do some art for that. All right, I've got the gate now to do the doors. You can see the doors are all really messed up, but I got the right shape, right? Actually, which door goes where? And oh god, it's melted. Is this supposed to be like this? Oh god, these things, look how hideous they are. Just completely warped skin. I kind of have to leave this here while that's melting. Okay, while this is drying, we're gonna start. I kind of need to leave it on the silicone, I wonder. Okay, we'll make some space on the silicone. We can share. Arts and crafts can share with each other. I've got this Mekon that I spent a lot of time on. I don't want to mess it up. I don't want to mess up any of these guys. I got some little den pals here. I got this Christmas tree that I did do. It got really messed up though. I did this out, I dried it in the sun. Not in the sun, in the clouds. And so it never quite finished. I've got a little Pomperin. I've got a little, okay, this guy in his little spaceship, he's kind of a little freak. Didn't come out perfect. We'll start with him. Freaks go first around here. I cut him out really well. This was before I was using the scalpel. And he's right up to the edge. This is actually my first one that was like cut out all the way. That's interesting. This guy's actually kind of a pioneer. Where is my gel? Gel. Epoxy. Resin. I used to have a couple extra stages. I would put on this Mod Podge stuff and let it, I'd make a couple layers with that. Where the frick is it? All right, I guess we'll open. Oh, it's right here on the counter. I was gonna open a new bottle, but I guess I don't have to. So we're gonna put a little dab of this on the guy. We're gonna spread it around with a toothpick, and we're gonna mix in some glitter. Now, the last time I did this stuff, I used some really bad glitter, and I'm really unhappy with the results of it. This time, I brought my other glitter. And some of that glitter is in the form of these little shards, these little pieces of foil. Now, these pieces of foil are too big. They show up too much. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna cut up some of this foil to be even smaller. We'll make just a little nick in the corner here. And we'll take out some small bits of foil. It looks like some of the stuff is really small. We can probably use those just as is. Okay, this is now dry enough to move it off the stage. I don't know if you were here for the last charm making, but I quite enjoy it. It's very fun. Okay, gonna use a little dab of that to pull up these charms, this foil. Just a little dab of foil to make it more interesting to look at. This foil is meant to represent glinting off the surface of this dude's little UFO here, this little dem pal and his little UFO. Darn it, this is harder than I thought it would be. Do I have my tweezers anywhere? Where are my tweezers at? Are those inside my car? Where the hell are my tweezers at? Maybe I can, like, grab this with 2 toothpicks. Okay, this flippin' sucks. And the ones I get out of my hand are, of course, pretty big. Maybe we can do that thing where I cut it up. Yeah, the big ones are big enough I can hold them over it and kind of... Okay, well that just flew off. Ack! Okay. Okay, there I go. I got some in here. Alright, we'll just manually manipulate those into the right place. Oh, I'm blocking my light. My beer is blocking my light here. Dude's got a hole in his head. That's because I forgot to leave him space for the keychain attachment. Now, I wonder if I could use charms in my RPG I'm running on the next Wednesday. Chat-controlled RPG. Be there if you can. 11 a.m. PST. 1 p.m. EST. 7 p.m. Warsaw. I think. Alright. I think we have got him pretty well spread out there. 11 a.m. It's over. I told you I was going for the Euros. What time would work well for you, Hera? I honestly am not sure about the time. And honestly, I'm pretty tempted to cancel it. I don't know if I can get ready in time. Look how long it takes for me to make a gate or a starting soon screen. I mean, no one's gonna show up. It's gonna be fine. I should probably make it later because my friends who I might guilt trip into it because it's my birthday are not free at that time. But I've got some Euro friends who I want to have show up. I should definitely change the time. I mean, it's a freaking Wednesday. I was gonna have it go long though, but who wants to join a game when it's mostly over? I wonder if I could make a second session later in the day. No, I can't even make the one. That's gonna be. I should just play video games, right? Okay, this guy's already very done. I don't know why I wait so long. There he is, nice and beveled. Okay, zoom in. Whoa. Freaking very hard to get to focus on him. You'll have to take my word for it that he looks cool. All right. And then on the back, we will do the same thing. Oh, we gotta remember to turn this thing off. Now, if I was really clever, I would make the spaceship part dome out a bit more than the dome part. I know it's a little bit confusing. Dome is what it's called when you do this stuff to things. You're putting like a dome on it because it's got like that kind of texture. I also probably should have made the dome transparent, right? Why wouldn't I do that if it's supposed to be like a spaceship? I'm just now realizing that. Oh well. Okay, back to the gates while that's starting. Operating in the same space is pretty wild to try to do both these things simultaneously. But I'm running out of freaking time. I need to do everything I can. Okay, we have the gate. We're gonna fix the door now. You know, I wonder what would happen if I turned the hot gun, the heat gun, on the enamel as it's hardening. I should definitely not do that on a real piece, but on like a test one, I wonder what would happen. Would I give it like a ripple? Would I force bubbles into it or something? A fella wonders. Okay, we're rounding the edges on this. Yeah, you want the heat gun used on you? Here, have at you. Get freaking heated, idiot! Okay, I think I'm actually damaging the mic. And you know what? I already had a gate asset. I'm doing all this, and I already have another version of this asset. Oh, you like that, Hera? The warmth? Well, no heating bill on my account. It has been a really mild winter where I'm at, like dangerously mild. Like, it could be very disastrous for the farming economy. Which side was this supposed to go to? Here, maybe? I'm trying to put in that toothpick that's going to be the pivot of the gate. That'll be fun. Oh, it's a bit long. It's a bit long. Let's see. Okay, well, this thing can be moved. Definitely done by now. Okay. Yep, it's done. Nice, good hand feel to it. That's what's important, is the hand feel. Chat is so... Whoa! Are you okay, chat? You alive? Okay. Camera fell. Camera fell. Here we go. We got a door here. This, I think, is the door that goes over to that side. Now, I should texture it some, right? I've got a little bit of stuff that's still kind of moist over here. Kind of malleable. We'll make a big ring. Oh, I've accidentally had a piece of gold get stuck in the door there. Can I remove that easily? Nope. Huh. I could, like, do the whole gate in gold. It might be hard to remove it, but I could. Okay, we're gonna put in some big knockers. And we're gonna do that by running a toothpick through this pit here. Right? Very stylish, very creative. Run a toothpick through there. And then we'll attach that to this piece. Okay. And now we've got one of those, like, door knocker things. And if we attach it like this, it might actually end up being able to work. I gotta keep it from getting connected on the rear here, though. That's what the scalpel can get us. I love my friend the scalpel. Whoop. There we go. Now we've got like a knocker here. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Very cool door. Very cool. Now we gotta do the other one. Other one's still saggy. I guess we can make our knocker in advance here this time. Kind of the right distance. This time we will be a bit more intelligent with how we combine them. We'll put the central piece of the knocker on first, and then we will attach the other part afterwards. Because we'll have to attach this while it's hot. We should also line it up. Oh, it's starting to connect. There we go. Knockers like boobs. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Yes. We should do, I know Twitch has walked back their policy on nudes, but I could do like a stylized like a nude, one of my owls as like a statue. After David or something. No, it should be like a more classical statue. I think I'm already going to use that other owl bro as a statue. Oh, I should work on him. I was going to wait till after stream because I wasn't going to take out the heat gun on stream. I like this silicone mat because I can actually remove this UV resin off it. Whereas normally the UV resin stays on whatever it gets attached to. Oh man, cleanup from today's stream is going to take for freaking ever. Ooh, I could hide something in this. Ooh, I should take photos of this as a pot. And then I can affix it to be the owl statue. Yeah, isn't that cool? This pot I made? Yeah, I guess I should save it for off the stream so I can use this as a pot. Ooh, I could actually like use this as a vessel to hold things. I bet if I poured hot water in it, I could really reshape it. I'm pretty happy with that. Pretty happy with this face too. And I can make another pot pretty easy. I don't know if a pot should justify the 3D look. Okay. This door is finished. Look, it's got a knocker. It's just got to dry a bit more. I mean, harden, and then that opaque, this translucent part should become opaque. Should. I mean, this one's completely hardened, and it's a little opaque. I wonder what I should do about that. I guess I could attach a little bit to the back for the sake of photos. All right, got that part heated. Man, that heat gun is not in a very good place. I need to clean up even more. I have my space so freaking organized for doing all this stuff, and I have so many shelves and tables around me, and it's still like not enough to like have this stuff ready to go for the stream. I got too many crafts. The real reason why you should keep your learning to only so many different things is not so that you get good at certain things. It's just simply because there's not enough space for all of the tools of many hobbies. Okay. At least it's been my experience. Okay, the edges are rounded. Now I don't know if it's big enough to close the door space. Oh, you know what I can do? After I have the doors put in, I can do a buttress kind of thing in the middle there, or something in the middle there, to fill in whatever gap has been created from me consolidating the doorways into a more smooth surface. Oh, I need to use this for the knocker because I can heat it up again. Ah! Yeah! I should play some Slay the Spire. Anyone want to watch me play Slay the Spire? No, I need to work on my art. I got a win this morning at Slay the Spire. I got a win, and I got a win yesterday too. Off stream, of course. And of course on my laptop. What? Yeah, sure. I can post the screenshot. Fuck you, Harriet. If it wasn't on stream, it didn't happen. I mean, that's so true. I'd really like, maybe I should make that my New Year's resolution. Get a repeat victory on A20 on stream. That would be so cool. I've never even gotten a repeat victory. I've gotten close, but I've never beaten the heart twice in a row on A20. It's so flippin' hard. I've never beaten the heart on stream. It's because I'm bad. It's a hard game, Hera. Have you ever played it? Though it is true, I'm not the best. Like, most people never even make it to A20. Most people never even see the heart. That's probably not true. I bet if I looked at the achievements, the amount of people who've opened the game and have seen the heart is probably a decent number. But now you're making me want to do it. I still don't have all the achievements though. There's like some weird challenge achievements. Like beat the game really fast. Okay, only 6.5% of players have reached A20. How many have beaten the heart? How many have beaten the heart? It doesn't even say. But okay, we've got some doors here. Pretty. Oh no! Don't merge together. No! 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 I dropped a door on another door. That was close. They transfer heat between each other pretty well. Okay, I like this door. I just need to heat up the gate here and run these toothpicks into it. Well, I guess I need to let these harden. Okay, while that hardens, we're going to do another charm. Okay? We're going to do this cute little Pomperin. He's kind of grumpy, though. He's a little grumpy Pomperin. Now, do we want to put any of that glitter? I don't think so. We're going to use the other glitter. If I can remember where I put... Oh, here it is. This is my favorite glitter so far. It really glitters. It's really fine enough for this kind of thing. Whereas look at how big these like little foil flakes are. They're pretty huge. Okay. Resin's here. We got a toothpick here. Let's fucking do him. He almost has a little Hitler stash, unfortunately. He also has, like, angry red lines around him. This is, like, evil Pumperin. Not that any Pumperin isn't evil, of course. Pumperin's very evil. Get a little dab of the resin on my toothpick so I can get it in there with the glitter. Oh, my light is, of course, blocked. I've blocked my own light again. Genius that I am. We're going to go with a very light swirl. See, this glitter is small enough that you can actually see through it and see the other side, and it's reflective enough that it still shines its light out. But the other glitter, quote-unquote glitter, air quotes, I'm making air quotes, but my hands are occupied, was more like sand. It was just like colored sand. It was colorful enough under UV light, but didn't really show up under regular light. And like more or less blocked the image, which is no good. Now I wonder how I could combine these mediums, the moldable plastic and the Shrinky Dink. There must be a way to merge such refined arts. And I forgot to make the frickin' hook, the nose hook, the knocker for the other side. Let's hope it's not too late. I don't have to break out the heat gun for the section again. Okay. Looks like I didn't wait too long. Still just malleable enough. Now that's one of the best things about this. Okay, I have fucked up the door doing that because it wasn't still malleable enough, but I'm not going to try to fix it. I'm not gonna try to fix it. It looks fine at a distance, and that'll be good enough. That'll be good enough. Yeah. All right. Looks like the Pumperin's done there on that side. Unplug it. We'll just get right back in there with the other side. These small ones do not like to focus. They also get really hot. I never noticed that when I was using the outdoors, like natural sunlight from my UV here. But the chemical reaction gets pretty hot. Ooh, fuck. I got some in the hole. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I've plugged his little hole. Now I could turn him into a pin. Hey, that's what she said. Alright. Let's see what the Dremel can do. Let's see what the Dremel can do. We're going to get in there with this tip. That's also what she said. That's what she's setting yourself. I forgot. I came up with a brilliant rebuttal to that's what she said once when I was younger. The perfect comeback. I can't even remember it anymore. How could I forget such perfect info? I'm going to grind this away from this working area. Oh, it's getting in there. It's fucking doing it. I've wondered if this would work, but I haven't wanted to test it. I think it was something like that, Hera. Look, I got the hole back. That's insane. I've finally got a fix for this common fuck up of mine. All right. That's so awesome. I'm so happy. Yay. I have one more tool in my belt. I enjoy having new tools in the belt. I wonder if I should have used a different kind of glitter here. I only have the blue and this type of glitter I like. That's one of the reasons I ended up with that really bad sand, quote-unquote, glitter, is it came in a big pack with all kinds of different colors, and I was like, ooh. I won't have to buy 20 individual, large, expensive things of glitter. I can just get the value multi-pack. I have gotten it into the hole again. Not surprised. Oh, no. Now it's coming out the other side, which is even worse. You don't want it to bind on the other side. I forgot about that problem. I was always having that problem last time I did this, because normally when I'm doing this, I have it raised up on a platform, and so any sort of stuff coming through doesn't fall onto the surface, onto its own back, which creates like a lumpy area. We're just going to go for it right now, but I'm going to try to address that later. What? What, Hera? Churl, please, what? Did I say something? You're sick. Where's my beer? There we go. Well, you don't have to say it. You aren't legally required to say it. Okay, how are the doors coming? They are now firmed up. Ooh, that looks very... This stuff has a great glow under the UV. I wonder if I could use that for my photos, for my photo shoot. Like, check out this dude with the UV behind it. Ooh, it's spooky. Ooh, so spooky with the UV. That's cool. I think that's cool. After a certain point, they give me an allowance for good behavior. I see. All right. I'm going to heat this up. We're going to insert those doors, and then we're going to place Slay the Spire for a bit. I'll probably die almost immediately, so... I got a copy of Doom as part of a Christmas giveaway, the new one. Now, I'm obviously not a shooter bro, but it's in my Steam account, and I don't know what else to do with it, so we might stream it. That'll definitely not be before my birthday. I'm drilling this little motherfucker. I'm surprised the resin coat isn't cracking. That's what happened the last time I tried to force a fix like this. Because it's not very elastic, right? It's a bunch of hard resin. Well, I guess it's as good as it's going to get there. And by that I mean it got pretty good. All right. Okay, this was resin. I was wondering if this was resin or just water or something. Okay. Let us finish up our little gate. Man, this takes forever. There's no way I'm going to get enough props done for freaking the 3rd. It's already like the 29th. I'll have to do this I'll have to literally not stop streaming. I'll have to be 24/7 for several days. Okay. Okay. We need to heat up right here and here. Now maybe I should do it one at a time. Where the hell did my heat gun go? Okay, here it is. This silicone mat has been great for these art projects. Thank you, cheap Chinese UV lamp. All right. I don't know. Actually, this might be a lot harder than I'm thinking. I'm thinking, oh, I just go in there, stab it in, impale it. But I have to really heat up the interior, too. I don't just have to just be the surface like it's been before. It has to actually get in there and get pretty dangerously hot. It might take a while for it to harden up again. Maybe if I heated the toothpicks as well, but I don't know about that. Okay. We've heated it up. Now I want to get in there and stab this in. Okay. It is going through. It's gone through. Now that I'm thinking about it, though, it's just going to harden in place. And I won't be able to spin it. I'll have to, keep rotating the doors constantly to get this to work. Man, I don't know if I'm going to want to take this one apart. Look at that. Doors open and close. Now I'll have to modify and add on a bunch of pieces. But we made some opening and closing doors. Okay, now I'm going to have to keep opening and closing these constantly to keep it from getting all weird, okay? And so, while that goes on, we are going to play Slay the Spire. If my game capture will allow me. There we go. Wait, do we go? Okay, it's not the one I just made, but whatever. Okay, we're going to play Slay the Spire. It's my comfort game, okay? I play this game so much. It's insane. I play this game way too much. Now we're going to abandon whatever run I was on, because I never play the same game twice. Hopefully I was at least past the starting boss, because otherwise I won't get a good whale bonus. I should have probably checked. I could have been like a door from the starting boss. Okay. We're going to play Silent because I only play Silent, okay? It's the only freaking class I play. The other ones are too easy. That's my cope. That's how I cope. That's how I cope with the game. And, you know, I enjoy my cope. Okay. So, before we choose our whale bonus, which we're probably... Okay, we actually had beaten the boss, so we at least get a good whale bonus here. Or, you know, actually the whale bonus you get from failing is pretty good too. Okay. Let's fucking play some Slay the fucking Spire. We get to look at our map. So it's a Guardian Act. Guardian Act is very good for us. Guardian is the easiest of the bosses for the Silent. Now to beat the Guardian, we basically can do it if we just get one good poison card. Yeah, one good poison card would do it for us. That's pretty good. There are a few relics that could really help, but poison's gonna be the best way for us to do it. Now, our Burning Elite is way over here. Kind of a good path to them. A lot of campfires. We could give up one campfire here for that Elite if we're doing good. Over here, we got a shop, and then a campfire, and then an Elite. Now, this would be a very easy to Elite path. And we even have a very late question mark. The later in the act, the question mark, the better. This one does not have very many question marks. It does have a couple. A little bit too early ones. This could be a really strong path for us to choose. Now, what are we going to choose? That'll be kind of dependent on what we get as our bonus. So we could upgrade a card. The card we would upgrade would be Neutralize, letting us keep enemies weakened a little bit longer and do a little bit more damage. We could obtain a common relic. That's probably the safest bet. And we could lose all gold and remove 2 cards. If we were going to do that, we definitely would not go this route with the shop. And even over here, the question marks would be a little bit iffy, because those could be a shop and we'd have no money for them, right? Right. So we're not going to go with the remove 2. Sometimes removing 2 is a good option. The boss swap, where we swap our starting relic with a boss relic, is the worst for the Silent. It's okay for some of the others, but the Silence artifact, draw 2 cards at the start of each combat, is just too good. Just too good to give up. There are some boss artifacts we would take over it if we could guarantee it, but, you know, if we got, like, the tiny house or something, that would be awful. So we're going to take a common relic. We got the Toy Ornithopter, not that good. It will give us 10, 15 health in the first act. Provided we get potions and use potions. We're going to have to be on our potion game. Now, the fact we have Toy Ornithopter makes question marks better, because there's quite a few question marks that can give us potions. But at the same time, it makes combats better. So we're not going to want to go the shop path. Well, in the shop path, we can buy potions. Yeah. Maybe we even want to go for this double shop path right here in the middle, so we can use more potions. That would let us guarantee we use these campsites for upgrading. That's a good idea. Okay, we'll go this route. And from here, we'll decide what we're going to do. All right. Going to be a little bit less intense. Okay. The Louse and the Louse fight. We're fortunate we drew Survivor. So we can either take 1 damage here and get an attack off, or try to take no damage. I don't like to take any damage in the Louse fight. They don't do enough damage when they're attacking you to really justify it. All right, we will weaken this one. We're gonna take 2 damage here. Unfortunate. That's just how the rolls. If we had drawn that defend there, or if they had done this, right now they are, you know, kind of defending themselves, or they're prepping. Now this is a bad time to draw all our defense cards, but it's outside of our control. They've weakened us, so it's going to take 2 cards to kill this buffed Louse. And we'll take 3 damage here. Oh, maybe we should have taken that 1 damage earlier. We could have maybe prevented some of this damage. And we take 5 in that fight. Not the best. That's going to be 1 use of our artifact to recover from that. We are offered Quick Slash, Sucker Punch, and Calculated Gamble. I would love to take a Calculated Gamble, one of the best cards in the entire freaking game. We're going to take a Quick Slash. It does the most damage of any of the cards offered, and it draws us a card. Right? That's what we need right now. Card draw, damage. We're going to... We're going to block. We're going to full block that. We can full block that with a survival. He's going to defend himself. The Jawworm is one of the most dangerous fights in the game. We're very glad we got it as our second combat and not our first. Because now we have the quick draw and the Quick Slash, which made us able to get through our deck faster, see more attack cards, and finish him off without taking any damage. We're offered Dagger Throw, a very efficient attack card. Deals 9 damage for 1 energy. You draw and discard a card. Much better than Quick Slash, because there's a lot of synergies to defense. Skewer can be your only attack card if you want to make it your only attack card, which is very valuable. Predator does a really high amount of damage, but isn't as efficient as Dagger Throw or Quick Slash. It does let you draw 2 cards the next turn, but it doesn't let you draw any cards that turn, like Dagger Throw or Quick Slash does, and it does less damage per energy. But what it does do is let you turn more energy into damage than you otherwise would. And it lets you hit through having your strength lowered, which is very important against one of the early elites in Act 1. So we're going to take Predator here, simply to counter one of the elites we might have to fight. Now, an event. We meet again! A cheery, disheveled fellow approaches you gleefully. You do not know this man. It's me, Ranwid! Have any goods for me today? The usual. A fellow like me can't make it alone, you know. You eye him suspiciously and consider your options. We could give him a potion, we could give him gold, or we could give him Quick Slash to obtain a relic. Now, I quite like Quick Slash in our inventory right now, but we did get a Predator. So we could afford to give it up, and then we would have 63 gold, which in this build with our potion item also means like 5 HP from buying a potion. So I'm content to give up Quick Slash here. And we got Question Card, one of the best artifacts in the game. It makes future card rewards have 1 additional card to choose from. That means we're going to see 33% more cards out of card rewards from card rewards, right? That's not total 33% more cards through the game, but it's a lot. It also means the cards we are going to see are going to be better cards, because when you see cards, it increases your chance of seeing rarer cards. All right. Now, which way are we going to choose here? We're going to choose this rate that might give us... We might go to the shout, depending on how much gold we get here. All right, we've given up our attack item. So getting a card reward out of a fight is going to be good for us. And we, of course, have the question card, so it will be even better. We got our Predator off, so we'll get a lot of cards next turn, and can pretty much guarantee we get out of this with no damage. Or did we take 1 point of damage there? We might have taken 1 point of damage last turn. Nice, clean kill on the cultist. All right, we're offered 4 cards, and we're offered a rare. So when you're offered a rare, it resets your chances of seeing rares. We're offered Tools of the Trade, a very strong rare. At the start of your turn, draw a card, discard a card. It, of course, costs a card when you first play it, because to see it costs a card, and if you don't actually use it, then you're out of card. And costs an energy, but it does set you up for defensive stuff. Dodge and roll lets you block on a turn and another turn. It's okay. If you have a lot of agility, dexterity, I mean, it makes your deck pretty good. Caltrops is a powerful defensive power. It defends 3. The enemies take 3 damage whenever they attack you. This is really good against the final boss in the game. We're going to take Leg Sweep, though. Leg Sweep is just like Predator in that it costs 2 mana, 2 energy, and does a lot. Now, is it as effective as the best cards that only cost 1? Not really, but it lets you get by with less cards. If you only draw 1 defensive card in a turn you need to defend, and it's a defend, that's pretty bad. If it's a dodge and roll, that's pretty bad. Now, if you got the dodge and roll the turn before, that's pretty good. But Leg Sweep lets you do a lot with less cards. So you have to put less cards in your deck. We have gotten no potions so far. That means we can guarantee a fight with potions if we come here and fight that elite. So we're thinking we're going to go this route because we'll be able to buy potions here, use them in this fight, upgrade a couple of our cards. We have at least 2 cards we want to upgrade. So that'll let us upgrade both of those before we see this chest. In the chest, we might see an item that makes resting better. It's perfect. You couldn't lay it out better. All right, we have the merchant. Now, the merchant is going to offer us cards, and he's offered us some rares. He's always guaranteed to offer us a rare colorless, and a rare other card. We're offered Glass Knife, which is pretty snazzy. Glass Knife is pretty good. It's a pretty good attack card. If we don't take it, we're really going to have to get by solely on Predator. Backflip is one of the best defensive cards in the game. Gain 5 block, draw 2 cards. Obviously, getting a couple cards off your block card is pretty damn good. We're a little bit short of the Orrery, or we take that for sure with our question card. It gives you 5 card rewards to choose from. I think we're going to pick up a potion here for that 5 HP. Now, we're only offered an artifact, a colorless, and a poison. The only one of these that can guarantee that we're going to do damage with is the poison. And it's going to have issues with one of the fights. Now, the colorless can be one of the strongest potions, but there's no guarantee. If we take the Glass Knife, we can't afford anything else. We could take a card remove and a poison potion. What would we remove? I guess we could remove a defend here because we have a leg sweep and we're going into some tough, aggressive fights. Yeah. I think that's what we'll do. We'll take a poison potion and we'll remove a defend. Now we have an extra 5 HP off the poison potion we're going to get, so we can use this site here to upgrade our Predator. It's going to have to do all of the damage for us, besides the damage the poison potion does. Hi! 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 Hiya, Sasyandere. How's the music stuff going? Let me show you what we've done artistically today. Is my camera still on? Okay. Yeah. Check it out. I just made this gate. So this is going to be... Have I told you I'm doing the... I've settled on a date for the GURPS campaign I want to do on stream. So I'm making assets for it right now. I'm going to, like, have the assets, and I will have 2D characters overlaid, and I will have, like, a background screen if I can freaking manage it. Planning it for my birthday on the 3rd. But so here's a gate. I can have little guys up here defending the gate. I'll use the magics of 3D stuff to shrink it, but, you know, I could have, like, a dude up here on the gate. Anyway, I'm using pen and paper to make my assets and characters and stuff. But I'm also trying to make some assets out of this stuff, and I also have been resining some of my charms. My little charm bros. But now I'm taking a break and playing Slay the Spire. But here's my cute little door. I also need to add some stuff here, Philip. Or do I? You know, does it really have to be perfect? It's pretty cool that it opens at all. I don't really want to mess with it. We'll get back to art when I lose this run, which hopefully I won't. Hopefully I'll win. And then I'll never have to do art again. Ever again. All right. We're doing pretty good on this run. I'm giving it a lot more thought than I do when I'm playing by myself. So, yeah, we'll take this fight. Okay. This is a scary fight. The Gremlin Knob is always one of the hardest, though I think it's actually our best fight right now. So we healed the 5 with the Toy Ornithopter. We got the Predator off. Now, unfortunately, we drew a lot of our strikes in our opening hand. So our next turns are looking like all defense, and this guy punishes that. But we got the 2 draw off the Predator, so hopefully we'll get to see. Okay, we only saw 1. Right, that's the only attack card we could see. Now we're going to use our leg sweep here. It makes him stronger, but the added weakness will counteract that, and it will prevent some damage here. We're of course at full health, so that's going to make it a lot less painful on us. That we are definitely taking this hit this turn. Now we've got to kill him next turn. That poison potion is going to be what gets us over the ledge here. With him taking 4, he'll go down to 16. And then he'll take 3 off the poison potion and go down to 13. That's not enough. That 2 strikes will kill him. We need to draw 3 strikes. Next turn, we're going to draw 5 cards. We could draw defend, defend, survive, and only 2 strikes and not kill him. If we don't kill him next turn, we'll be punished if we play a defend. If we do kill him next turn, it would be slightly in our interest to play a defend. We'll play the defend. It saves us 2 HP should we draw 3 strikes. Oh, we got our other Predator off, so it wasn't even a dice roll there. Very good. We got the boot, one of the worst items in the game. There are a few silent cards that it works well with, such as Blade Dance and Fletch. Now, we should probably take Blade Dance. We're not doing enough damage. And Blade Dance is an excellent damage card. We'd really like to take Footwork, but we're going to take Blade Dance. It's probably the best damage card we can hope for at this stage in the game. We will upgrade our Blade Dance right away. It increases its effectivity by 25%. And lets it trigger other stuff more. Oh, we got a pair. So earlier I was saying that we would want to see what's in the treasure chest before we rest at a campsite, ideally. And that has happened here with the pair, raises our HP by 10. And when you're healing at a campsite, you heal 30% of your HP. So having max HP raised by 10 means we can heal an additional 3. We don't need to heal here. I think we can probably beat these fights without healing. And so we're going to smith, and we're going to up our leg sweep. And now it goes up to doing 3 weakness and 14 block, which is pretty good. The neutralize has its damage boosted by the boot. That's pretty cool. And Blade Dance has its damage boosted by the boot. Normally the boot's not that good, but this is one of the fights it's pretty good in. I think we're going to try to take no damage here, even though that kind of is a little bit risky. Oh, he's gone for his special ability. I wonder how bad that's going to be for us. No, we got our leg sweep upgraded, so it won't be bad at all. The Slaver has a special ability that I'm not sure anybody else uses in this game, which is Entangle. It makes it so I cannot play attack cards this turn. Fortunately, I have leg sweep here, so I can completely block him on the turn instead of trying to finish him off. And we can finish him off this turn. So we have a nice small deck. We haven't filled it full of other things. We got rid of that quick slash that we took very early off that event. That was good for us because now we have 3 really strong cards in a 15 card deck. So we're very likely to see at least 1 strong card a turn. We are offered our first AoE cards. We're offered 2 of them. We're offered Crippling Cloud, and we're offered All-Out Attack. Both of these deal damage to all enemies. Crippling Cloud in the form of poison, and it also applies weak. Now, normally I'd probably want to take Crippling Cloud. In a lot of situations, I'd want to take Crippling Cloud. But since I already have 2 good cards that cost 2 energy, and I only get 3 energy a turn yet, I'm more inclined to take All-Out Attack, because I can play one of the 2 cost cards and then play All-Out Attack. Now, Slice and Deflect both go well with having 2 cost cards, because they also can do little things, but they don't have very much effect per card. Though they are free of energy. We're going to take All-Out Attack. You need to have some AoE answers for situations like these. You know, we got a couple enemies out here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 32. Okay, we're going to kill the slime so it doesn't give us a negative status effect. We can just barely kill the slime. If we had not upgraded that Blade Dance, we could not do it. And if our deck was very big, we might not be able to do it. Okay, we don't draw a single defensive card, so this guy gets to hit us for 4. Nothing you can really do about that. But we got a Predator off on him. We got an All-Out Attack on off him. And now we can hit him with a leg sweep, hit him with another All-Out Attack, and he's freaking toast. Yeah, okay. We took 4 damage that fight. Not ideal. We haven't been getting very lucky with potions. We've gotten 1 potion off events, and we bought a potion. We're offered Bane, Slice, Sneaky Strike, Eviscerate. I really like Sneaky Strike because I really like acrobatics. We don't need to take it, though. Eviscerate's really good if we had some draw and discard, but we're not going to be likely to play it with our other things. Slice would be okay, but we don't need to take any of these just plain attack cards. We're going to do enough damage to kill Guardian if we could get some poison. We might have trouble, actually, but none of these things are going to help us in that fight, honestly. They're not going to do enough damage to break his forms. Our best bet is to use this attack potion in that fight. Okay, so here's a fight where the AoE comes into mattering a lot. Is the Sentry fight. Now, we're going to play Predator. You really want to draw through your deck in this fight as fast as you can, at least the first time. Because they're going to be putting status cards in our deck, and the faster they put in status cards, the faster they'll be able to put in status cards the next time through your deck. Because each time they do will slow down your deck. So that's why you really have to go really hard on drawing through your deck. So we're definitely going to play Predator, even if it means we don't really get to defend this turn. We have to focus down one of these guys, so we're going to focus down the one with lower health. I could probably calculate out what I should really be focusing on. But we will just get him below 10, and hopefully we draw All-Out Attack and can finish them off. We did draw All-Out Attack, and we drew Blade Dance, and we did draw Survivor. So that's probably going to be what we play. We'll mostly block this guy. We'll start weakening this one, and we'll play All-Out Attack. That gets us down to only taking 2, so now we've taken 12 this fight. And we get our first deck shuffle. We can full block with the leg sweep, get him down to 2. And that means that Sentry isn't going to hurt us again. Okay, we're going to take... What is it? 22... No, we're going to take 17 damage this fight. And that'll be fine. 17 damage is a little bit much, but it's very acceptable. And we got a Kunai. One of the best artifacts in the game for the Silent. Every time you play 3 attacks in a single turn, gain 1 dexterity. Now, that means every time we play Blade Dance, we're going to get 1 dexterity. Every dexterity makes our defense cards better. And we already have some good defense cards, so we won't need to take more defensive cards because we can rely on the kunai to get our defense where we want it. Now we're offered one of the best poison cards in the game. Unfortunately, it doesn't do anything without other poison cards. So it isn't going to be that helpful in the fight we're going up against right now against the Guardian. I would love to take Cloak and Dagger. Piercing Wail is a very strong defensive card. It is an AoE defensive card. Dagger Throw has its advantages. Catalyst, I'd love to take it, but we don't have any poison right now, so right now it literally does nothing. But Cloak and Dagger can synergize very well with kunai. I said we didn't need more defensive cards, but Cloak and Dagger actually is an offensive card. Whenever you play it, you get a few shivs into your hand, which do damage, and will help trigger further uses of the kunai. So we're going to take Cloak and Dagger, and we'll probably upgrade it at the shop if we... Oh, we're offered a lot of money to take a curse. We're not going to do that. We're going to gain some gold. A curse right now would be really bad. If I thought I could get rid of it before whatever, I would. Now, are we going to heal here? We have 2 potions. That'll get us up to 38 HP, which should be fine. Oh, hi, Tupo! Hi, Tupo! Oh my god. You know, you're the first person to ever raid me. How was your stream? How was your stream? How did everybody have a nice time with Tupo? Tupo is the best tuber. The best tuber. Straight up. We're playing Slay the Spire right now. And we're having fun with it. We're just about to fight the first boss, the Guardian. We have picked up some good artifacts. We have some good potions going into it. We're not going to heal here. We're going to smith, and we're going to up our Cloak and Dagger so that we can get those 2 shivs out of it. Yes, like a potato, Hera Hera. That is, in fact, the joke. You must be tired after a stream. I know you like to do your marathon streams, and you probably have some angry dogs to deal with, so go have fun with that. Thank you so much for the raid, Tupo. I really appreciate it. My PC browser crashed. Ebby Ways, have a good stream, Cheryl. Gonna sleep and rest. That rip. Can I get some Fs for the PC browser? All right, we're gonna beat the Guardian here. We're gonna beat the whole game here. We're gonna go all the way to the heart. That's what I'm hoping for. All right. We have most of our good attacks here. Now the Guardian has an interesting mechanic. Mode shift. Every time he takes 40 damage, and then it will be 50 damage, and then it'll be 60, and then 70, and then 80, and then, well, if he's taking that much damage, he's dead. He transforms into a defensive mode, which basically means you can stop him from actually fucking with you. So we are going to hit him with a Predator. We're going to hit him with the Blade Dance, because a Blade Dance is going to help us get our dexterity boosted, and he's already transformed. And when we throw this Neutralize, we'll have 2 dexterity. This is going to be an easy fight. Easy fight. We've drawn all our attack cards in the first hand like we want. We've already getting our defenses boosted. So in his defensive form, he has Sharp Hide, which whenever I play an attack card, I take 4 damage. So we don't want to do that, but at the same time, we can kind of get away with attacking him a bit because we get our defense so high. This fight is very easy to beat if you can get nice, strong cards. I mean, that may seem obvious, right? But some of the fights, you need something else. Like, you need really good cards to deal damage right away, but they don't need to be consistently good. So it's like the slime boss. But in this fight, you need consistency. Now, unfortunately, we don't have the real consistent thing we want, which would be poison. So normally I'd be a little bit hesitant in this fight to feel confident, but since we have the Shiv strategy and the Kunai, we will be able to get our defense high enough that we can rely on that to carry us through. We've already got our defense up to 4. Now, sometimes you just don't draw a defensive card, right? Like, here we are, 1 HP away. Like, he's hitting us for 27, but fortunately, we can force his form to shift. And we can even get our defense up again. Now, as long as we can draw some defensive cards, we're gonna be good. We can even attack him on his defensive turns. That's how high our defense has gotten. Like, this is insanely good for us. Okay, this time we'll take a little bit of damage so we could get our defense up even higher. And also, it's good to actually deal damage to him over and in excess of his transformation stuff. Wow, 1 defend blocks all 12 of that. That's crazy. It's not even upgraded. Kunai is very good. We'll have to really keep control of our deck, though. We don't want to add things that don't synergize with it. We don't want to weaken its effect. It's such a strong card, we want to... it's such a strong ability, we want to maximize its usage. Now, the ability only activates per attack, so in this situation, we're just going to hit him with a very strong attack, and then he should die next turn. Yeah. Well, we didn't draw enough to kill him, but... he'll die. Now, we only took 5 damage this fight. And we beat the boss. Very good. We're offered nothing but rares whenever you beat a boss, and thanks to the question card, we'll be seeing a lot more rares thanks to that. We're offered Adrenaline, a purely good card, gives you energy, draws you more cards than you had. Grand Finale, a pretty cringe card. You have to have no cards in your draw pile to make it work. It is very strong when you know how to use it. And I do know how to use it. It just requires a lot more thinking than I enjoy doing in this game. Doppelganger, next turn draw X cards and gain X energy. Really rare use cases for Doppelganger. Because normally you want to use your energy, right? Right? Wraith Form. Gain 2 intangible at the end of your turn, lose 1 dexterity. Now, combined with the Kunai, we can actually lose that dexterity and still be defending pretty well. The question is, do we need to defend with Wraith Form? Wraith Form effectively blocks infinite damage. Infinite damage. So good. It's so flippin' good. But it makes it so you start to lose your defensive capability. We're going to take Wraith Form, not because we need it to defend with our Kunai. Well, it's one of the best cards in the game, but we can kind of defend as much as we want if we just like go really hard on the Kunai. The issue is, some fights, the enemy's attacking you right away for a ton of damage. We're going to take Adrenaline. We're going to take Adrenaline and go for it. Okay, we're offered a Boss Relic. A lot of Boss Relics come with some kind of disadvantage. Coffee Dripper. At the start of your turn, you gain an energy at the start of your turn. That'll get us up to 4. We definitely want to take an Energy Relic. We have a lot of 2-cost things. Being able to play 2 in the same turn would be pretty good. Being able to do more attacks and trigger Kunai more often would be pretty good. If we take the Coffee Dripper, we can no longer rest. If we take the Runic Dome, we may no longer see enemy intents. We may no longer see what the enemy is going to do. Now, this is the like super big brain Omega strat. I know exactly what the enemy's going to do. I can win with the Runic Dome. I've played with the Runic Dome. But I think we can take the rest item here because we have the Ornithopter to help give us some healing. We'll have to use our potions liberally and we'll have to be buying potions. But that can overcompensate. That can compensate for the not being able to rest. Now, the Runic Pyramid is really strong too. I'm going to heal 75% of my HP after I leave this floor. After you beat a boss, you get some HP back. Runic Pyramid. At the end of your turn, you no longer discard your hand. Amazing. Really good card. Would be really good with Wraith Form, because then you can wait till you just need to use it. Now, if we had discarding cards, it's a lot better, because then you can get rid of bad stuff in your hand. As it is now, the wrong fight, the Runic Pyramid can just kill me if I get too many wounds in my deck. We're going to take the Coffee Dripper. Hi, Musbroke. I recognize you. Thank you for coming to the stream with my beloved tuber, Tupo. We are playing Slay the Spire. We were doing art. I could show off my art really fast that I was doing. Physical art. We are preparing for my birthday stream next week, January 3rd, Wednesday. I am making assets for a role-playing game that will be controlled by chat. I've made this door so I can take photos of it and put stuff behind it. This is made out of moldable plastic. I'm going to make a lot more of this kind of stuff. It will be played in sort of a choose-your-own-adventure style. I was thinking 11 a.m. Pacific time, but like that's only good for NEETs and Euros, and I don't know. Here's a bunch of cute little charms I've made. They're pretty cute. This is a Mikan. This is of a Dino Puppet. Here I've got a Chromu. Yeah. I also made this owl bro. This is my sort of fan characters. I've got like an owl I draw. I'm using this feature of Apple phone cameras. One of the only good things about Apple. You can like take a photo of something and then turn it into a transparent sticker. So it'll naturally pop this out, and then I can just use that as an asset. So here I've got like a messenger, and then here's him pleading for his life if you attack him. Here's like a soldier bro. Here's his whatever. Yeah, handicrafts are the shit. I'm a big arts and crafts streamer. That is what I want to be. I want to be an arts and crafts streamer. I want to play RPGs, and I don't want to play video games, but it's so hard. So I'm taking a break, and I'm playing Slay the Spire right now. I was playing A Legionary's Life earlier, which is a very cool game where you play as a soldier in a Roman legion, and I'm really addicted to that, but I've been trying to avoid it because I need to finish all these freaking assets for my RPG stream. Anyway, we are going to win the Slay the Spire game. I won a game earlier today, so I'm hoping I can keep that going. All right, we've come to a new floor. We have the Coffee Dripper, so we have to be careful about our HP. We can't take too much HP damage. While we can no longer heal at rest sites, we at least don't take damage there. We can effectively heal at shops by buying potions. Obviously not if it's something like this. We can't go from one shop to another shop and heal that way. But this shop can effectively give us healing. So we're going to want to hit this shop. We do want to beat the Burning Elite this act, because it looks like an okay act to fight them. I'm thinking this right path, either this way or this way. Hit the shop, buy more potions, use our potions in these fights. Heal, smith an item here, fight that fight, get this spot. If we get a good artifact, we might be able to take this one. If not, we'll have to go this way and try to fight the Burning Elite there. And if we are really too weak here, we'll go this route. Yeah. Okay. That's a good strategy to me. You really got to look ahead and plan your routes and Slay the Spire. At least at A20. What other handicrafts do I do? Well, here's an example of like a dude who's like finished. Here's a Cedar Coon. It's glow in the dark. Don't know how I would show you the glow-in-the-dark aspect, but he is. Maybe I'll charge him. Anyway. Alright, the avocado. The dreaded shelled parasite. This is one of the most difficult enemies in the game, honestly. He attacks every single turn. His first turn is his strongest. He'll attack, give us a debuff, do attacks for 21. Really strong guy. We'll probably use our enemy potion this turn just to reduce that. He also gains 14 plated armor. So every turn, at the start of his turn, he gains, or at the end of its turn, he gains 14 block. Every time I manage to hit him through the block, though, he's going to lose some of that block. So we'd really like to hit him with the Predator and then chip him down with the Blade Dance. We're going to play our Adrenaline. Always do your draw cards first. Okay, all out attack's pretty good. Oh, I dropped a Shiv because I played that wrong. Cringe. Cringe. All right, we've gotten some dexterity. Off the Kunai, which is a very strong artifact. We cannot full defend here, but we'll only take 7. Okay, we can full defend if we go Energy Potion. Gets us that heal. It's a good time to use it, I think. We got some more damage. That'll mean less plated armor for him. Good time to use the Energy Potion. Attack Potion will probably be overkill, though it would reduce him. So he's hit us with Frail. Yeah! You saw my room review. Yeah. That was perhaps misleading. It's normal. It actually, it stayed pretty clean since then. I was supposed to be working on... If you saw my room review, then you saw my whiteboard, which is what I was supposed to be working on today. And maybe I'll get back to it, but I'm trying to work on a starting soon screen, which I'm using my whiteboard for. Yeah, anyway. That was my idea for a starting soon screen. But it's so much work to actually do art on stream. Dempa's really good at it. She can keep yapping even while arting. I'm pretty happy with how I can do with it, but I think it's a very conscientious effort. All right, we're going to defend. Okay, we should have attacked first. Okay, looks like we're going to be mostly full defending here. Now, one good thing about the boot is not a very useful artifact in a lot of fights. It's actually useful here, because if we just get over the block, it'll do all 5 damage from the boot. Okay, he's attacking for 21 again. We're trying to avoid unnecessary damage this fight. I guess we'll full block here. We've got him defended. I really would like to attack with Predator. But, ooh, very good for us. Drawing the Blade Dance is always very nice. We'll hit him with that. He's really going to be stripped of his defense there, and we can defend. Okay. All right, he's dead. We've removed his plated armor. Well, it is pretty strong defensively. If you have Blade Dances and stuff, you can pretty much get around it. Okay, we didn't get much gold that fight. We're offered an escape plan. You draw a card. If you draw a skill, gain 3 block. Okay, how many skills do we have? We have all of our strikes still. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 18. So we have like a 50% chance of hitting it. The issue with it is there's a few fights that punish you if you play a card. The last fight, which is the hardest in the game, notably, punishes you for it. We could use Crippling Cloud. It would help us get through enemies' artifact charges, which is useful against one of the Act 3 bosses and the Act 4 elite fight, which there's only one Act 4 elite fight. We could also take another leg sweep. We're not going to be using 2 leg sweeps in the same turn, but having 2 really high defensive cards with our high dexterity would give us a very strong block engine and would let us start removing defense. Does that make sense to remove defense? Now, an upgraded Sneaky Strike is also very tempting because we don't do that much damage, but we don't have any discard abilities except for maybe all attack, which isn't really a good one because it could discard the Sneaky Strike. There's some ways to go infinite. Oh my god, my mouse. There's some ways to go infinite with Sneaky Strike. I had a win earlier this week with an infinite Sneaky Strike. So when you discard it, when a card's been discarded, it's free. I made a win off of a colorless card, Madness. Makes a card cost 0 for the rest of the game, the fight. I made my Sneaky Streaks cost 0, so they gave me 2 energy, and I had the deck small enough I was able to play Acrobatics to draw them over and over again. It was very strong. I'm unlikely to do that this game simply because of the size of my deck is already kind of outside of that range. I need to really spend money on removals, and I'm going to have to spend money on potions. Now, I think we're going to want to focus on things like Blade Dance to do our damage, simply because we have the Kunai. So it's either a leg sweep or a pass here, and I'm favoring a pass. We're going to skip. Since we have some good cards to upgrade, we're going to take the question mark early. Because sometimes we're offered a very tempting thing here, but we're not going to take it. We're offered Apparition. You will give up half your HP. You get 4 at the lower difficulties, and on A20 or on A15 and higher, you only get offered 3 Apparitions here. Now, that does not mean they're bad. Even on A20, they're actually better on A20 because it's so much more valuable. Apparitions give you an Ethereal. Take no damage that turn. Well, you take 1 damage from sources. But we're not going to take the Apparitions. We're going to refuse because we have the defense engine of the Kunai. Now, those would be even better if we already had the defense engine of the Wraith form, but we didn't take it. How disappointing! You will join us sooner or later. Ha ha ha! The shapes fade away, leaving only the unnerving laughter ringing in your ears. I should have read that last one, but I should read more of the things. This game is pretty just treading familiar ground for me. All right, so this is one of the fights that the Crippling Cloud would be good at, theoretically. This guy's very vulnerable to poison if he can get it through his defenses, but he comes with 3 artifact charges, so we're not really going to succeed at that. The Spheric Guardian is, I think, the only enemy in the game who gets... You know what? I feel like playing the attack potion here. It will get me a Trigger of the Kunai, and it will help break through his armor. Now, his defense never goes away. He has Barricade. Barricade is a very powerful ability. How many attacks have I played this turn? I played a strike, cloak and dagger, neutralize. Okay. So we're offered a couple cards here. We're offered Finisher. It does damage based on the number of attacks we played this turn. We've played a lot of attacks. We almost kill him. But unfortunately, he's going to put a bunch of defense. Now, Barricade is a power that you, as the player, can get on the Ironclad. And I guess theoretically you could get it if you got an Ironclad card in this deck, but that's unlikely. Okay, we killed him. That's a hard fight. I'm glad I used the potion to do that extra 30 damage and, of course, get our health up. Now we got another potion, so now we're effectively at full health with its healing. We're offered Accuracy, Backflip, Flying Knee, Blade Dance. Okay, this is a couple hard ones. Accuracy will help us do more damage. Blade Dance will help us do more damage, and it will trigger... the Kunai more often. We want a mix of Accuracies and Blade Dances. Accuracy is the rarer card. We also have the Cloak and Dagger. We're going to take Accuracy. It's a toss-up between Accuracy and Blade Dance, but we're going to take the Accuracy. Accuracy makes all Shivs deal more damage. We have 2 Shiv cards. We have Blade Dance, and we have the Cloak and Dagger. And now we've gotten our Accuracy in our first opening hand here. We have All-Out Attack, which is going to do a little bit of damage against both these guys. We're fighting a bird. Birds are very dangerous. Birds are very dangerous. They attack 6 times, and they boost their own strength. Now, if they're neutralized and weakened, they do much less damage. So, the Chosen over here is also very dangerous. He applies a unique debuff, which will make it so every time we play a non-attack card, we get a Daze added to our deck, which can really start to overwhelm you. Now, the bird has an interesting ability. He's the only flyer in the game, and since he flies, he takes half damage, unless we deal enough damage to remove his flight. At lower difficulties, the flight ability is only 3. At this level, it's 4, so it's a lot harder to trigger it. We could hit him with a strike, a neutralize, a strike, and an all-out attack, and a whatever. And that will knock him down to the ground. And I think we should. Yeah, let's knock him down first, and then he'll die from the all-out attack. There we go. Now we're going to get that disadvantage, that debuff. Hex. Whenever you play a non-attack card, shuffle a Dazed into your draw pile. Now that's a lot worse than shuffling it into our discard pile, because it means we have to get through it before we can even get into the discard pile. Like next turn, we only have 1 attack card in our inventory. And just to play our Blade Dance gives us one of those. But we've played that accuracy, so these shivs deal double damage. That's 32 damage off a 1 energy skill. That's incredible. It has its disadvantages in some fights, but it's pretty good. And we get those defense bonuses, so we're only going to take 4 here. So that's 4 damage this fight. And he weakened us. He made us vulnerable. That's bad. We're going to full defend here, even though it gives us 2 more dazes. We don't want to take 18 damage, daze or no. And once you do manage to draw through your deck, it gets a lot better. The daze ability hits you a lot less once you've drawn through your deck once. So this is one of the fights where having a very large deck punishes you. It makes it a lot harder to get through your deck so that you can make it through that pile. We're offered Sucker Punch, Finisher, Piercing Wail, Poison Stab. Piercing Wail is a very good defensive card. It's very good against a lot of the things that our defense is not going to cut it for, but I don't want to take it yet. I've got my defense engine going. I'm going to pass. I'm going to pass on all these cards. Skip the card. All right, our HP is very high. We don't necessarily need to go to the shop and buy a potion. We do want to still fight this guy. We could go this way, pick that fight, go up along here, then hit this shop and fight him here. That would give us 3 elite fights in this act and probably be a bit safer. That'll make us be spending our money a lot later. We could potentially get something really good out of the shop, but I think we can cut it with this question. Oh my god, it's Snecko. Snecko gives us a very interesting debuff called Confused. It's actually a debuff you can get from a boss relic called the Snecko Eye. The Snecko Eye is a very strong boss relic depending on your deck. What the Confused does is it makes all the cards in your deck have a random cost between 0 and 3. Now that makes the average cost 1.5, which is cheaper for our 2-cost cards, so it's actually quite good for us. We may either defend for 6 here or use a Predator and an all-out attack. We're going to do that. Try to get through this fight. You can really take a lot of damage in this fight if you just get unlucky. Now we're lucky here. We got a very cheap accuracy. We got a cheap Blade Dance and a cheap Adrenaline. So we're going to play the Blade Dance before the Adrenaline here, even though you like to play your draw cards first, because when you play a card, it goes into your discard. We're at the end of our deck right here, so we would really like to draw the Blade Dance again. So we're going to play it now, get the damage out of it, and we're going to play this Leg Sweep because it costs us 0, and it's going to go into our discard, and then we'll draw the Adrenaline, play the Adrenaline. And we did not draw either of those, but we were playing as optimally as we could. That's something I often forget to do when I am playing by myself. And we get a kill here. Now we took... Did we take like 11 damage that fight? I think we took like 11 damage that fight. But we got a block potion. Blocks 12 and heals us 5. That's like 17 HP. That's pretty good. We're offered Finisher, Poison Stab, Sucker Punch, Predator, all damage cards. A second Predator could be okay, but it's not upgraded. It's going to be worse than drawing our other Predator. You can only draw so many things per turn. We're going to skip. All right. We can get here a numbers of ways. We can go to a campfire first or go to a campfire second. If we go to a campfire first, we can upgrade accuracy or adrenaline. If we go to a elite fight first, we can get a card that might be better to upgrade. Now, I don't think there are many things better than upgrading our accuracy here. So we're going to go for the upgrade first. We're going to take the upgraded accuracy. That could do a lot of damage in a fight, easily 10 or 20 damage. Now, okay, this is a real tough fight. This is the Book of Stabbing. We're really glad to see it now because it means we won't see it next. That's pretty much the only good thing about it. The Book of Stabbing does 7 times 2, and then 7 times 3, and then 7 times 4, and then 7 times 5, and you better not be seeing 7 times 6 because your ass is dead. This would be one of the fights that those ethereal abilities are really good at. We, of course, did not take them. When weakened, as we have a lot of weakened in our deck, he only does 5 times all those things. That'll be good for us. Yeah. Now, we have to kill him as fast as we can. We have a fire potion. We'll probably be burning that. We'll probably be burning the block potion. And you really don't want to let him hit you. And the reason for that is not just that you'll take damage, but he puts wounds into your deck. So this is one of the fights where you might just lose if you have the Runic Pyramid, because you'll just draw a bunch of wounds and be unable to get rid of them. Now what are we going to do here? We don't want to take a wound, but do we want to play a block card just for 1 damage if we play both Survivor and Defend? We don't have very many cards in our deck, so each wound is going to be really bad for us. I could burn the block potion here and hit him for 2 more. That won't give us another use of the kunai, but it'll at least be some damage. We'll probably get an opportunity to use all of the block potion. We will just simply take 1 damage and take a wound into our discard pile. Fortunately, not into our draw pile. Perfect time to use the adrenaline here. Okay, this is going to be the turn to use the block potion. And we're going to still take 2 damage here. Fuck. Okay, we've taken 2 wounds now. Not where we want to be. We've drawn all the cards we wanted to draw earlier, and unfortunately they were on the bottom of our deck. So what happens when that happens is you only get to play them 1 time through the 2 freaking draws of your deck, right? So we've drawn our deck, and we have the whole deck to go, and our best cards are in our hand. Instead of having them be played, go into our discard and get to play them again. That is one of the things that's really outside your control and can cost you a game, whether you played correctly or not. Now, I said he does 7 times X, 7 times X, 7 times X, and that's true. But every once in a while, he'll attack for just a flat 24. And that will only add 1 of those things to your deck, to your discard pile, so that's pretty interesting. We can play the leg sweep here to take no damage and get a bunch of block on him. Or we can play the Cloak and Dagger and get an additional dexterity for future turns and block almost all the damage and get some damage on him. We really need to kill him, and to do that, we need to get damage on him. Yeah. And getting dexterity isn't so bad. Okay, this is one of those, this is like, you know, it's getting quite bad here. We're about to take a lot of damage. We only need to do 17 more damage and the fire pot will be able to finish him. But that's we need to do it. Okay, we're almost freaking dead. If we had taken a bit more damage and gotten one more strike, we could have avoided that. And it looks like we won't have to use the fire pot. Whew. Fuck. All right, we're offered a very interesting artifact. We may not end up taking it. It's very strong, yes, but it has some disadvantages. We're offered the Unceasing Top. Whenever you have no cards in hand, during your turn, draw a card. Now, that's very good. We can never run out of cards, but we can be forced to draw a wound like we just had, which won't be playable, or a curse, which we can't play without getting certain artifacts, as same as the wounds. But we also can never run out of cards if we have a lot of energy. Now, it's pretty rare you're going to have so much energy you can just like keep playing cards. You can build your deck around that in some ways. Let's see what we're offered as a card in our deck. Now, a Deflect is great for that kind of thing. Outmaneuver is great. We're offered an upgraded Crippling Cloud. Now, earlier we passed on some Crippling Clouds. And, you know, part of the reason was that fight we just had. Crippling Cloud is not going to be very good against the Book of Stabbing. But we've beaten the Book of Stabbing. I think we can take a Crippling Cloud. An Outmaneuver could be okay. Piercing Wail would have been really good in that fight. It would have been great in that fight. But we're going to take the upgraded Crippling Cloud. We'll take the Unceasing Top. So one of the problems with the Unceasing Top is you play your hand and then it draws a card. And it draws a card that you really needed to have. You know, a power you needed to set up, something like that. All right, we're really injured here. We could try to avoid any elite and go around this way. And I think that's what we got to do. I think an elite fight is probably going to do more damage to us than not. But we also really want this shop to heal with. We have some strong potions. The Book of Stabbing was probably the worst of the elites on this floor for us. Okay, we're going to take that. We're going to go the other way. Now we're offered the choice to upgrade all of our strikes and defends or remove one. Now, removing cards would make us a lot more consistent, but upgrading our defends is actually pretty good. Our defends would become a lot better cards if they were upgraded, combined with our kunai. That would make us have a lot more defense. But we can kind of rely on our leg sweeps and our cloak and daggers. We're forced to not take as many card removes as we would want because we're going to be using our money to buy potions. So I think we're going to go with the upgrade all strikes and defends because we won't be able to get as many removes to make getting rid of all of them feasible. We're offered Bottled Tornado. So that means we'll be able to guarantee any power in our deck that we currently have to start each combat with this card in your hand. Of course, we are going to take Accuracy, the only power we have, but that is huge for us. That's one of the reasons I picked Accuracy over the Blade Dance earlier, was on the chance that we got a Bottled Tornado. All right. We have to fight an elite. We have to win. All right, we are fighting the Slavers. Slaver, Taskmaster, Slaver. Now, each of these guys is very unique. And their attack patterns and all the shit dealing with them is so complicated. I don't know if I really want to get into it, but we have to kill them. You either start with killing the guy in the back. He does slightly more damage. And he also has the ability of that other slaver we fought way back to make it so I can't attack. Which if I'm almost won, I would like to be able to win with. Right? We're going to play Adrenaline first. See more options. We have 5 energy. We can Predator, Accuracy, Cloak and Dagger, and one more card. A Strike Plus. Right, only a Strike Plus, only options. We'll be able to get 1 defense for the Cloak and Dagger. We are taking 29 damage. Are we just dead? I think we need to kill the slaver in the back. Okay. Yeah. Let's see where he's at after 20. Okay, so 1 more strike and a fire potion will kill him. I think that's probably what we're going to do. That gets us down. Oh, and that healed us a bit. Right. The potions heal us. We're going to use a poison potion on the Taskmaster in the middle. He has the most HP and will probably be the last one we kill, even though he throws wounds in our deck, because the guy in the front does statuses, and we don't want to suffer those. We'll weaken him for now. He does slightly more of the damage. We've reached our 1 dexterity. We'll play our only defensive card we drew. That's one of the problems with defensive cards, is you need to draw them when you're being attacked. All right, I think that we will survive after having those turns, thanks to the Ornithopter giving us a bit more HP. We get a Crippling Cloud upgraded, so it does 3 more damage a turn because of that increased poison. It weakens them. That'll make them do less damage to us. Maybe I should have played that later. I can full block here. I might be able to also just kill him. 16, yeah. We can just kill that guy, get another defense, and then we can full block the other one. Okay. Very good. Now the Taskmaster's taking 12 a turn. Now he upgrades his strength every turn, but that should not be able to overcome his weakened and our boosting of dexterity. And he is dead. So we took, I think, like no damage that fight if you don't count the healed HP of the potions, which you definitely should. We did not get a potion. That sucks. We got some gold and we got Anchor. Anchor's really good for us. Gives you 10 HP, 10 block on the first round of combat. Now, since our defense cards get better and better as we play, having it on the first turn is the best. Calculated Gamble has reappeared in our offerings after the first fight. It's the first one we've seen. We're going to take it. It's really good. Discard your hand, draw that many cards for free. Now, it does cost us itself as a card. So you do not see the card that would be Calculated Gamble if it wasn't in your deck. But theoretically, you make up for it by seeing other cards, right? Because you have other cards in your hand that you then draw. I should make some more hot water and more of these moldable plastic while I'm going. I think we could win. I think we could win this run. Things said right before you die. Okay, so we get to hit a shop. What are we offered? The backpack. I did not take the backpack card. The prepared. God, I fucking hate prepared. Prepared, unupgraded. I could get the backpack of preparation, which is quite good. Ooh, okay. We're offered a preserved insect. Enemies in elite combats have 25% less HP. I'm not going to buy prepared. I'm not going to buy prepared. That'd be so bad. I'd just be throwing. Prepared is just like Calculated Gamble, but instead of being good, it's bad. Yeah. So Preserved Insect will make the elite fight here much easier. 25% less HP is really good. We're definitely not going to buy the Strange Spoon, which would make our shivs not exhaust, because then we wouldn't draw the other things we need. Omamori is either really good or completely useless, depending on if it actually stops us from getting any curses. We're definitely going to buy the Preserved Insect. We're going to buy... we could buy Fairy in a Bottle, which would give us some reserve of HP. But we need to heal, and we wouldn't want to die. We're not going to be able to heal here. We need the Fairy in a Bottle. We're going to take Fairy in a Bottle. Quite expensive. And we will take a... We'll take a Poison Pot. So we had to spend our money on that stuff. We couldn't get a card removal. We did what we could to make ourselves more likely to win this fight. We will take a smithing upgrade here. We don't have very many cards to upgrade anymore. Ever since we did the simplicity thing, we're almost all upgraded. Like, that is a good place to be. If we upgraded Neutralize, we would reduce the damage we take that way. If we upgrade Adrenaline, we can play more cards. We're going to upgrade Calculated Gamble, which lets us play it multiple times a fight. You don't always get to see it multiple times a fight, but maybe we will. Okay. We get the 3 cultist fight. Now in Act 1, 1 cultist was a fight. In Act 2, 3 cultists at the same time as a fight. We're going to get our accuracy going. It's going to boost the shivs out of that. We're going to try to kill one of them. We'll go for that guy. And he's almost dead. How good is that? Our shivs do 10 damage, so he's 1 shiv away from dead. We did not draw a shiv. I don't want to waste all the predator damage on him. But that's fine. We'll full block here. Just perfect. Perfect full block. We get our 2 draws next turn. They get 5 strength every freaking turn. They get really strong really fast. All out attack will finish this guy off. So I guess we don't need to do that. Ooh, Crippling Cloud will be very good here. Gives them some weak. Actually, we've almost killed them. I don't want to take that 8 damage, but I forgot to play a block card this turn. That's unfortunate. Well, I guess I'll take 8. That could be the game. That could be the game. That 8 damage I just took right there. Ooh, and I could have played a potion, and then I could have healed that. Okay, we're almost to the bronze automation. A piercing whale right now could be pretty big. I kind of want to rely on my other defensive options, though. Now we're going to skip. We're not going to trade anything out for the colorless potion. We're going to go into this boss fight. Okay, so this is a very strong boss, but we're pretty well situated for it. So this is the Gremlin gang under the Gremlin leader. He comes with 2 little gremlins and himself. He has 3 moves. He can defend his goblins and boost all of their attack by 3, which all attack by 5. All of their attack is already boosted by 3 because that was his burning power. All the burning elites get a special power. Now that won't apply to the minions he's going to summon later, which is quite nice for us. This is one of the better fights to have be burning. Imagine if this was the Book of Stabbing with 10 damage every time it attacked. Very bad. This guy does attack 3 times, so that is going to be a pretty huge boost. And he is actually going to boost his attack by 5 right now, going up to 8 strength. So that's going to be freaking huge. We're going to burn the potion pot early. Now, we want to kill his little goblin gang. And the reason for that is if one of the goblins is missing, there's a chance he will, instead of attacking us next turn, attempt to summon more goblins. And him wasting his turns summoning goblins is a lot better than him attacking us like he is right now with 10 times 3. Right? That's pretty rough. That's a lot of damage. Especially because we're at 16 HP and we have no defensive cards in hand. We're going to play Blade Dance. And we're going to play Calculated Gamble. We need to get defensive cards right now, so we're going to shuffle our shivs into the deck, which is kind of cringe. Okay. Okay, we want to get that trigger. We want to play all 3 of our defensive cards this turn, I think. So I think what we do here is... Okay. All out attack would be... No, all attack isn't going to get through that 10 shield he just got. Next turn, this Gremlin's Wizard is going to cast a pretty powerful spell at us, but we should be able to kill him that turn. We're going to play a strike. We're going to play Cloak and Dagger, get 2 attacks off, get that kunai going, and then we'll play our other 2 defends. Now we're only taking 6. Quite a bit better. Taking 30 was well worth trashing our discard with shivs. Now we're going to have to use some of those attacks. Oh, and Unceasing Top has kicked in because we had those shivs to draw. Actually, that's pretty okay. Oh, that was killer. Shuffling shivs in your deck works great when you have an Unceasing Top. Now we'll be able to kill him. We took 6 damage that fight. Less damage than that fight where... okay, so when you kill him, all the little guys run away. Less damage in that fight against a Burning Elite than we did in that fight against the Cultist, because I fucked up against the Cultist. Now we got one of the best artifacts in the game for our build. We got Nunchaku. Every time you play 10 attacks, gain 1 energy. That makes cards like our upgraded Blade Dance almost cost half an energy instead of a whole energy. Now there are issues with playing lots of cards many times, but better than not, I suppose. We're offered Distraction, which is actually very underrated. Add a random skill into your hand. We don't need that currently. Slice, which goes very well with Unceasing Top, and our whole kunai thing. We're offered Tactician, which is very strong. When you discard it, you gain an energy. But Tactician will kill our Unceasing Top move. So we're going to take another calculated gamble. Now, we cannot heal here. We're at 10 HP. We will be able to get a little bit of HP back with the Vulnerable Potion, and the Fairy in the Bottle will give us a little bit of grace. But, yeah. What are we going to upgrade here? This guy summons minions, so taking the all-out attack upgrade could be pretty good here. I think we're going to do that. We're going to upgrade our all-out attack. Not my favorite card at this stage in the game, but it'll help us in this fight. If I play the Crippling Cloud right now, it's not going to be that effective because it's just going to burn through 2 artifact charges. We're going to try that Blade Dance strat again of getting the Unceasing Top to take advantage of our Blade Dance. We will play a calculated gamble. We got our Curse, Ascender's Bane, which is one of the things that's going to stop our Unceasing Top from working. I'm tempted to save the Adrenaline and the calculated gamble right now so that I can be more likely to get my Unceasing Top flowing. And I think we will. We'll let those go to the next draw through the deck. Okay, now this is, we have no, I didn't think that through. All right, I think we're dead. Oh, we have the Fairy in the Bottle. I don't know if that's going to get us up enough. We're going to use the Vulnerable Potion. So why I'm saying, oh no, we're dead is... Okay, we'll get rid of one of them. Is we drew no defensive cards that turn. I could have seen that coming, but I thought maybe we'd get the leg sweep or the defend. Yeah, we drew no defensive cards. If I had looked at my deck, I would have perhaps said, let's play the calculated gamble this turn to not be undefended on this turn because I knew they'd be attacking this turn. Anyway, we're going to die, but the Fairy Pot brings us back. And we're now going to use the Crippling Cloud, because we'll be able to hit this guy with it, whereas last time we wouldn't have. The little orb adds do a fair amount of damage, but they also... Ooh, the Nunchaku work really well with the Unceasing Top. Okay, this guy will die on his own next turn. Okay. And then he'll give us back this Adrenaline. So the orbs steal a card from you. And then when you kill them, you get it back. So we're able to full defend here. Ooh, and we're able to full defend and play a Blade Dance. Thank you, Unceasing Top. The kunai got our defenses up enough. We were able to defend there. I think taking the coffee dripper has been the right choice. The nunchaku and the unceasing top has been going pretty well. More blade dances. We're killing it. Now, he's going to hit us with Hyper Beam. I think either next turn or the turn after that. Hyper Beam, as if for anyone who's played... Oh, fuck, I just ended my turn on accident! I got a new... I clicked the end turn! Okay, he's hitting us with a Hyper Beam. That might have been, like, a game-changing amount of damage to prevent with that. Okay, we're going to take 11. We won't die. We won't die. Okay. We might be able to now get enough damage going that we finish him off. We're using the calculated gamble just to try to draw to our better cards. Not that the cards we had in our hand were bad per se. It just would be better to play Blade Dance, right? Okay. We drew 3 block cards and we got our Blade Dance. This is good. We're going to win this fight. We're going to win this fight. Killer. Killer. Whew. Couple close calls. Almost lost thanks to the HP we lost to that damn cultist. Still could. We're not going to full heal here. Okay. We're offered After Image, Wraith Form, Phantasmal Killer, and Grand Finale. Now, Grand Finale is going to kill our Unceasing Top when we draw it. Phantasmal Killer can be upgraded to 0. It lets you do double your attack damage next turn. That's pretty good. After Image, whenever you play a card, gain 1 block. And Wraith Form. Again, I could have had 2 Wraith Forms and the other card, the intangible card. We could have had freaking so much ethereal, but I think we'll go with Phantasmal Killer. We're killing with shivs. It can give us a lot of additional damage. But it's not a defend card. And we kind of need to draw defend cards after playing shivs. Yeah. But if it's free, it will not take up a card slot once we upgrade it. Okay, we'll take Phantasmal Killer. All right, we're offered one more thing out of the chest. We're offered Pandora's Box, transform all strike and defend cards. We're not going to take that. All of our strike and defend cards are actually pretty good. They're all upgraded. We're offered Tiny House. Upon pickup, obtain 1 potion, gain 50 cold, raise your match HP, obtain a card, and upgrade a card. This is generally a weaker one. It is a lot of good things, but normally it isn't as good as the other ones. We're also offered Fusion Hammer. Now, I'd love to take Fusion Hammer. We almost have every card in our deck upgraded. But if we take Fusion Hammer, we won't have anything to do at rest sites. Because Fusion Hammer removes our ability to smith at rest sites. And we currently can't rest there. And there are a few rest sites we're forced to take. And we won't be able to recall at all of them. If we had drawn a shovel or a smoking pipe, maybe we would take it here. We don't have very many more cards to upgrade after all. But that also means that our odds of getting a good upgrade off the Tiny House are much higher. We're going to take the Tiny House. We're going to enjoy that little HP gain. And it got our Phantasmal Killer. Perfect. And a Power Potion is also like 5 HP. So that was like it healed us 10 HP there. Alright, we're offered a Distraction Plus, which is pretty good with our Unceasing Top. We're offered a Blade Dance, not upgraded though. Still going to do a lot of damage because we have the guaranteed accuracy. It's still going to do 30 damage and give us a kunai charge, and it's going to refund itself partially with the nunchaku. An acrobatics is quite good. It lets you see more cards, hopefully seeing the defend cards when you need them. Slice and Unceasing Top is obviously very great. Distraction would provide us a 0 cost thing that we could draw into with our Unceasing Top, and they can potentially just win you the game if you get the right distraction, the right skill at the right time. but it is, of course, completely up to chance. Really tempted between Distraction and Blade Dance. I think we'll take a Blade Dance. We didn't get other Blade Dances. Yeah. Okay. Here is our final act. And we are offered, and we are forced to fight as the first of our Act 3 bosses, Dono and Dekka. Dono and Dekka is probably... we'd probably want to fight the bird guy a bit more. We don't want to fight Time Eater, so we're glad he's not Time Eater. We can beat Time Eater, though. Dealing 10 damage with each of your shivs kind of makes shivs good enough to beat Time Eater. Normally, beating Time Eater is pretty rough. And getting a lot of dexterity off Kunai. Oh, hi, Massive! Hi. Hi, Massive. Don't look, Massive. I'm not playing a video game. I promise. I'm definitely not playing a video game. How was your stream, Massive? Were you doing art? Were you playing game? Is this a fucking video game? It is a fucking video game. I'm sorry. I was doing art. I'm still doing art. Totally doing art. Let me show you what I was working on today. I made this cool door, right? I made this door. It's going to be a prop in my game, right? It's made out of moldable plastic. It's like articulated and stuff. I put some resin on some charms. I'm supposed to be working on a starting soon screen that I'm making out of my whiteboard here, but I needed a break, okay? I needed a break, and I'm playing Slay the Spire, and I'm on the Act 3. I've had a very good run so far. And we're gonna frickin' win. And then I will be so supercharged to continue. The door looks pretty cool. It's made out of toothpicks, and yeah. I've got these little knockers. Oh, the other knocker works. I thought only the one knocker would work, but yeah. It all does. This John? I don't know what that means. Anyway, we are debating which route to take. We have already beaten our Burning Elite, so we don't have to worry about that. We need to burn one campsite and one chest. So we don't get to take the reward from that chest unless we hit another chest in one of these question marks. That makes question marks slightly better this act. We want to buy potions twice. So that means we either hit this and then go this way, or hit this and then go that way. And I guess since fights have a chance of giving us potions, we kind of want those, but we can't heal since we have the coffee dripper, and we don't really need that many card rewards. I feel like our deck can kind of take the fights. We need a few cards, and yeah, I don't know. We kind of need cards though too. All right, we're gonna take this route. Okay, we're fighting the loose assortment of random guys. I don't know. I don't have a clever name for this fight. And it's a very inconsistent fight. You could fight 3 spikers, you could fight 3 repulsors, you could fight 3 exploders. The most annoying one is the spiker who has thorns, so when you attack him, you take damage. The exploder explodes in 3 turns. He will not often get that opportunity. He will not be getting it here either. Yeah. And we're down to the spiker, who I would kill with poison if I had poison. I have that 1 poison card. We'll try to get what damage we can in. And he boosts his spikes. Pretty annoying. As long as you have some way of either getting a lot of defense so you can get through it, or you can do a lot of damage. Okay, he'll die from the poison. We don't have to do anything at all. And yeah, okay, there he's gone. He's dead. Dead. Oh, we should have tried to get the nunchaku to a good number. That's the little things that help you win this game. We got a cultist potion. Good and bad. Best potion in the game sometimes. Probably with our deck, best potion in the game. The bad part is we're trying to use all our potions every single freaking fight so we can get the healing off it. So we don't die. Okay. We're offered Bane. If the enemy has poisoned, it's a very good card. We don't have enough poison to reliably use that. We also don't really need attack cards. Endless Agony. Pretty good attack card. It's upgraded. Maybe now we take the escape plan. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 cards in our deck that are skills. So it is slightly more likely to succeed. We could take Bouncing Flask. Bouncing Flask would help us get through Dona and Dekka's artifact charges really well so that we could weaken them. That will help us avoid damage in that fight. But can we not just avoid damage by upping our dexterity with Kunai? I think we probably can. I think we can probably skip. The more cards you can skip, the better. You don't want to take cards unless they're good for you, all right? This is the Darkling fight. One of the most consistent fights you'll fight in the game. You can almost never avoid the Darklings. Almost no fight in the game is guaranteed, but the Darklings find a way to be pretty consistent. Now, I want to buy a potion and use a potion, so we're gonna drink a potion here. Ooh, a Wraith Form. I think we'll just use this Wraith Form and try to finish this fight in the next literal round. We'll play a Wraith Form just to avoid 3 freaking damage. But we hit them with both of our AoE attacks. No, by guaranteed, I mean like you will almost always run into the Darklings. And that's because the Darklings are a first in 3 floor battle in this act, and there aren't as many floor battles in this act as there are in the lower ones. So each act, the first floor battles you fight are from a different pool. And so you're very likely to run into the Darklings on this floor for a variety of reasons. Like, you're less likely to avoid floor battles on this floor because you're more likely to have other things matter less for you. The question marks being a little bit more iffy. Now, what we'd really want for this fight is a card called Corpse Explosion, but we were never offered a Corpse Explosion in this game. Now, the Darklings are very interesting in that when you kill them, they don't stay dead. They will heal back to full, well, full or half anyway, if you don't kill them all in the same turn. But we killed them all in the same turn. I was pretty confident we could when I played the Wraith Form there. Okay, now we're out for Dagger Throw, another Distraction Plus, another Bouncing Flask, and a Dash. Now, we didn't take the Distraction Plus before because we were offered a Blade Dance. I don't have much reason not to take a Distraction Plus. It has a lot of good upsides. There are some cards that are kind of a whiff if you get it off the Distraction Plus, but it really has a strong potential to help you win. Now, we are not going to get to play this Cultist Potion to heal with, so we're going to come here and buy a potion. We won't be able to buy 2. Ooh! A regen potion. That's going to help our HP issues. We're offered Endless Agony, Dagger Spray, Piercing Wail, Phantasmal Killer, Infinite Blades, Chrysalis. You're a great commentator? Well, I've played this game a lot. Thank you very much. See, I'm actually quite good at playing games and commenting on games. I just hate games, you know. I don't want to be in game. We're gonna buy the regen potion. This is going to greatly reduce our HP issues. It gives us 5 regen. Every turn you heal 5, and then it goes to 4, and then it goes to 3, 2, 1. But that's a lot of regen. Infinite Blades, when it is upgraded, will start in our opening hand, and it will do 10 damage every turn with the accuracy. That's just enough damage to be a useful card against Time Eater. We'd rather have another accuracy, but an Infinite Blades could in fact get us there. And it's going to help trigger our Kunai, and it will refund itself a little bit every turn with the Nunchaku. So we're going to buy an Infinite Blades, we're going to buy a Potion of Regen, and now we don't have very much money. So we don't necessarily want to take this question mark, because this question mark might give us a shop. We just went through a shop, but it could give us another shop. And we won't be able to buy anything there. Nothing useful anyway. We do want to hit an elite this act. I don't think we can take these 3 elites from going this way, though. And if we get this shop, we can't get an elite. If we go this way, we could get an elite and kind of recover and get through this way. The question is, do we need another artifact to beat Dono and Deka and to beat the other ones? We have the preserved anchor, actually. We have the preserved insect. We actually can take elites a lot better than I was thinking. All right, we can try to heal with the regen potion in this fight right here. Then we buy a potion in this fight, and then we go against 3 elites back to back, including one of them being Reptomancer, probably. I don't know about that. Even with the 25%. I don't know. How about we go this way, get that one elite, and hit that shop? I think that's pretty safe. We're already on Act 3. Each artifact we get from here isn't going to be as effective as the earlier ones. It'll obviously still be pretty effective. But we've already got such great ones. The pool is actually not all that good. We've already gotten so many of the good ones out of the way. Okay, we got a lot of attacks off that first turn, and we got it deals 15 damage when I have the double damage activated. Okay, and I'm frail. So I'm frail, I do double damage, and I have plus 6 damage per shiv. There's a lot of math that's going on here. He's doing 30. We don't want to take any of that. A leg sweep would be good here. We will neutralize him. Okay, so that's only 22. We'll play Cloak and Dagger. We're not worried about shuffling shivs into the deck since we have the Unceasing Top, okay? So we're going to try to draw some defensive cards. We got the Leg Sweep, and we got a Blade Dance. So Blade Dance, boosting our dexterity, plus a Leg Sweep will make it so we only take 4. That's about as best as we could get. It was worth burning the potion for, and I think... Okay, that got our Sender's Bane out of the deck. So now we only have to worry about... We don't have to worry about anything stopping our Unceasing Top. We got the distraction. First distraction of the game. Let's see what we get. We get a Crippling Cloud for free instead of 2. Very good. We'll play this other Crippling Cloud, in fact. It's good enough to play. Ooh, and we got a Blade Dance off the Unceasing Top. Very good. Ooh, and the Unceasing Top with the Nunchaku triggered our ability to play another thing, and now we're flipping, going crazy. Yeah, I love this. I love this game. It's good when it all works out. I would have definitely died if I was playing this not on stream. Oh, I forgot to say, but thanks again very much for the raid, Massive, and I hope you have a good rest. I'm sure you went much too long, judging by how late it is. Phantasmal Killer, Shivs, Blade Dance. Okay, hopefully we can draw another... Oh, we were supposed to play the regen potion this turn. We were supposed to play the regen potion this fight. This would have been the perfect plight to play the regen potion. Now it's too late. And if we draw a potion here, if we get offered a potion, I'm going to be so upset. Now, obviously, I mean, we could play it. It's not that too late. But, we got offered a skill potion. That could easily cost us the game. Not playing the regen potion turn 1. None of these are good. Dodge and roll could be good because we get a bunch of defense. Maybe. I'm just not that excited about it. Yeah, that could cost. That could be the game right there. Not playing the regen potion. Oh, usually stream really late. Well, I've caught you fairly early then. Okay, this is a good fight for the regen potion. It would have been better to play it in that other fight, but we'll get it out of the way. What did you do today? If you didn't last that long, then was it art? I guess you could always have beat your head against the wall on one of those maids or something. Okay, so this is an interesting move here. We have the Unceasing top right. But we can't play because we have Curse in our hand, but fortunately Survivor will get rid of that. I would have preferred to keep it around, to actually get rid of that, but we won't get to. Now, it looks like we're fully blocking here. We're not anywhere close. He's going to hit us with this special ability he's given us, Constricted. Deadeye Deepfake Simulacrum for the first time. Really cool, but it's a lot to take in. What a fucking name. Deadeye Deepfake. Is that where you recognize AI-generated things from non? It's a hacking game. I think you were talking about this on stream. The weird hand is very creepy. The art style is really cool. I like the art style. Well, I will have to check out the VOD then. Distraction number 2, we get an escape plan, and it gave us 6 block for free. I mean, the escape plans are good. The reason I haven't taken them is a combination of things. We're doing a ton of damage this turn now. I don't know if I want to finish him off. If we can full block here, we should. Yeah, we can full block, so we will full block. We probably should have played Infinite Blades instead of one of those defends, so that our regen, we can get 1 more point off the regen. Play as defend. Hopefully we can full block 1 more time. We cannot. And we're going to take damage, and we could have just killed him and avoided that. Oh, we could draw. Okay. We drew a defensive card, but it was a leg sweep. One of those problems with leg sweep again. Okay, we took 6 there. And we're going to kill him. Okay. We get offered another accuracy. We have to take the accuracy. Really cool, but it's a lot to take in. There's a lot of hacking, like way more in depth than I expected. Is it similar to real hacking? I'm not a hacksaw. We're gonna take accuracy. We need to take accuracy. Our only odds of beating Time Eater, should we get in a fight with Time Eater, is through accuracy. All right, this is the elite fight we wanted to get. This is the giant head fight. The giant head is a fight that builds up kind of slowly. He attacks for a little bit, but then on a kind of not very far away turn, like 4 or 5, he's gonna start hitting us for way too much damage. Now, this is a fight that rewards being able to poison and stuff. You love a good Shiv build. You have some experience with Slay the Spire. Yeah, Shivs are a lot of fun. I try not to like think of things as in builds, but Shivs are definitely one of the ones that like really stands out as being its own kind of thing. We were kind of forced into it. We got a kunai. Actually, the boot is what made us a little bit lined up, because it does a little bit more damage with the boot. Though, of course, not once you have accuracies going, but anyway. Now, when you're fighting the big giant head, one thing to take in mind is every time you play a card, he gets his own unique debuff, slow. Whenever you play a card, Giant Head receives 10% more damage from attacks this turn. So you want to play your non-attacks first. Now we're not going to play anything else but attacks this turn, so it's fine. And I suppose if you were really doing your numbers, there might be certain attacks you want to play first. You have to actually type shit out, and I can't spell, so it's rough. That is rough. That is really rough. I don't think I could probably play that game very well. Now, I do want to get rid of this Ascender's Bane, but I don't think I have a choice, so. Ooh, the Infinite Blades is a good one for us. Phantasmal Killer. That's exactly what... Ooh, a Distraction. Distraction into a Doppelganger, which does nothing for us. Okay. Yeah, Doppelganger, like I said, it's kind of not the best card. All right, but this is really killer for us. We just got the double damage, our Phantasmal Killer off. We are weakened this turn, unfortunately. He did status effect us down last turn. But with the penalty he took to HP from the Preserved Insect and our calculated gambles here, I think if we... Okay, that'll put us up to... Okay, we're going to calculated gamble away these shivs. Oh, but we could hit... the Ascender's Bane. And we do want to weaken him. What to do, what to do. I guess we'll use them now while we have the double damage. And block with a leg sweep? And block with a leg sweep. That way we get the weakness. For his turns, he's going to start hitting us. He's going to start hitting us now? Okay, he's hitting us now. You really only get a few turns of grace. It seems like he gives you a while, but he does not. We'll get rid of that unplayable card with our Survivor. Add a bit more weakness. Play our Cloak and Dagger. Alright. We will get an energy right now from the Nunchaku. And we win. Boom. We took... Did we take any damage that right? I don't think so. Ooh, a Pen Nib. Perfect for us. Every 10th attack you play deals double damage. Now, most of the time, that's just going to be a shiv. Hopefully, we won't have to use it on strikes. We'll have to pay attention. Okay, now we are offered an upgraded Bouncing Flask. We did not want to go for the Bouncing Flask earlier, because it was only an unupgraded. Now, a Blade Dance right now is going to do us a ton of damage, is going to trigger all those other things. But a Bouncing Flask will help us get through artifact charges. And we want to get through artifact charges. And it will do more damage per turn for the Time Eater than a Blade Dance and a Shiv will do. So we're going to take the upgraded Bouncing Flask. Now what are we going to do? We could take these two elites. I don't think we are, though. We're going to take this question mark. We're getting the 3 Jawworm fight. Very easy as far as fights on this act go. Distraction gave us an expertise. Okay, that's not so good. As far as the distraction odds go, it is nice to have a free expertise. Expertise lets you draw your hand up until you have 6 cards in hand. Upgraded, it goes to 7. We are going to attack the Jawworm who is not attacking us, because he's going to boost his own strength next turn. We will weaken that one. We could kill him with a strike. We're going to use a Calculate Gamble, hopefully hit a Blade Dance or something, and we did. Kill him with that. We're going to be taking 24. We don't want to take that. We don't have... This will get us up to 18. We're going to weaken this one. Yeah, and play our Leg Sweep. Leg Sweep is also going to be very good against the Time Eater if we fight him. Since we're relying on shivs for our damage, it's very good that we have Leg Sweep for our defense. And also the dexterity bonus from the kunai. So we won't have to play as many defense cards. Here's our second accuracy. Very glad to see it. We have no block cards in hand, so we're not going to play the Infinite Blade. We'll play our Calculated Gamble, and look at that, we drew some defensive cards. And now we'll get rid of our Ascender's Bane. Now we have nothing to stop our Unceasing Top. But things are still not going all that well. Okay, we're only taking one. We got the poison from Crippling Clouds on them. And we got our double damage turn up. 28 damage for one of these bros. That's so good. And now we've got the pen nib. I would like to save the pen nib for an elite fight. Is there any way I can do that? Can I kill him with poison? No. But if I attack him with just the strike, I will at least have the pen nib on a better number. So there we go. It won't be on 0, it'll be on 1. Footwork, oh, we have a prepared plus. There's the backpack. Hera. There's the backpack that I hate so much. But upgraded, it is not as bad. Upgraded is not as bad. It will help us get through wounds and slimes and get our Unceasing Top going stronger. I think we will take the prepared now. This turn, we'll take the prepared. We don't need the footwork because we get our defense off our kunai. Slice, as good as it is, 0 isn't going to cut it. Predator for 2 isn't going to cut it. We'll take the prepared plus. I don't like prepared unplussed, but plussed is pretty good. Yeah, we can't take the damage from fighting those elites because we can't heal because of the coffee dripper. We're going to take these fights. We're going to use our potion just in case we get a potion. And we'll just be happy to get to spend our money at the shop and be alive. The temptation to use our ritual potion. Full block. Ooh, and our distract. Oh, we got a corpse explosion. If we could get that corpse explosion in the Dono Deco fight, I would be so thrilled. Distraction's such a great card. We would love to see a corpse explosion in one of our card rewards at this point. I could have held back on that attack to get the pen nib going up. Or save the pen nib for one of these more damaging attacks. Okay, look at him. He's freaking toasted. We'd like to set up our... I think he just is dead. And at a perfect amount. We've got the Chaku on 9, the pen nib on 10. Hi, an okay guy. Hi. We're ending our turn. We are currently on a winning run of Slay the Spire. We're definitely going to win. Ooh, finally we are offered a terror. This whole game we've been getting by without a terror. I thought we weren't going to get one. We got one. Apply 99 vulnerable to one enemy. That's going to be very good against the Time Eater and against some of the other guys. And against the Heart, though the Heart will clear it. Does the Heart clear it? I know Time Eater clears it. I think the Ascendant one also clears it. But Dono and Deco don't clear it. They just resist it because they have artifact charges. But we picked up that Bouncing Flask just to get rid of those. Okay, perfect. We're rewarded for waiting on the recall. We're going to get a Sapphire Key in exchange for not taking the Dreamcatcher. We can't use the Dreamcatcher anyway. We have a Coffee Dripper. Perfect. That's so lucky. Well, you know. Doesn't matter what it was. We're not going to get to have it. All right. The Writhing Mass fight. My favorite. I'm joking. I hate this fight. It's really challenging. This fight, whenever you do damage to the Writhing Mass, from combat attack, not from poison or anything. He changes what he's gonna do. Yeah. So we are going to play a blade dance, and we are going to hit him. And well, he's only doing 12. Okay, now he's doing 38. Okay, he's doing 12. We're gonna stay there. It's kind of like gambling. Do you hit or do you stay? The worst result is you die. The second worst result is he gives you a curse. A permanent curse. Look at this. He's attacking for 13 times 3. If we had hit him last turn, we could have triggered him over into doing this. Okay, 24, 57, 24. We're going to say hit at 24. Okay, he's hitting for 42. We'll use distraction. We got deflect. Okay. Okay, this is not very good. We don't have attacks to get through his defense here. We do have the power of the Unceasing Top. So we'll get rid of our Ascender's Bane. And we'll get rid of Infinite Blades. Everything we can to make sure we can play things. Now, he's doing way too much damage. And we got the curse. Ah! We got the curse. We'll be able to afford to get it removed at the shop. It's not the worst thing. It'll prevent us from really taking advantage of that shop, but... Shut up, Heron. Do I just take this 9? I don't want to trigger anything else. I guess I can... Okay. We'll just take the 9. Is this some kind of AI playing? What the fuck? No, we don't support AI on this channel. What? Fuck you. Welcome to the stream, Sponge Baths only. I'm a big fan of sponge baths. I work as a caregiver, and I have given many sponge baths. I really want one day for myself. I can't wait to get old. All right, we're gonna obviously stay here because we're full blocking. I think he's dead, right? We have a 63 damage Shiv here. Now, I probably should have tried to min-max. Okay, we got a power potion. That's 5 HP. Reflex could be good. Okay, we can't take reflex because it would stop our Unceasing Top. Noxious fumes. I'm not a human, I suppose. I am some kind of weird fucked up thing. I don't even use a sponge for regular baths. Well, who would? Is this human enough for you? Look, I made this little door here. Isn't that human? I made these things. I have human hands. What the fuck is happening? We're playing Slay the Spire. I'm taking a break from art. I'm taking a little break just to win a game of Slay the Spire and obtain all the sweet. Are they my human hands? Now that's a question you don't want to get into. Very interesting. We're being offered the Tezzeret. The Tezzeret encounter. The Tezzeret encounter goes as such. You touch it. A sharp pain flows through you, followed by vivid flashes of a distant memory. Whose memories are these? We are offered add 1 colorless card to your deck, add 2 colorless cards, or add 3 colorless cards. Now, our HP is pretty valuable to us. Each one of these costs 5 more HP. The 2 and the 3 cost 5 and 10 respectively. Now, colorless cards are pretty good though. Colorless cards can win you the game though. They could be apotheosis. Now, it doesn't just add the card to your hand, it gives you a proper reward. And we have question card, so they're a lot better than they might otherwise be. So we're gonna go the full recall. It did cost us 10 HP, that might kill us. We are offered a panic button, gain 30 block. You cannot gain block for 2 turns. Not very good with our very high. I reckon you're ooh, Kotor was nice. You wouldn't happen to be 5 and then followed by 100 numbers, would you? Sponge baths only. Anyway, we're going to take. Okay, so secret weapon would let us draw our predator. We don't really have attacks we want to draw, so secret weapon isn't going to be very useful for us. Dramatic entry could be a little bit of damage on Dono and Deco right at the start, but it's not very much damage at this point in the game. And it means we don't draw a card we might want to have. Dark Shackles, though, is going to be very good against the heart. So we're going to take it. I should have looked at them all first before I... Flash of Steel would be is pretty much pointless. It's just the same as a Shiv or something with Unceasing Top. Metamorphosis, though. Shuffle 3 random attacks into your draw pile. They cost 0 this combat. We need more attacks, and we would love them to cost 0. Sponge baths only. You have failed the vibe check. You are banned. If you would like to be unbanned, you may message me on Discord. Goodbye. We are going to take Metamorphosis. It's very good with Unceasing Top. We are offered Good Instincts, a 0-cost block card. Very good. What do? He failed the vibe check. He was as cringe as you without being as cool as you, Hera. Now, Good Instincts... Yeah, right? If someone's like being purposely cringe, there's no reason to keep them around. They're not going to improve. Nobody ever does, right? If we take Enlightenment, it can make our Predator and Leg Sweep cheaper when we draw them both in hand. It isn't as bad as it would otherwise be because we have Unceasing Top. I still don't particularly like it. If we upgraded it, though, it could make them a lot cheaper. Good Instincts, though, can be a free block card, which with our increased block off the kunai is pretty good. It also will be good against the heart. But we already have such good defense with our defense, with our upgrade. We're not going to take any of these. Skip them. All right. Confusion. Objective. Balance must be enforced. Define balance. Balance not found. Warning. Large object approaching. I am Niao. Okay, those are our interesting memories. Is that the memories of a century? Okay, we can't buy potions here. They won't make us any better, but we need to get rid of that curse. So we have to come here. Ooh, we are offered a Clockwork Souvenir. I wish I could take it, but we have to get rid of Parasite. We have to get rid of Parasite. It's going to fuck up our Unceasing Top. We have to get rid of it. Man, I wish I could take the Clockwork. What's the Slay the Spire lore? It does have a little bit of lore. There is a spire. Each of the characters has some lore. Like the Silent has lore, the Ironclad has lore. You are ascending this tower. At the top of the tower, there's the Ancients. I think the Doku and Deku are Ancients. The Heart is an Ancient. They cast down one of their own, Meow, meow. The big whale at the start of the game who gives you bonuses, they cast down that whale, and the whale uses their powers to bring back from the dead powerful warriors who have fallen in the spire to seek its revenge. Yeah, that's the lore. Okay, we have 76 bucks left. We can't buy a potion. Great. We can't buy bandage up because I had to get rid of that. We could buy another accuracy. If we had 2 more gold. Ah! Okay. Piercing whale is good. Okay, we're going to take piercing whale. We have held off on taking them, but now is the time to take a piercing whale. It'll help us get through those artifact charges. Okay, this is a dangerous fight. These fuckers. Oh, we'll use our power potion here. Hopefully we'll get another one. Ooh, another accuracy. Accuracy, accuracy. We'll drop a crippling cloud, and we'll drop an all-out attack. And that gets them pretty well weakened. The Spheric Guardian is going to be a problem. Bouncing Flask will get through its charges, and maybe it'll let us kill it with poison. Bouncing Flask will probably be good against this guy. It'll probably just all land on him, though, knowing my luck. Let's use... Okay, I can either use Blade Dance and Terror and Leg Sweep, or I can use Bouncing Flask and Leg Sweep. If the Bouncing Flask is lucky, it would be the best one. And we gotta think we're lucky, right? Okay, 2 of them on him. Okay, at least he's dead. Yeah. So we're gonna take some damage here because we couldn't weaken him because he didn't get hit with it a single time. These dazed are really bad with our Unceasing Top. But hey, look at that. We have prepared to get rid of our Ascender's Bane and our daze. Now we could play Metamorphosis. Okay, okay. Piercing Whale is going to be perfect here. Weakens him. We will play Metamorphosis. We get some good attacks into the discard pile. We'll play a Kekle Gamble. We'll weaken him too. Okay, we full blocked. We full blocked, and he's going to die from poison. We don't have to deal with the spiky bro. His defense is just getting bigger and bigger. What can you do? We get to do a ton of damage with our strikes, and we get our free eviscerate, and we get our strike and our nunchaku on good numbers. Great. We have our nunchaku and our pen nib on good numbers. We got a fairy in the bottle. That'll help us avoid death. Ooh, concentrate. This is exactly what we wanted to see. An upgraded concentrate with the Unceasing Top. I don't particularly like a concentrate too often. Discard 2 cards, gain 2 energy. Normally it's discard 3 cards, gain 2 energy, but it's a plus. Because you want to play cards if you have energy. But since we have the Unceasing Top, we might be able to get away with it. Now, a lot of the fights that we really would like to have the Unceasing Top work on are not going to work because they're going to put bad things in our deck, and we don't have the med kit or the blue candle, but what can we do? Another Ma. Didn't we already beat a Ma once? I think we beat a Ma already. I did not get another curse. I did not get another curse. Shut up. We don't need this defensive card. We don't need that defensive card. We don't need either of these cards. Oh, I used my pen nib? No, I haven't used my pen nib yet. Survivor. Come on. Terror. Got a terror on him. Blade Dance. Very good. The Unceasing Top. Going great. We will not burn the Dark Shackles. The next card might be one we really want. Oh, it's only the symbol on the slime? Well, we got this guy. Oh, yeah. The different symbols above them are different Oh, but look how much freaking... Oh, we aren't gonna take that much damage. Very good. We got a very lucky low damage attack on the turn. We didn't draw any defensive cards. Perfect. We get the Metamorphosis in there. Bane is free. All out attack for 63. Okay, we should have tried to save our Nunchaku and Pendant charges for that fight. Okay, we're offered an accuracy plus and an outmaneuver plus. I think we're taking another freaking goddamn accuracy plus. Outmaneuver would let us kind of play more cards, but if we have to fight freaking Time Eater, we're going to need each of those shivs to do 1 trillion damage. No, wait, cancel. Ooh, we need to recall here. Now we have the completed key. Red key, green key, blue key. Which means if we can survive against the 2 Act 3 bosses, not the 2 as in Dona and Deca, but as in both of the fights, we will get to fight the heart. Alright, as I was saying before, Bouncing Flask will help us get through their artifact charges here. I think we're going to have to take this damage to get Bouncing Flask, stripping them so we can get Weaken on them. We're going to play an Accuracy. We're going to play an Infinite Blades. And we're not going to burn our Cultist Potion this fight. We're going to need it later. Phantasmal Killer. Accuracy. Shiv. So, Deca, don't know. We're gonna die. We're gonna die, and the fairy bottle will heal us, but I don't know. Is that one of the Ascension things? They have to fight 2 bosses? Yes, that is the final Ascension. Ascension 20, the hardest in the game, makes it so you have to fight 2 additional... I mean, you have to fight an additional Act 3 boss. Only on Act 3, and you get no rewards from them. No rewards from the bosses, except for if you have, like, a meat on a bone or something. And, of course, at Ascension 19, all the bosses get a lot harder. So, after you overcome Ascension 19, you then have to beat 2 of them. We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. I don't think we'll come back for us. I'll briefly explain Deca and Dona. Deca, every other turn, he gives them both plated armor. Dona, every other turn, he gives them both a boost to strength. Okay, so the card we would have liked to have seen here. And now we're getting Dazes in our deck. That is going to fuck us up. The card we would have liked to have seen off Distraction is Corpse Explosion. And not having gotten it, going to be rough. Now we can play every other card in our deck until we get back to the Dazes this turn, if we play Concentrate twice here. Okay, we're actually dealing 40 damage a turn right now. I mean, 40 damage a Shiv? Okay, so we just blew him up. We just completely annihilated that motherfucker. I think we actually might win. We actually might win, guys. Oh, we fucking got the... We got a grand finale. Oh, my God. If I had not played that last card, I could have guaranteed a grand finale play. Now we're going to have a grand finale that we can't play in our hand. Uh-oh. Wait, okay. Prepared? Prepared just saved our freaking lives. Okay, we would like... We want this usable. Okay, we will have the double damage setup, but we will not have the Nunchaku setup. All right, it's going to be either Time Eater or it's going to be the Ascendant one. We got the Awakened one. We might just make it. We might just freaking make it. So here's the second boss. This guy, every time you play a... Prepared is a good card when it's Prepared Plus. Though regular Prepared would have gotten us out of... No, there was a couple times when we needed to discard 2. Okay. So every time I play a power, he gets 2 strength. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not going to play powers, though, because powers are very good. Yeah. We still need to play the accuracies, because otherwise we can't deal any damage. So we will let him get strong as hell. We will play our... We have full blocked. We have full blocked. Okay. I have no idea what what did I discard? Okay, I discarded my Adrenaline and my Neutralize. Okay, that's a shame. That's a shame. We're going to keep our hold of our Cultist Potion. Ooh, that Metamorphosis might have killed us there. Do I play the accuracy? Well, that let us take less damage than otherwise. I can kill one of these guys. I'm taking 36. The block will deal 9. Guess I'm taking more than 36, aren't I? Yeah? Am I gonna have to use the Cultist Potion just for the health? Or will that not be enough? I don't know, I don't really want to do math. Well, maybe playing those accuracies was not the move? Not the move. I think we're deciding it was not the move. All right. Defeated on floor 51, which you can only be defeated on an Act 20, on Ascension 20. Rip. Rip. I still have not gotten a win on stream. Rip. 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 Ah! Alright, back to art. Screw this shit. Screw this shit. I hate video games. Never playing another freaking video game in my life. And I'm not really happy with that other starting soon screen I was working on. My goal was to like draw it on stream and then do like the footage of me drawing it as the starting soon screen. What about a starting soon charm? I could use my Shrinky Dink plastic and I can make a starting soon charm. That would be so killer. Okay, so I do the starting soon charm and then I film it in the oven, and then when I pull it out of the oven, I show the starting soon charm to the camera, and perhaps I've replaced it with a starting charm. No, but yeah, that sounds like that'd be pretty stylish. I have gotten some of the moldable plastic stuck to my table here. I can probably heat that up. I wonder if I use the heat gun on this, though, if that's going to permanently damage the table here. It is wood. I guess it's not like... It's got like a laminated coating on it, though. I probably shouldn't do this. Okay, it's kind of coming up. Look, I've permanently made a black stain there, trying to use this whiteboard eraser to get that off. Okay. No. There we go. Okay, now it's stained there. Denaturated alcohol. Go. That's, oh, wait, that reminds me. I was making my starting soon screen on my whiteboard in Sharpie. So I'm going to have to use my alcohol to get rid of that. And I should probably do it the sooner the better. The less time drying. Yeah, I think that's a better idea. I'm going to use my Shrinky Dinks to make the starting soon screen. Where is my larger plastic? Is that in the car? I've got the smaller plastic here. I picked up some new Sharpies that I haven't used on stream yet. I'm really happy with them. They are a sort of paler, they're more pastel, a more desaturated Sharpie color. Maybe if I move myself over here, move you guys back up to the top. If only my horns weren't so big. I can get this completely on camera over here by itself, so I can just use the footage of it. There we go. Oh, I've been charging this guy up. Let me briefly give him his time to shine. And by shine, I mean it literally. He's one of my glow-in-the-dark friends. Isn't that cool? If you got your horns clipped, would they grow back? Woo! Wait, my screens are messing with it. I wonder if anyone's done any sort of glow-in-the-dark based stream. Okay, that's enough of that. I'm fond of him though. I don't know if my horns would grow back. I need to establish my lore a bit better. I think they would grow back if I wanted them to. Actually, I would... no, they won't grow back. I am a big fan of amputations and permanent injury. I think it's important. Like, I've lost my toes to permanent injury. I think that I would like to have more parts of my body amputated as my streaming career goes on. What do you think is better? Being able to be amputated lots of times for the pain, or having it matter more, right? Having it be serious permanent losses. I think obviously without the actual penalties, it doesn't... That's why I like games like Slay the Spire. You know, you really lose when you lose, and when you get a curse or something bad happens, you take damage. It's permanent, right? You might be able to fully heal, but good luck. Especially on A20. Okay, I've got these new pens. I really like them. We will use a dark blue. We'll avoid the black on this piece. I like the lighter colors of this pen set, the Sharpie set, because... Actually, wait a minute. I just realized I can use alcohol to erase on these, because Sharpies are alcohol erasing. Piccolo is cool. Yeah. Can you regenerate wounds? I think you probably can, right, Hera? An S? Ooh. I gave a brief talk on Carlogian script earlier while we were doing this on the whiteboard. Which, if you didn't know it, before Charlemagne's court in Aachen and the work of his personal scholar Einhard, there was no spaces in Latin and the Latin languages. They would just all have all the letters kind of mushed together, and you would kind of figure it out. Like, you could figure it out if people stopped using spaces today. It was definitely a great saver of writing material. But they also didn't have lowercase letters. Everything was capital. I very much like spaces. I don't know if I like lowercase letters that much. I don't think they're as pretty or read as well. Good night, Massive. I also look forward to how it turns out. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for chatting. I'll never play a game again. Promise. Please don't report me. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. And I'll check out your VOD of that weird game. I want to see what the gameplay is like. So I hope you didn't embarrass yourself trying to spell too badly. Starting soon. You'll have to forgive me for gaming if I do it in collabs, right, Massive? I've got to gamble with Hera Hera for their server, which I have. Yeah, good night. Okay. I will fill in these. These pens are not very thick. Look how ultra fine they are. I should grab some of my bigger pens. Should this be a charm? Oh, I shouldn't adjust it too much, right? If I'm gonna make the footage of it. I guess I could make the starting soon screen entirely the cooking process. That would certainly be a bit more controlled than this chaos. But it only takes like a minute for that to happen. Have you ever set up a starting soon screen, Hera? I know you have the like waiting in the ambient void. Out in space screen. I've been very confused lately. definitely made some bad moves this holiday season. It always feels bad when I ever make a mistake. I hold myself to pretty high standards. No, you never set up a starting soon screen? Oh. This vibe is good. This jam is good. Very calming. I used to listen to those lo-fi beats things while doing art for very long periods of time. That was back when I was first really getting into the grind of art. Obviously, I had drawn when I was young. But I got into art when I was doing caretaking. I was working for this really nice lady, and she did art, and I wanted to have something to talk about, and something I could do on my overnight shifts when I was just like at somebody's house all night, making sure people didn't die or whatever. You hate lo-fi beats so much. Not zoomer enough. Tell you what, I'll go put on my headphones so I can split the audio. And we can listen to some hyperpop. Where are my... I normally have just been using... I don't know what a hyperpop is. Yeah, right. Every frickin' zoomer knows what frickin' hyperpop is. What the hell is that hole? Let's see. Audio. Okay, now you're getting the audio that's coming through. I've got to split it so that it doesn't get captured on the VOD. Can you hear it or can you not hear the music? I forget which one of my settings. Stream, output, the VOD track. What music? Okay. Can I not adjust that setting in stream? I don't know. We're gonna switch to there you go. Now you can hear me. I mean, now you can hear the music. We're gonna get to the non-copyright stuff here for a minute. And if this part of the VOD gets muted, well, I wasn't saying anything interesting anyway at this point. Yeah, there's no music right now. We'll listen to, of course, I don't know any music genre. Huh, that's interesting. No, you don't know any music genre. Well, prepare to learn the only music genre that matters. The morning, yeah. In the oven, yeah. Fuck sleep and its cousin, yeah. So that line, fuck sleep and its cousin, obviously the cousin of sleep is death. So they're saying fuck death. It's a very deep track. 7:45 sticky. Done trying new plans. Doing what I want, don't hold my hand. Anything without worse try. You like a friend try, so my eye. Mine too. You can do anything, even if you wanted to. Oh yeah. You thought this was meme gibberish. The scientific name for meme gibberish is hyperpop. Hyperpop actually got me into VTubers, if you believe it or not. Do you believe it? Do you believe that Hyperpop was my gateway to VTubers? Though it's kind of one of those things where it's like a gateway to a gateway to a gateway. As I started using SoundCloud, because what VTuber? I don't want to say. It's too shameful. I guess I try to be completely honest on this channel and answer every single thing. So the like glitch there where you like it stops for like half a second, that's completely intentional. Yeah. Real audio jungle shit. So I started using SoundCloud because it was the place where I could listen to hyperpop really. And get exposed to hyperpop that's not on YouTube. Starting soon. And so I was listening to a lot of SoundCloud, and then they had a pretty good algorithm. So they were showing me like anime shit, and then it showed me this anime weeb, and then it showed me her VTuber covers, and I was like, oh shit, that sounds just like her, but it's way worse. The lyrics are way worse, and yeah, that was how I looked up. Who is this? Why do they have the same sound but they're different name? We will put a dragon on here. Yep. What color should the dragon be? A dark green, perhaps. Hyperpop is 100 gex. Well, 100 gex really established the genre. Basically, it's anything produced by Dylan Brady. Being like a money machine. Do you feel so clean? Like a money machine. I'm putting on a little dragon down here, a little sea serpent. Safe and sound. Everything's new range, but feel like there are mosquitoes in my ear. Yeah. So true. That's the good part. So we've got a dragon, sort of a sea serpent, listlessly swimming away. Those waves were a bit uninspired. Waves are hard, though. I spent a lot of time practicing waves on the beach, and it doesn't seem to do any good. Same with practicing drawing fire. Never seems to do any good. But dragons, I practice those a bit. Sea serpents is not a decent sea serpent. Now I guess I'm going to have to draw in this sea with all sorts of sea things. We will put in a boat, and we will use... Oh, we have a fair amount of blues in this set. Ah! But the ocean isn't blue, right? The ocean's actually green and red and purple and gray. The ocean is not blue. It reflects so much light from up above. I wonder if my white little gel pen would do any good. We'll put in some little light patches here where the water is reflecting. This is a very interesting... It looks blue, but it hardly puts down any color at all. Putting down very, very faint little traces there. Maybe some yellows in the water. Yes, a little bit of yellow in the water too. Now I hate this song. This is like the worst. Like even I can't fucking stand this song. I'm not gonna like skip it or anything. I need you to suffer it too. I need help immediately. Like what even is this track? That was like that's like the one, that little like kick thing. You know what? Maybe that song has some artistic value. So true. Okay, this is like the real deepest blue. I think this water is going to look really fucked up. This ocean is going to look so fucking putrid. It's going to look like this sounds. We're putting in some, the darks, the little shadows in the ocean, where the water is, where the waves kind of hide some light. So I'm heading out to the cashier, get my cash back. If it's filled with the ice with a big bag, so I drop again. I grab that ground and I punched him in the face. I'm in this place. Ran out of the place. Horse, we ran out of the course. I forget this fucking song. Horse, I just fell out of the Porsche. Lost the money in my bank account. Oh no. Anyone here have a gambling problem? This song's about like gambling problems, I'm pretty sure, right? I have a gambling problem. I'm not gambling right now. Oh fuck. Did my phone die? While I'm trying to record. It fucking. Ah! Well, I should have not played video games while it was plugged in and in camera mode. Brilliant. I should probably stop streaming now. Well, we'll get that starting soon screen done next time. Is anyone even live? My bank account? Oh no. Who is live? Oh. Have I gone Let me make sure they're actually live. I did that thing once where I raided somebody and they weren't actually live. And it just showed me. Okay, we're gonna raid Void. We're gonna raid Void Room. He shared with me his cursed fan character design. Thank you everyone for coming. I will be streaming tomorrow, not because I want to stream tomorrow, but because if I don't stream, I won't get any art done, and then I will not successfully complete my goal. We will be the camera died mid art raid, mid recording. Yeah, I don't want to raid. I don't want to stream. But I have to I won't make any art if I don't. So anyway, see you tomorrow. Anyone who comes by, love you. Mwah!